Machiavelli. 1. The Diplomat. Hard to classify. Diplomat, historian, dramatist, philosopher. The most cynical thinker of his time, and yet a patriot fired with a noble ideal. A man who failed in everything that he undertook, but left upon history a deeper mark than almost any other figure of the age. Niccolò Machiavelli was the son of a Florentine lawyer, a man of moderate means, who held a minor post in the government and owned a small rural villa at San Casciano, 10 miles out of the city. The boy received the ordinary literary education, learned to read Latin readily, but no Greek. He took a fancy to Roman history, became enamored of Livy, and found for almost every political institution and event of his day an illuminating analogue in the history of Rome. He began, but seems never to have completed, the study of law. He cared little for the art of the Renaissance, and expressed no interest in the discovery of America. Perhaps he felt that merely the theater of politics was now enlarged, while the plot and characters would remain unchanged. His one absorbing interest was politics, the technique of influence, the chess of power. In 1498, aged 29, he was appointed secretary to the Dieci della Guerra, a council of 10 for war, and held that post for 14 years. It was at first a modest function, compiling minutes and records, summarizing reports, writing letters, but he was in government. He could watch the politics of Europe from an inside observation point. He could try to forecast developments by applying his knowledge of history. His eager, nervous, ambitious spirit felt that only time was needed before he would be at the top, playing the heady game of state against the Duke of Milan, the Senate of Venice, the King of France, the King of Naples, the Pope, the Emperor. Soon he was sent on a mission to Caterina Sforza, Countess of Imola and Forlì, 1498. She proved too subtle for him, and he came back empty-handed, chastened. 2 years later he was tried again, accompanied Francesco della Casa as associate envoy to Louis XII of France. Della Casa fell ill, and Machiavelli had to head the mission. He learned French, followed the court from chateau to chateau, and transmitted to the Signory such alert intelligence, such keen analyses, that on his return to Florence, his friends acclaimed him as now a graduate diplomat. The turning point in his intellectual development was his mission, as aide to Bishop Soderini, to Caesar Borgia at Urbino, 1502. Called back to Florence for a personal report, he celebrated his rise in the world by taking a wife. In October he was again dispatched to Caesar. He joined him at Imola, and arrived at Senigallia just in time to note Borgia's happiness at having successfully ensnared and strangled or caged the men who had conspired against him. These were events that stirred all Italy. To Machiavelli, meeting the brilliant ogre in the flesh, they were lessons in philosophy. The man of ideas found himself face to face with the man of action, and did him homage. Envy burned in the young diplomat's soul as he realized the distance he had still to travel from analytical and theoretical thought to a magnificent, crushing deed. Here was a man 6 years younger than himself, who in 2 years had overthrown a dozen tyrants, given order to a dozen cities, and made himself the very meteor of his time. How weak words seemed before this youth who used them with such scornful scarcity. From that moment Caesar Borgia became the hero of Machiavelli's philosophy, as Bismarck would be of Nietzsche's. Here, in this embodied will to power, was a morality beyond good and evil, a model for supermen. Back in Florence, 1503, Machiavelli perceived that some members of the government suspected him of having been swept off his mental feet by the dashing Borgia. But his industrious scheming to advance the interests of his city regained for him the esteem of the Gonfalonier Soderini and the Council of 10 for war. In 1507 he saw the triumph of one of his basic ideas. No self-respecting state, he had long argued, could entrust its defense to mercenary troops. They could not be relied upon in a crisis, and they or their leader could almost always be bought by an enemy armed with sufficient gold. A national militia should be formed, said Machiavelli, composed of citizens, preferably of vigorous peasants used to hardship and the open air. It should be kept always in good equipment and training, and it should serve as the last firm line of the Republic's defense. After long hesitation, the government accepted the plan and empowered Machiavelli to realize it in action. In 1508 he led his new militia to the siege of Pisa, where it acquitted itself well. Pisa surrendered, and Machiavelli returned to Florence at the height of his arc. On a second mission to France, 1510, he passed through Switzerland. His enthusiasm was aroused by the armed independence of the Swiss Confederation, and he made it his ideal for Italy. Returning from France, he saw the problem of his country. How could its separate principalities unite to protect Italy if a united nation like France should decide to absorb the whole peninsula? The supreme test of his militia came too soon. In 1512, Julius II, furious against Florence for having refused to join in expelling the French from Italy, ordered the armies of the Holy League to suppress the Republic and restore the Medici, and Machiavelli's militia, assigned to defend the Florentine line at Prato, broke and fled before the trained mercenaries of the League. Florence was taken, the Medici triumphed. Machiavelli lost both his reputation and his governmental post. He made every effort to appease the victors, and might have succeeded. But two ardent youths conspiring to re-establish the Republic were detected. Among their papers was found a list of persons on whose support they had counted. It included Machiavelli. He was arrested and tortured with 4 turns of the rack. But no evidence of his complicity having been found, he was released. Fearing rearrest, he removed with his wife and 4 children to the ancestral villa at San Casciano. There he spent all but the last of his remaining 15 years, fretting in hopeful poverty. But for this disaster we should never have heard of him, for it was in those hungry years that he wrote books that moved the world. 2. The Author and the Man. It was a dreary isolation for one who had lived at the very core of Florentine politics. Occasionally he would ride into Florence to talk with old friends and explore any chance of re-employment. Several times he wrote to the Medici, but he received no reply. In a celebrated letter to his friend Vettori, then Florentine ambassador in Rome, he described his life and told how he came to write The Prince. Since my last misfortunes, I have led a quiet country life. I rise with the sun and go into one of the woods for a few hours to inspect yesterday's work. I pass some time with the woodcutters, who have always some troubles to tell me, either of their own or their neighbors. On leaving the wood, I go to a spring and thence up to my bird-snaring enclosure with a book under my arm, Dante, Petrarch, or one of the minor poets, such as Tibullus or Ovid. I read their amorous transports and the history of their loves, recalling my own to my mind, and time passes pleasantly in these meditations. Then I betake myself to the inn by the roadside, chat with passers-by, ask news of the places whence they come, hear various things, and note the varied tastes and diverse fancies of mankind. This carries me to the dinner hour, when, in the company of my brood, I swallow whatever fare this poor little place of mine and my slender patrimony can afford me. In the afternoon I go back to the inn. There I generally find the host, a butcher, a miller, and a couple of brickmakers. I mix with these boors the whole day, playing at crica and tric-trac, which games give rise to 1,000 quarrels and much exchange of bad language. And we generally wrangle over farthings, and our shouts can be heard in San Casciano town. Steeped in this degradation, my wits grow mouldy, and I vent my rage at the indignity of fate. At nightfall I return home and seek my writing room, and divesting myself on its threshold of my rustic garments, stained with mud and mire, I assume courtly attire, and thus suitably clothed, I enter within the ancient courts of ancient men, by whom, being cordially welcomed, I am fed with the food that alone is mine, and for which I was born, and am not ashamed to hold discourse with them and inquire the motives of their actions. And these men in their humanity replied to me, and for the space of 4 hours I feel no weariness, remember no trouble, no longer fear poverty, no longer dread death. My whole being is absorbed in them. And since Dante says that there could be no science without retaining that which is heard, I have recorded that which I have acquired from the conversation of these worthies, and have composed a pamphlet, De Principatibus, in which I plunge as deeply as I can into cogitations upon this subject, discussing the nature of princedom, of how many species it consists, how these are to be acquired, how they are maintained, why they are lost. And if you ever cared for any of my scribbles, this one ought not to displease you. And it should be especially welcome to a new prince, for which reason I dedicate it to his magnificence, Giuliano. December 10th, 1513. Probably Machiavelli has here simplified the story. Apparently he began by writing his discourses on the first 10 books of Livy, completing his commentary on only the first 3 books. He dedicated these discorsi to Zanobi Buondelmonti and Cosimo Rucellai, saying, I send you the worthiest gift I have to offer, inasmuch as it comprises all that I have learned from long experience and continuous study. He remarks that classic literature and law and medicine have been revived to enlighten modern writing and practice. He proposes likewise to resuscitate classic principles of government and apply them to contemporary politics. He does not derive his political philosophy from history, but selects from history incidents supporting the conclusions to which he has been led by his own experience and thought. He takes his examples almost entirely from Livy, sometimes in his haste basing arguments on legends, and occasionally helping himself to morsels from Polybius. As he proceeded with the discourses, he perceived that they would be too long, and too long delayed in their completion, to serve as a practical gift to one of the ruling Medici. Therefore, he interrupted the work to write a summary that would embody his conclusions. This would have a better chance of being read and of bringing a fair return in the friendship of the powerful family that now, 1513, ruled half of Italy. So he composed Il Principe, as he came to entitle the book, in a few months of that year. He planned to dedicate it to Giuliano de' Medici, then ruling Florence. But Giuliano died, 1516, before Machiavelli could make up his mind to send the book to him, so he rededicated it and sent it to Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, who made no acknowledgment of it. It circulated in manuscript and was surreptitiously copied. It was not printed till 1532, 5 years after the author's death. Thereafter it was among the most frequently reprinted books in any language. To his own description of himself we can add only the anonymous portrait of him in the Uffizi Gallery. It shows a slender figure with pale face, hollow cheeks, sharp dark eyes, thin lips tightly closed. Obviously a man of thought rather than of action, and of keen intelligence rather than of amiable will. He could not be a good diplomat because he was too visibly subtle, nor a good statesman because he was too intense, grasping ideas fanatically as in the portrait he tightly clasps the gloves that affirm his semi-genteel rank. This man who so often wrote like a cynic, whose lips so often curled into sarcasm, who plumed himself on such perfect mendacity that he could make people think he lied when he spoke the truth, was in his heart of hearts a flaming patriot who made the salus populi, the suprema lex, and subordinated all morality to the unification and redemption of Italy. There were many unlikable qualities in him. When Borgia was up, he idealized him. When Borgia was down, he followed the crowd and denounced the broken Caesar as a criminal and a rebel against Christ. When the Medici were out, he condemned them eloquently, When they were in, he licked their boots for a post. He not only visited brothels before and after marriage, but sent his friends detailed descriptions of his adventures there. Several of his letters are so coarse that not even his most voluminous and admiring biographer has dared to publish them. Nearing 50, Machiavelli writes, "Cupid's nets still enthrall me. Bad roads cannot exhaust my patience, nor dark nights daunt my courage. My whole mind is bent on love, for which I give Venus thanks." These things are forgivable, for man was not made for monogamy, but less pardonable, though quite in harmony with the custom of the times, is the complete absence from all of Machiavelli's considerable surviving correspondence of any word of tenderness, of any word about his wife. Meanwhile, he turned his able pen to divers forms of composition, rivaled the masters in each. In a treatise on the art of war, L'Arte de la Guerra, 1520, he announced to states and generals from his ivory tower the laws of military power and success. A nation that has lost the martial virtues is doomed. An army requires not gold, but men. Gold alone will not procure good soldiers, but good soldiers will always procure gold. Gold will flow to the strong nation, but strength departs from the rich nation, for wealth makes for ease and decay. Consequently, an army must be kept busy. A little war now and then will keep the martial muscles and apparatus in trim. Cavalry is beautiful, except when faced with sturdy pikes. The infantry must ever be regarded as the very nerve and foundation of an army. Mercenary armies are the shame and sloth and ruin of Italy. Each state should have a citizen militia, constituted of men who would be fighting for their own country, their own lands. Trying his hand at fiction, Machiavelli wrote one of Italy's most popular novelle, Belfagor Arcidiavolo, bursting with satiric wit on the institution of marriage. Turning to drama, he composed the outstanding comedy of the Italian Renaissance stage, Mandragola. The prologue struck a new note, making a novel curtsy to critics. Should anyone seek to cow the author by evil speaking, I warn you that he too knows how to speak evil, and indeed excels in the art, and that he has no respect for anyone in Italy, though he bows and scrapes to those better dressed than himself. The play is an astounding revelation of Renaissance morals. The scene is laid in Florence. Callimaco, hearing an acquaintance praise the beauty of Lucrezia, wife of Nicias, decides, though he has never seen her, that he must seduce her if only to be able to sleep in peace. He is disturbed to learn that Lucrezia is as famous for her modesty as for her beauty, but he takes hope on being told that Nicias frets over her failure to conceive. He bribes a friend to introduce him to Nicias as a physician. He professes to have a potion that will make any woman fertile. But alas, the first man who lies with her after she has taken it will soon afterward die. He offers to undertake this mortal adventure, and Nicias, with the traditional kindness of characters to their authors, consents to be replaced. But Lucrezia is obstinately virtuous. She hesitates to commit both adultery and murder in one night. All is not lost. Her mother, lusting for progeny, bribes a friar to advise her in the confessional to go through with the plan. Lucrezia yields, drinks, lies with Callimaco, and becomes pregnant. The story ends with everybody happy. The friar purifies Lucrezia, Nicias rejoices in his vicarious parentage, and Callimaco can sleep. The play is excellent in structure, brilliant in dialogue, powerful in satire. What startles us is not the seductive theme, long hackneyed in classical comedy, nor even the merely physical interpretation of love, but the turn of the plot upon the readiness of a friar to counsel adultery for 25 ducats, and the fact that in 1520 the play was produced with great success before Leo X in Rome. The Pope was so pleased with it that he asked Cardinal Giulio de' Medici to give Machiavelli some employment as a writer. Giulio suggested a history of Florence and offered 300 ducats, about $3,750. The resultant Storiae Fiorentine 1520 to 25, was almost as decisive a revolution in historiography as The Prince in political philosophy. It is true that the book had vital defects. It was hastily inaccurate. It plagiarized substantial passages from previous historians. It was more interested in the strife of factions than in the development of institutions. And it totally ignored cultural history, as did nearly every historian before Voltaire. But it was the first major history written in Italian, and its Italian was clear, vigorous, and direct. It rejected the fables with which Florence had embellished her origins. It abandoned the usual chronicle year-by-year plan and gave instead a smooth-flowing and logical narrative. It dealt not merely with events but with causes and effects. And it forced upon the chaos of Florentine politics a clarifying analysis of conflicting families, classes, and interests. It carried the tale along on two unifying themes: that the popes had kept Italy divided to preserve the temporal independence of the papacy, and that the great advances of Italy had come under princes like Theodoric, Cosimo, and Lorenzo. That a book with such tendencies should have been written by a man seeking papal ducats, and that Pope Clement VII accepted its dedication without complaint, illustrates the courage of the author and the mental and financial liberality of the Pope. The history of Florence gave Machiavelli occupation for 5 years, but it did not satisfy his longing to swim again in the muddy stream of politics. When Francis I lost everything but honor and his skin at Pavia, 1525, and Clement VII found himself helpless against Charles V, Machiavelli sent letters to the Pope and to Guicciardini explaining what could yet be done against the imminent Spanish-German conquest of Italy. And perhaps his suggestion that the Pope should arm, empower, and finance Giovanni delle Bandenere might have delayed destiny a while. When Giovanni died and the German horde advanced upon Florence as a rich and plunderable ally of the French, Machiavelli rushed to the city, and at Clement's request prepared a report on how the walls might be restored to make it defensible. On May 18, 1526, he was chosen by the Medician government to head a board of 5 curators of the walls. The Germans, however, bypassed Florence and headed for Rome. When that city was sacked and Clement was a prisoner of the mob, the Republican Party in Florence once more expelled the Medici and restored the Republic. May 16, 1527. Machiavelli rejoiced and hopefully applied for his old post as Secretary of the Ten for War. He was turned down June 10, 1527. His dealings with the Medici had lost him the support of the Republicans. He did not long survive that blow. The vital spark of life and hope flickered out in him and left the flesh spiritless. He fell ill, suffering violent spasms of the stomach. Wife, children, and friends gathered round his bedside. He confessed to a priest and died 12 days after his rejection. He left his family in the utmost poverty, and the Italy that he had labored to unite was in ruins. He was buried in the church of Santa Croce, where a handsome monument marked with the words "Tanto nomini nullum par elogium," no eulogy would do justice to so great a name, bears witness that in Italy at last united has forgiven his sins and remembered his dream. 3. The Philosopher. Let us examine the Machiavellian philosophy as impartially as we can. Nowhere else shall we find so much independent and fearless thinking on ethics and politics. Machiavelli was justified in claiming that he had opened new routes on relatively untraveled seas. It is almost exclusively a political philosophy. There is no metaphysics here, no theology, no theism or atheism, no discussion of determinism or free will. And ethics itself is soon shoved aside as subordinate to, almost a tool of, politics. Politics, he understands, as the high art of creating, capturing, protecting, and strengthening a state. He is interested in states rather than in humanity. He sees individuals merely as members of a state. Except as they help to determine its destiny, he pays no attention to the parade of egos across the landscape of time. He wishes to know why states rise and fall, and how they can be made to defer as long as possible their inevitable decay. A philosophy of history, a science of government are possible, he thinks, because human nature never changes. Wise men say, not without reason, that whoever wishes to foresee the future must consult the past, for human events ever resemble those of preceding times. This arises from the fact that they are produced by men who have been and ever will be animated by the same passions, and thus they must necessarily have the same results. I believe that the world has always been the same and has always contained as much good and evil, although variously distributed among the nations according to the times. Among the most instructive regularities of history are the phenomena of growth and decay in civilizations and states. Here Machiavelli meets a very complex problem with a very simple formula. Valor produces peace, peace repose, repose disorder, disorder ruin. From disorder order springs, from order valor, virtù, from this glory and good fortune. Hence wise men have observed that the age of literary excellence is subsequent to that of distinction in arms, and that great warriors are produced before philosophers. In addition to the general factors in growth or decay may be the action and influence of leading individuals, so the excessive ambition of a ruler, blinding him to the inadequacy of his resources for his aims, may ruin his state by leading it into war with a stronger power. Fortune or chance also enters into the rise and fall of states. Fortune is the arbiter of one half our actions, but she still leaves us to direct the other half. The more virtù a man has, the less he will be subject to fortune or yield to it. The history of a state follows general laws, determined by the natural wickedness of men. All men are by nature acquisitive, deceitful, pugnacious, cruel, and corrupt. Whoever wishes to found a state and give it laws must start with assuming that all men are bad and ever ready to display their vicious nature whenever they find occasion for it. If their evil disposition remains concealed for a time, it must be attributed to some unknown reason. We must assume that it lacked occasion to show itself. But time does not fail to bring it to light. The wish to acquire is in truth very natural and common, and men always acquire when they can. And for this they will be praised, not blamed. This being so, men can be made good, that is, capable of living with order in a society, only by the application, in sequence, of force, deceit, and habit. This is the origin of a state. The organization of force through army and police, the establishment of rules and laws, and the gradual formation of habits, for the maintenance of leadership and order in a human group. The more developed a state, the less force will have to be used or visible in it. Indoctrination and habit will suffice, for in the hands of a capable lawgiver or ruler, the people are as soft clay in the hands of a sculptor. The best means of habituating naturally wicked men to law and order is religion. Machiavelli, whom his admirer Paolo Jovio calls irisor et atheos, a satirical atheist, writes enthusiastically about religious institutions. Although the founder of Rome was Romulus, yet the gods did not judge the laws of this prince sufficient, and therefore they inspired the Roman Senate to elect Numa Pompilius as his successor. Numa, finding a very savage people and wishing to reduce them to civil obedience by the arts of peace, had recourse to religion as the most necessary and assured support of any civil society. And he established it upon such foundations that for many centuries there was nowhere more fear of the gods than in that republic, which greatly facilitated all the enterprises which the Senate or its great men attempted. Numa feigned that he held converse with a nymph who dictated to him all that he wished to persuade the people to. In truth, there never was any remarkable lawgiver who did not resort to divine authority, as otherwise his laws would not have been accepted by the people. For there are many good laws, the importance of which is known to the sagacious lawgiver, but the reasons for which are not sufficiently evident to enable him to persuade others to submit to them. and therefore do wise men to remove this difficulty resort to divine authority. The observance of religious institutions is the cause of the greatness of republics. Disregard of these institutions produces the ruin of states. For where the fear of God is wanting, there the country will be destroyed, unless it be sustained by fear of the prince, which may for a time supply the want of religion. But the lives of princes are short. Princes and republics who wish to maintain themselves must above all things preserve the purity of religious observances and treat them with proper reverence. Of all men who have been eulogized, those deserve it most who have been the authors and founders of religions. Next come such as have established republics or kingdoms. After these, the most celebrated are those who have commanded armies and have extended the possessions of their country. To these may be added literary men. Conversely, those men are doomed to infamy and universal execration who have destroyed religions, who have overturned republics and kingdoms, who are enemies of virtue or of letters. Having accepted religion in general, Machiavelli turns upon Christianity and excoriates it as having failed to make good citizens. It diverted too much attention to heaven and enfeebled men by preaching the feminine virtues. The Christian religion makes us hold of small account the love of this world, and renders us more gentle. The ancients, on the contrary, found their highest delight in this world. Their religion beatified none but men crowned with worldly glory, such as leaders of armies and founders of republics, whereas our religion has rather glorified meek and contemplative men than men of action. It has placed the supreme good in humility and poorness of spirit, and in contempt for worldly things, whereas the other placed it in greatness of mind, in bodily strength, and in all that gives men daring. Thus the world has fallen a prey to the wicked, who have found men readier for the sake of going to paradise to submit to blows rather than to resent them. Had the religion of Christianity been preserved according to the ordinances of its founder, the states and commonwealths of Christendom would have been far more united and happy than they are. Nor can there be a greater proof of its decadence than the fact that the nearer people are to the Roman Church, the head of this religion, the less religious they are. And whoever examines the principles on which that religion is founded, and sees how widely different from those principles its present practice and application are, will judge that her ruin or chastisement is near at hand. Possibly the Christian religion would have been entirely extinguished by its corruption, had not St. Francis and St. Dominic restored it to its original principles. To ensure a long existence to religious sects or republics, it is necessary frequently to bring them back to their original principles. We do not know whether these words were written before news had reached Italy of the Protestant Reformation. The rebellion of Machiavelli against Christianity is quite different from the rebellion of Voltaire, Diderot, Paine, Darwin, Spencer, Renan. These men rejected the theology of Christianity, but retained and admired the Christian moral code. This attitude continued till Nietzsche, and softened the conflict between religion and science. Machiavelli is not bothered by the incredibility of the dogmas. He takes that for granted, but accepts the theology with a good stomach, on the ground that some system of supernatural belief is an indispensable support of social order. What he rejects most decisively in Christianity is its ethic, its conception of goodness as gentleness, humility, non-resistance, its love of peace and its denunciation of war, its assumption that states as well as citizens are bound by the one moral code. For his part, he prefers the Roman ethic, based upon the principle that the safety of the people or state is the supreme law. Where it is an absolute question of the welfare of our country, we must admit of no considerations of justice or injustice, of mercy or cruelty, of praise or ignominy. But putting all else aside, we must adopt whatever course will save the nation's existence and liberty. Morality in general is a code of conduct given to the members of a society or state to maintain collective order, unity, and strength. The government of that state would fail in its duty if, in defending the state, it should allow itself to be restricted by the moral code that it must inculcate in its citizens. Hence, a diplomat is not bound by the moral code of his people. When the act accuses him, the result should excuse him. The end justifies the means. No good man will ever reproach another who endeavors to defend his country, whatever be his mode of doing so. Frauds, cruelties, and crimes committed in order to preserve one's country are honorable frauds, glorious crimes. So Romulus did right in killing his brother. The young government had to have unity, or it would be torn to pieces. There is no natural law, no right universally agreed upon. Politics, in the sense of statesmanship, must be held completely independent of morality. If we apply these considerations to the ethics of war, Machiavelli is sure that they make Christian pacifism ridiculous and treasonable. War violates practically all the commandments of Moses. It swears, lies, steals, kills, commits adultery by the thousands. Nevertheless, if it preserves the society or strengthens it, it is good. When a state ceases to expand, it begins to decay. When it loses the will to war, it is finished. Peace too long maintained is enervating and disruptive. An occasional war is a national tonic, restoring discipline, vigor, and unity. The Romans of the Republic kept themselves ever ready for war. When they saw that they would have trouble with another state, they did nothing to avoid the war, but sent an army to attack Philip V in Macedon and Antiochus III in Greece, rather than wait for them to bring the evils of war to Italy. Virtue, to a Roman, was not humility or gentleness or peace, but virility, manliness, courage with energy and intelligence. This is what Machiavelli means by virtù. From this point of view of a statesmanship quite freed of moral restraints, Machiavelli moves to meet what seems to him the basic problem of his time: to achieve for Italy the unity and strength indispensable to her collective liberty. He views with indignation the division, disorder, corruption, and weakness of his country. And here we find what in Petrarch's day was so rare: a man who loved his city not the less because he loved his country more. Who was responsible for keeping Italy so divided, and therefore so helpless against the foreigner? A nation can never be united and happy except when it obeys only one government, whether a republic or a monarchy, as is the case in France and Spain. And the one cause why Italy is not in the same condition is the Church. For having acquired and holding a temporal dominion, yet she has never had sufficient power or courage to enable her to seize the rest of the country and make herself sole sovereign of all Italy. Guicciardini wrote an important comment on this passage. It is true that the Church has prevented the union of Italy in a single state, but I do not know whether this be a good or an evil. A single republic might certainly have made the name of Italy glorious and been of the utmost profit to the capital city, but it would have proved the ruin of every other city. It is true that our divisions have brought many calamities upon us, although it should be remembered that the invasions of the barbarians began at the time of the Romans, precisely when Italy was united. And divided Italy has succeeded in having so many free cities that I believe a single republic would have caused her more misery than happiness. This land has always desired liberty, and therefore has never been able to unite under one rule. Considerazioni interno ai discorsi di Machiavelli, Chapter 1, page 12. We have a new idea here. Machiavelli condemns the Church not for protecting her temporal power, but for not having used all her resources to bring Italy under her political rule. So Machiavelli admired Caesar Borgia at Imola and Senigallia, because he thought he saw in that ruthless youth the conception and promise of a united Italy, and he was prepared to justify any means that the Borgias might use to accomplish this heroic consummation. When he turned against Caesar at Rome in 1503, it may have been through rage that his idol had allowed a cup of poison, as Machiavelli thought, to destroy the dream. From 2 centuries of disunity, Italy had fallen into such physical weakness and social decay that now, Machiavelli argued, only violent means could save her. Governments and people alike were corrupt. Sexual vice had come to replace military ardor and skill. As in the dying days of ancient Rome, the citizens had delegated to others, there to barbarians, here to mercenaries, the defense of their cities and their lands. But what did these mercenary bands or their condottieri care for the unity of Italy? They lived and thrived by its division. They had by mutual agreement made war a game almost as safe as politics. Their soldiers had inconvenient objections to being killed. And when they met foreign armies, they took to their heels and brought Italy to slavery and contempt. Who then would make Italy one? How could it be done? Not by democratic suasion. Men and cities were too individualistic, too partisan and too corrupt to accept union peaceably. It would have to be imposed upon them by all the methods of statecraft and war. Only a ruthless dictator could do it, one who would not let conscience make a coward of him, but would strike with an iron hand, letting his great aim justify all means. We are not sure that the Prince was written in this mood. In the very year 1513 in which it was apparently begun, Machiavelli wrote to a friend that the idea of Italian union is laughable. Even if the heads of the states could agree, we have no soldiers but the Spaniards that are worth a farthing. Moreover, the people would never agree with the leaders. But in the same 1513, Leo X, young and rich and clever, had reached the papacy. Florence and Rome, so long enemies, were united under the Medici. When Machiavelli transferred the dedication of the book to Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, that state too had fallen to the Medici. The new duke was only 24 in 1516. He had shown ambition and courage. Machiavelli might forgivably look to this reckless spirit as one who, under the guidance and diplomacy of Leo and the instruction of Machiavelli, could accomplish what Caesar Borgia, under Alexander VI, had begun, could lead the Italian states, at least north of Naples and omitting proud Venice, into a federation strong enough to discourage foreign invasion. There is evidence that this was also Leo's hope. The dedication of the prince to the Medici, though probably aiming first of all to win employment for the author, could sincerely think of that family as the possible creators of Italian unity. The form of Il Principe was traditional. It followed the outline and method of 100 medieval treatises De Regimine Principium. But in content, what a revolution! No idealistic charge here to a prince to be a saint. No appeal to him to apply the Sermon on the Mount to the problems of a throne. On the contrary, it being my intention to write something that shall be useful to him who comprehends it, it appears to me more appropriate to follow up the real truth of a matter than the imagination of it. Many have pictured republics and principalities which in fact have never been known or seen, for how one lives is so far distant from how one ought to live, that he who neglects what is done for what ought to be done sooner effects his ruin than his preservation. A man who wishes to act entirely up to his professions of virtue soon meets with destruction amidst so much that is evil. Hence it is necessary for a prince who wishes to hold his own to know how to do wrong, and to make use of it, or not, according to necessity. The prince, therefore, must distinguish resolutely between morality and statesmanship, between his private conscience and the public good, and must be ready to do for the state what would be called wickedness in the relations of individuals. He must scorn half measures. Enemies who cannot be won over must be crushed. Contenders for his throne must be killed. He must have a strong army, for a statesman can speak no louder than his guns. He must keep his army in constant health, discipline, and equipment, and he must train himself for war by undertaking frequently the hardships and dangers of the hunt. At the same time he must study the arts of diplomacy, for sometimes cunning and deceit achieve more than force, and less expensively. Treaties are not to be honored when they have become a detriment to the nation. A wise lord cannot, nor ought he, keep faith when such observance can be turned against him, and when the reasons that caused him to pledge it no longer exist. Some degree of public support is indispensable, but if a ruler must choose between being feared without love or being loved without fear, he must sacrifice the love. On the other hand, say the Discorsi, a multitude is more easily governed by humanity and gentleness than by haughtiness and cruelty. Titus, Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus, and Marcus Aurelius did not require the Praetorian Guard nor the legions to defend them, because they were protected by their own good conduct, the goodwill of the people, and the love of the Senate. To secure popular support, the prince should patronize art and learning, provide public spectacles and games, and honor the guilds, always, however, maintaining the majesty of his rank. He should not give the people liberty, but should comfort them as far as possible with the appearances of liberty. Subject cities like Pisa and Arezzo, in the case of Florence, must be dealt with vigorously, even cruelly at the outset. Then, when obedience has been established, their submission may be made habitual by gentler means. Indiscriminate and prolonged cruelty is suicidal. The ruler should support religion, and should himself appear to be religious, whatever his private beliefs. Indeed, it is more important and profitable to the prince to seem to be virtuous than to be so. Though a prince need not possess all the virtues, to seem to have them is useful, as, for example, to seem merciful, loyal, humane, religious, and sincere. It is also useful to be so, but with a mind so flexible that if the need arise, he can be the contrary. He should be careful to let nothing fall from his lips that is not instinct with the 5 qualities mentioned. It must appear to those who see and hear him all compassion, all faith, all humanity, all religion, all integrity. One must color his conduct and be a great dissembler, and men are so simple, so absorbed in present necessities, that they are easily deceived. Everyone sees what you appear to be. Few know what you are, and those few dare not oppose the opinion of the many. To these precepts Machiavelli adds examples. He notes the success of Alexander VI and thinks it entirely due to marvelous lying. He admires Ferdinand the Catholic of Spain for always putting a religious front on his military enterprises. He praises the means, warlike courage and strategic skill mingled with diplomatic craft, by which Francesco Sforza rose to the throne of Milan. But above all, he holds up as his supreme and almost perfect exemplar, Caesar Borgia. When all the actions of the Duke are recalled, I do not know how to blame him, but rather it appears to me that I ought to offer him for imitation to all those who are raised to government. He was considered cruel. Nevertheless, his cruelty reconciled all the Romagna, unified it, and restored it to peace and loyalty. Having a lofty spirit and far-reaching aims, he could not have regulated his conduct otherwise, and only the shortening of the life of Alexander and his own sickness frustrated his designs. Therefore, he who considers it necessary to secure himself in his new principality, to gain friends, to overcome enemies by force or fraud, to make himself at once feared and loved by the people, to be followed and revered by the soldiers, to exterminate those who have power or reason to hurt him, to change the old order of things for new, to be severe and gracious, magnanimous and liberal, to destroy a disloyal soldiery and create new, to maintain friendship with kings and princes in such a way that they must help him with zeal and defend him with caution, cannot find a more lively example than the actions of this man. Machiavelli admired Borgia because he felt that his methods and character, had it not been for the simultaneous illness of Pope and son, would have gone far to unite Italy. Now, in concluding the prince, he appeals to the young Duke Lorenzo, and through him to Leo and the Medici, to organize the union of the peninsula. He describes his countrymen as more enslaved than the Hebrews, more oppressed than the Persians, more scattered than the Athenians, without head, without order, beaten, despoiled, pillaged and torn, and overrun by foreign powers. Italy, left as without life, waits for him who shall heal her wounds. She entreats God to send someone who shall deliver her from these wrong and alien insolencies. The situation is critical, but the opportunity is right. Italy is ready and willing to follow a banner if only someone will raise it. And who better than the Medici, the most famous family in Italy, and now heading the church? Who could express the love with which Italy would hail her liberator? With what thirst for revenge? What stubborn faith? What devotion? What tears? What door would be closed to him? Who would refuse him obedience? To all of us this barbarous dominion is a stench in the nostrils. Let therefore your illustrious house take up this charge, with that courage and hope with which all just enterprises are undertaken, so that under its standard our native country may be ennobled, and under its auspices may be verified those words of Petrarch. Virtù contra il furore, prendere l'arme e sia il combatter corto, che l'antico valore, negli italici cuor non è ancor morto. Manhood will take up arms against madness, and brief may the combat be, for the ancient valor is not yet dead in the veins of Italy. 4. Considerations. So the cry that Dante and Petrarch had sent up to alien emperors was here raised to the Medici. And indeed, had Leo lived longer and played less, Machiavelli might have seen the liberation begin. But young Lorenzo died in 1519, Leo in 1521, and in 1527, the year of Machiavelli's death, Italy's subjection to a foreign power was complete. Liberation would have to wait 343 years, until Cavour would effect it by Machiavellian statesmanship. Philosophers have been well-nigh unanimous in condemning the prince, and statesmen in practicing its precepts. 1,000 books began to appear against it on the morrow of its publication, 1532. But Charles V studied it carefully, Catherine de' Medici brought it to France, Henry III and Henry IV of France had it with them at their death, Richelieu admired it, William of Orange kept it under his pillow as if to memorize it by osmosis. Frederick the Great of Prussia wrote an anti-Machiavel as a prelude to outprincing the prince. To most rulers, of course, these precepts were no revelation, except as revealing injudiciously the secrets of their guild. Dreamers who thought to turn Machiavelli into a Jacobin fancied that he had written the prince not to express his own philosophy, but, by sarcastic indirection, to expose the ways and wiles of rulers. However, the discourses expound at greater length the same views. Francis Bacon ventured a condoning word. Our thanks are due to Machiavelli and similar writers who have openly and without dissimulation shown us what men are accustomed to do, not what they ought to do. Hegel's judgment was intelligent and generous. The prince has often been cast aside with horror as containing maxims of the most revolting tyranny. Yet it was Machiavelli's high sense of the necessity of constituting a state which caused him to lay down the principles on which alone states could be formed under the circumstances. The isolated lords and lordships had to be entirely suppressed. And though our idea of freedom is incompatible with the means which he proposes, including, as these do, the most reckless violence, all kinds of deception, murder, and the like, yet we must confess that the despots who had to be subdued were assailable in no other way. And Macaulay, in a famous essay, pictured the philosophy of Machiavelli as a natural reflex of an Italy brilliant and demoralized, and long since accustomed by her despots to the principles of the prince. Machiavelli represents the ultimate challenge of a revived paganism to a weakened Christianity. In his philosophy, religion becomes again, as in ancient Rome, the humble servant of a state which in effect is God. The only virtues honored are pagan Roman virtues: courage, endurance, self-reliance, intelligence. The only immortality is a fading fame. Perhaps Machiavelli exaggerated the enfeebling influence of Christianity. Had he forgotten the lusty wars of medieval history, the campaigns of Constantine, Belisarius, Charlemagne, the Templars, the Teutonic Knights, and Julius II of recent memory? The Christian morality emphasized the feminine virtues because men had the opposite qualities in ruinous abundance. Some antidote and counter-ideal had to be preached to the sadistic Romans of the amphitheater, to the rough barbarians entering Italy, to lawless peoples striving to subside into civilization. The virtues that Machiavelli scorned made for orderly and peaceful societies. Those that he admired, and like Nietzsche because he lacked them, made for strong and warlike states, and for dictators capable of murdering by the million to enforce conformity, and of incarnadining a planet to extend their rule. He confused the good of the ruler with the good of the nation. He thought too much of the preservation, seldom of the obligations, never of the corruption of power. He ignored the stimulating rivalry and cultural fertility of the Italian city-states. He cared little for the magnificent art of his time, or even for that of ancient Rome. He was lost in idolatry of the state. He helped to free the state from the church, but he shared in setting up for worship an atomistic nationalism, not visibly superior to the medieval notion of states subject to an international morality represented by the Pope. Each ideal has broken down under the natural selfishness of men, and a candid Christian must admit that in preaching and practicing the principle that no faith need be kept with a heretic, as in violating the safe conduct of Huss at Constance and of Alfonso of Ferrara in Rome, the Church herself was playing a Machiavellian game fatal to her mission as a moral power. And yet there is something stimulating in Machiavelli's forthrightness. Reading him, we are brought face to face, as nowhere else, so vividly, with a question that few philosophers had dared discuss. Is statesmanship bound by morality? We may come to at least one conclusion, that morality can exist only among the members of a society equipped to teach and enforce it, and that an interstate morality awaits the formation of an international organization dowered with the physical power and the public opinion to maintain an international law. Till then, the nations will be as beasts in the jungle, and whatever principles their governments may profess, their practice will be that of the prince. Looking back upon 2 centuries of intellectual revolt in Italy, from Petrarch to Machiavelli, we perceive that its essence and basis lay simply in lessened concern for another world and a rising affirmation of life. Men were delighted to rediscover a pagan civilization whose citizens were not worried about original sin or a punitive hell, and in which the natural impulses were accepted as forgivable elements in a vibrant society. Asceticism, self-abnegation, and the sense of sin lost their hold, almost their meaning, in the upper strata of the Italian population. Monasteries languished for lack of novices, and monks and friars and popes themselves sought the joys of the earth rather than the stigmata of Christ. The bonds of tradition and authority relaxed. The massive fabric of the church weighed more lightly on the thoughts and purposes of men. Life became more extrovert, and though this often took the form of violence, it cleansed many souls of neurotic fears and disorders that had darkened the medieval mind. The unfettered intellect disported itself happily in every field but science. The exuberance of emancipation hardly comported as yet with the discipline of experiment and the patience of research. That would come in the constructive aftermath of liberation. Meanwhile, among the educated, the practices of piety made room for the worship of intellect and genius. The belief in immortality was commuted into the quest for enduring renown. Pagan ideals like fortune, fate, and nature encroached upon the Christian conception of God. For all this, a price had to be paid. The brilliant enfranchisement of the mind sapped the supernatural sanctions of morality, and no others were found to effectually replace them. The result was such a repudiation of inhibitions Such a release of impulse and desire, so gay a luxuriance of immorality, as history had not known since the sophists had shattered the myths, freed the mind, and loosened the morals of ancient Greece.
Schopenhauer, The Age. Why did the first half of the 19th century lift up, as the voices of the age, a group of pessimistic poets, Byron in England, de Musset in France, Heine in Germany, Leopardi in Italy, Pushkin and Lermontov in Russia, a group of pessimistic composers, Schubert, Schumann, Chopin, and even the later Beethoven, a pessimist trying to convince himself that he is an optimist, and above all a profoundly pessimistic philosopher, Arthur Schopenhauer. That great anthology of woe, The World as Will and Idea, appeared in 1818. It was the age of the Holy Alliance. Waterloo had been fought, the revolution was dead, and the son of the revolution was rotting on a rock in a distant sea. Something of Schopenhauer's apotheosis of will was due to that magnificent and bloody apparition of the will made flesh in The Little Corsican, and something of his despair of life came from the pathetic distance of St. Helena. Will defeated at last, and dark death the only victor of all the wars. The Bourbons were restored, the feudal barons were returning to claim their lands, and the pacific idealism of Alexander had unwittingly mothered a league for the suppression of progress everywhere. The great age was over. "I thank God," said Goethe, "that I am not young in so thoroughly finished a world." All Europe lay prostrate. Millions of strong men had perished. Millions of acres of land had been neglected or laid waste. Everywhere on the continent, life had to begin again at the bottom, to recover painfully and slowly the civilizing economic surplus that had been swallowed up in war. Schopenhauer, traveling through France and Austria in 1804, was struck by the chaos and uncleanliness of the villages, the wretched poverty of the farmers, the unrest and misery of the towns. The passage of the Napoleonic and counter-Napoleonic armies had left scars of ravage on the face of every country. Moscow was in ashes. In England, proud victor in the strife, the farmers were ruined by the fall in the price of wheat, and the industrial workers were tasting all the horrors of the nascent and uncontrolled factory system. Demobilization added to unemployment. "I have heard my father say," wrote Carlyle, "that in the years when oatmeal was as high as 10 shillings a stone, he had noticed the laborers retire each separately to a brook, and there drink instead of dining, anxious only to hide their misery from one another. Never had life seemed so meaningless or so mean." Yes, the revolution was dead, and with it the life seemed to have gone out of the soul of Europe. That new heaven called Utopia, whose glamour had relieved the twilight of the gods, had receded into a dim future where only young eyes could see it. The older ones had followed that lure long enough, and turned away from it now as a mockery of men's hopes. Only the young can live in the future, and only the old can live in the past. Men were most of them forced to live in the present, and the present was a ruin. How many thousands of heroes and believers had fought for the revolution? How the hearts of youth everywhere in Europe had turned towards the young republic and had lived on the light and hope of it, until Beethoven tore into shreds the dedication of his heroic symphony to the man who had ceased to be the son of the revolution and had become the son-in-law of reaction. How many had fought even then for the great hope and had believed with passionate uncertainty to the very end? And now here was the very end. Waterloo and St. Helena and Vienna, and on the throne of prostrate France a Bourbon who had learned nothing and forgotten nothing. This was the glorious denouement of a generation of such hope and effort as human history had never known before. What a comedy this tragedy was, for those whose laughter was yet bitter with tears. Many of the poor had, in these days of disillusionment and suffering, the consolation of religious hope, but a large proportion of the upper classes had lost their faith and looked out upon a ruined world with no alleviating vision of a vaster life in whose final justice and beauty these ugly ills would be dissolved. And in truth it was hard enough to believe that such a sorry planet as men saw in 1818 was held up in the hand of an intelligent and benevolent God. Mephistopheles had triumphed, and every Faust was in despair. Voltaire had sown the whirlwind, and Schopenhauer was to reap the harvest. Seldom had the problem of evil been flung so vividly and insistently into the face of philosophy and religion. Every martial grave from Boulogne to Moscow and the pyramids lifted a mute interrogation to the indifferent stars. How long, O Lord, and why? Was this almost universal calamity the vengeance of a just God on the age of reason and unbelief? Was it a call to the penitent intellect to bend before the ancient virtues of faith, hope, and charity? So Schlegel thought, and Novalis and Chateaubriand, and de Musset, and Southey and Wordsworth and Gogol. And they turned back to the old faith like wasted prodigals happy to be home again. But some others made harsher answer, that the chaos of Europe but reflected the chaos of the universe, that there was no divine order after all, nor any heavenly hope, that God, if God there was blind, and evil brooded over the face of the earth. So Byron, and Heine, and Lermontov, and Leopardi, and our philosopher. The man. Schopenhauer was born at Danzig on February 22, 1788. His father was a merchant noted for ability, hot temper, independence of character, and love of liberty. He moved from Danzig to Hamburg when Arthur was 5 years old, because Danzig lost its freedom in the annexation of Poland in 1793. Young Schopenhauer, therefore, grew up in the midst of business and finance. And though he soon abandoned the mercantile career into which his father had pushed him, it left its mark upon him in a certain bluntness of manner, a realistic turn of mind, a knowledge of the world and of men. It made him the antipodes of that closet or academic type of philosopher whom he so despised. The father died, apparently by his own hand, in 1805. The paternal grandmother had died insane. The character or will, says Schopenhauer, is inherited from the father, the intellect from the mother. The mother had intellect. She became one of the most popular novelists of her day. But she had temperament and temper too. She had been unhappy with her prosaic husband. And when he died, she took to free love and moved to Weimar as the fittest climate for that sort of life. Arthur Schopenhauer reacted to this as Hamlet to his mother's remarriage. And his quarrels with his mother taught him a large part of those half-truths about women with which he was to season his philosophy. One of her letters to him reveals the state of their affairs. You are unbearable and burdensome and very hard to live with. All your good qualities are overshadowed by your conceit and made useless to the world simply because you cannot restrain your propensity to pick holes in other people. So they arranged to live apart. He was to come only to her at homes and be one guest among others. They could then be as polite to each other as strangers instead of hating each other like relatives. Goethe, who liked Madame Schopenhauer because she let him bring his Christiana with him, made matters worse by telling the mother that her son would become a very famous man. The mother had never heard of two geniuses in the same family. Finally, in some culminating quarrel, the mother pushed her son and rival down the stairs, whereupon our philosopher bitterly informed her that she would be known to posterity only through him. Schopenhauer quitted Weimar soon afterward, and though the mother lived 24 years more, he never saw her again. Byron, also a child of 1788, seems to have had similar luck with his mother. These men were almost by this circumstance doomed to pessimism. A man who has not known a mother's love, and worse, has known a mother's hatred, has no cause to be infatuated with the world. Meanwhile, Schopenhauer had gone through gymnasium and university, and had learned more than was on their schedules. He had his fling at love and the world, with results that affected his character and his philosophy. He became gloomy, cynical, and suspicious. He was obsessed with fears and evil fancies. He kept his pipes under lock and key, and never trusted his neck to a barber's razor, and he slept with loaded pistols at his bedside, presumably for the convenience of the burglar. He could not bear noise. I have long held the opinion, he writes, that the amount of noise which anyone can bear undisturbed stands in inverse proportion to his mental capacity, and may therefore be regarded as a pretty fair measure of it. Noise is a torture to all intellectual people. The superabundant display of vitality, which takes the form of knocking, hammering, and tumbling things about, has proved a daily torment to me all my life long. He had an almost paranoiac sense of unrecognized greatness. Missing success and fame, he turned within and gnawed at his own soul. He had no mother, no wife, no child, no family, no country. He was absolutely alone, with not a single friend, and between one and none there lies an infinity. Even more than Goethe, he was immune to the nationalistic fevers of his age. In 1813, he so far fell under the sway of Fichte's enthusiasm for a war of liberation against Napoleon that he thought of volunteering and actually bought a set of arms. But prudence seized him in time. He argued that Napoleon gave, after all, only concentrated and untrammeled utterance to that self-assertion and lust for more life which weaker mortals feel but must perforce disguise. Instead of going to war, he went to the country and wrote a doctor's thesis in philosophy. After this dissertation on the fourfold root of sufficient reason, 1813, Schopenhauer gave all his time and devoted all his power to the work which was to be his masterpiece, The World as Will and Idea. He sent the manuscript to the publisher magna cum laude. Here, he said, was no mere rehash of old ideas, but a highly coherent structure of original thought, clearly intelligible, vigorous, and not without beauty. A book which would hereafter be the source and occasion of 100 other books, all of which was outrageously egotistic and absolutely true. Many years later, Schopenhauer was so sure of having solved the chief problems of philosophy that he thought of having his signet ring carved with an image of the Sphinx throwing herself down the abyss, as she had promised to do on having her riddles answered. Nevertheless, the book attracted hardly any attention. The world was too poor and exhausted to read about its poverty and exhaustion. 16 years after publication, Schopenhauer was informed that the greater part of the edition had been sold as waste paper. In his essay on fame, in The Wisdom of Life, he quotes, with evident allusion to his masterpiece, two remarks of Lichtenberger's. Works like this are as a mirror. If an ass looks in, you cannot expect an angel to look out. And when a head and a book come into collision and one sounds hollow, is it always the book? Schopenhauer goes on with the voice of wounded vanity. The more a man belongs to posterity, in other words to humanity in general, so much the more is he an alien to his contemporaries. For since his work is not meant for them as such, but only insofar as they form part of mankind at large, there is none of that familiar local color about his productions which would appeal to them. And then he becomes as eloquent as the fox in the fable. Would a musician feel flattered by the loud applause of an audience if he knew that they were nearly all deaf, and that to conceal their infirmity he saw one or two persons applauding? And what would he say if he discovered that those one or two persons had often taken bribes to secure the loudest applause for the poorest player? In some men, egotism is a compensation for the absence of fame. In others, egotism lends a generous cooperation to its presence. So completely did Schopenhauer put himself into this book that his later works are but commentaries on it. He became Talmudist to his own Torah, exegete to his own Jeremiads. In 1836 he published an essay on the will in nature, which was to some degree incorporated into the enlarged edition of The World as Will and Idea, which appeared in 1844. In 1841 came The Two Ground Problems of Ethics, and in 1851 two substantial volumes of Parerga et Parliapomena, literally Byproducts and Leavings, which have been translated into English as the Essays. For this, the most readable of his works, and replete with wisdom and wit, Schopenhauer received as his total remuneration 10 free copies. Optimism is difficult under such circumstances. Only one adventure disturbed the monotony of his studious seclusion after leaving Weimar. He had hoped for a chance to present his philosophy at one of the great universities of Germany. The chance came in 1822, when he was invited to Berlin as Privatdozent. He deliberately chose for his lectures the very hours at which the then mighty Hegel was scheduled to teach. Schopenhauer trusted that the students would view him and Hegel with the eyes of posterity. But the students could not so far anticipate, and Schopenhauer found himself talking to empty seats. He resigned and revenged himself by those bitter diatribes against Hegel which mar the later editions of his chef-d'oeuvre. In 1831, a cholera epidemic broke out in Berlin. Both Hegel and Schopenhauer fled. But Hegel returned prematurely, caught the infection, and died in a few days. Schopenhauer never stopped until he reached Frankfurt, where he spent the remainder of his 72 years. Like a sensible pessimist, he had avoided that pitfall of optimists, the attempt to make a living with the pen. He had inherited an interest in his father's firm and lived in modest comfort on the revenue which this brought him. He invested his money with the wisdom on becoming a philosopher. When a company in which he had taken shares failed and the other creditors agreed to a 70% settlement, Schopenhauer fought for full payment and won. He had enough to engage 2 rooms in a boarding house. There he lived the last 30 years of his life, with no comrade but a dog. He called the little poodle Atma, the Brahmin's term for the world soul, but the wags of the town called it young Schopenhauer. He ate his dinners, usually, at the Englischer Hof. At the beginning of each meal he would put a gold coin upon the table before him, and at the end of each meal he would put the coin back into his pocket. It was, no doubt, an indignant waiter who at last asked him the meaning of this invariable ceremony. Schopenhauer answered that it was his silent wager to drop the coin into the poor box on the first day that the English officers dining there should talk of anything else than horses, women, or dogs. The universities ignored him and his books, as if to substantiate his claim that all advances in philosophy are made outside of academic walls. Nothing, says Nietzsche, so offended the German savants as Schopenhauer's unlikeness to them. But he had learned some patience. He was confident that, however belated, recognition would come. And at last, slowly, it came. Men of the middle classes, lawyers, physicians, merchants, found in him a philosopher who offered them no mere pretentious jargon of metaphysical unrealities, but an intelligible survey of the phenomena of actual life. A Europe disillusioned with the ideals and efforts of 1848 turned almost with acclamation to this philosophy that had voiced the despair of 1815. The attack of science upon theology, the socialist indictment of poverty and war, the biological stress on the struggle for existence, all these factors helped to lift Schopenhauer finally to fame. He was not too old to enjoy his popularity. He read with avidity all the articles that appeared about him. He asked his friends to send him every bit of printed comment they could find. He would pay the postage. In 1854, Wagner sent him a copy of Der Ring der Nibelungen, with a word in appreciation of Schopenhauer's philosophy of music. So the great pessimist became almost an optimist in his old age. He played the flute assiduously after dinner, and thanked time for ridding him of the fires of youth. People came from all over the world to see him, and on his 70th birthday in 1858, congratulations poured in upon him from all quarters and every continent. It was not too soon. He had but 2 more years to live. On September 21st, 1860, he sat down alone to breakfast, apparently well. An hour later, his landlady found him still seated at the table, dead. The world as idea. What strikes the reader at once upon opening The World as Will and Idea is its style. Here is no Chinese puzzle of Kantian terminology, no Hegelian obfuscation, no Spinozist geometry. Everything is clarity and order, and all is admirably centered about the leading conception of the world as will, and therefore strife, and therefore misery. What blunt honesty, what refreshing vigor, what uncompromising directness. Where his predecessors are abstract to the point of invisibility, with theories that give out few windows of illustration upon the actual world, Schopenhauer, like the son of a businessman, is rich in the concrete, in examples, in applications, even in humor. After Kant, humor in philosophy was a startling innovation. But why was the book rejected? Partly because it attacked just those who could have given it publicity, the university teachers. Hegel was philosophic dictator of Germany in 1818, yet Schopenhauer loses no time in assailing him. In the preface to the second edition, he writes, "No time can be more unfavorable to philosophy than that in which it is shamefully misused on the one hand to further political objects, on the other as a means of livelihood. Is there then nothing to oppose to the maxim primum vivere, deinde philosophari? These gentlemen desire to live, and indeed to live by philosophy. To philosophy they are assigned, with their wives and children. The rule, 'I sing the song of him whose bread I eat,' has always held good. The making of money by philosophy was regarded by the ancients as the characteristic of the sophists. Nothing is to be had for gold but mediocrity. It is impossible that an age which for 20 years has applauded a Hegel, that intellectual Caliban, as the greatest of the philosophers, could make him who has looked on at that desirous of its approbation. But rather, truth will always be paucorum hominum, and must therefore quietly and modestly wait for the few whose unusual mode of thought may find it enjoyable. Life is short, but truth works far and lives long. Let us speak the truth." These last words are nobly spoken, but there is something of sour grapes in it all. No man was ever more anxious for approbation than Schopenhauer. It would have been nobler still to say nothing ill of Hegel. De vivis nil nisi bonum. Of the living let us say nothing but good. And as for modestly awaiting recognition, "I cannot see," says Schopenhauer, "that between Kant and myself anything has been done in philosophy. I hold this thought, that the world is will to be that which has long been sought for under the name of philosophy, and the discovery of which is therefore regarded, by those who are familiar with history, as quite as impossible as the discovery of the philosopher's stone. I only intend to impart a single thought, yet notwithstanding all my endeavors, I could find no shorter way of imparting it than this whole book. Read the book twice, and the first time with great patience." So much for modesty. What is modesty but hypocritical humility, by means of which, in a world swelling with envy, a man seeks to obtain pardon for excellences and merits from those who have none? No doubt, when modesty was made a virtue, it was a very advantageous thing for the fools, for everybody is expected to speak of himself as if he were one. There was no humility about the first sentence of Schopenhauer's book. "The world," it begins, "is my idea." When Fichte had uttered a similar proposition, even the metaphysically sophisticated Germans had asked, "What does his wife say about this?" But Schopenhauer had no wife. His meaning, of course, was simple enough. He wished to accept at the outset the Kantian position that the external world is known to us only through our sensations and ideas. There follows an exposition of idealism, which is clear and forceful enough, but which constitutes the least original part of the book, and might better have come last than first. The world took a generation to discover Schopenhauer, because he put his worst foot forward and hid his own thought behind a 200-page barrier of second-hand idealism. Instead of recommending books about Schopenhauer, it would be better to send the reader to Schopenhauer himself. All 3 volumes of his main work, with the exception of Part 1 in each volume, are easy reading and full of matter, and all the essays are valuable and delightful. By way of biography, Wallace's life should suffice. In this essay it has been thought desirable to condense Schopenhauer's immense volumes not by rephrasing their ideas, but by selecting and coordinating the salient passages, and leaving the thought in the philosopher's own clear and brilliant language. The reader will have the benefit of getting Schopenhauer at first hand, however briefly. The most vital part of the first section is an attack on materialism. How can we explain mind as matter when we know matter only through mind? If we had followed materialism thus far with clear ideas, when we reached its highest point we would suddenly be seized with a fit of the inextinguishable laughter of the Olympians. As if waking from a dream, we would all at once become aware that its fatal result, knowledge, which it had reached so laboriously, was presupposed as the indispensable condition of its very starting point. Mere matter, and when we imagined that we thought matter, we really thought only the subject that perceives matter, the eye that sees it, the hand that feels it, the understanding that knows it. Thus, the tremendous petitio principii reveals itself unexpectedly. For suddenly the last link is seen to be the starting point, the chain of a circle, and the materialist is like Baron Munchausen, who, when swimming on horseback, drew the horse into the air with his legs, and himself by his cue. The crude materialism which even now, in the middle of the 19th century, has been served up again under the ignorant delusion that it is original. Stupidity denies vital force, and first of all tries to explain the phenomena of life from physical and chemical forces, and those again from the mechanical effects of matter. But I will never believe that even the simplest chemical combination will ever admit of mechanical explanation, much less the properties of light, heat, and electricity. These will always require a dynamical explanation. No, it is impossible to solve the metaphysical puzzle, to discover the secret essence of reality, by examining matter first and then proceeding to examine thought. We must begin with that which we know directly and intimately, ourselves. We can never arrive at the real nature of things from without. However much we may investigate, we can never reach anything but images and names. We are like a man who goes round a castle seeking in vain for an entrance, and sometimes sketching the facades. Let us enter within. If we can ferret out the ultimate nature of our own minds, we shall perhaps have the key to the external world. The world as will, the will to live. Almost without exception, philosophers have placed the essence of mind in thought and consciousness. Man was the knowing animal, the animal rationale. This ancient and universal radical error, this enormous proton pseudos, must before everything be set aside. Consciousness is the mere surface of our minds, of which, as of the earth, we do not know the inside but only the crust. Under the conscious intellect is the conscious or unconscious will, a striving, persistent vital force, a spontaneous activity, a will of imperious desire. The intellect may seem at times to lead the will, but only as a guide leads his master. The will is the strong blind man who carries on his shoulders the lame man who can see. We do not want a thing because we have found reasons for it. We find reasons for it because we want it. We even elaborate philosophies and theologies to cloak our desires. Hence Schopenhauer calls man the metaphysical animal. Other animals desire without metaphysics. Nothing is more provoking when we are arguing against a man with reasons and explanations, and taking all pains to convince him, than to discover at last that he will not understand, that we have to do with his will. Hence the uselessness of logic. No one ever convinced anybody by logic, and even logicians use logic only as a source of income. To convince a man, you must appeal to his self-interest, his desires, his will. Observe how long we remember our victories and how soon we forget our defeats. Memory is the menial of will. In doing accounts, we make mistakes much oftener in our own favor than to our disadvantage, and this without the slightest dishonest intention. On the other hand, the understanding of the stupidest man becomes keen when objects are in question that closely concern his wishes. In general, the intellect is developed by danger, as in the fox, or by want, as in the criminal. But always it seems subordinate and instrumental to desire. When it attempts to displace the will, confusion follows. No one is more liable to mistakes than he who acts only on reflection. Consider the agitated strife of men for food, mates, or children. Can this be the work of reflection? Certainly not. The cause is the half-conscious will to live, and to live fully. Men are only apparently drawn from in front. In reality, they are pushed from behind. They think they are led on by what they see, when in truth they are driven on by what they feel, by instincts of whose operation they are half the time unconscious. Intellect is merely the minister of foreign affairs. Nature has produced it for the service of the individual will. Therefore, it is only designed to know things so far as they afford motives for the will, but not to fathom them or to comprehend their true being. The will is the only permanent and unchangeable element in the mind. It is the will which, through continuity of purpose, gives unity to consciousness and holds together all its ideas and thoughts, accompanying them like a continuous harmony. It is the organ point of thought. Character lies in the will and not in the intellect. Character, too, is continuity of purpose and attitude, and these are will. Popular language is correct when it prefers the heart to the head. It knows, because it has not reasoned about it, that a good will is profounder and more reliable than a clear mind. And when it calls a man shrewd, knowing, or cunning, it implies its suspicion and dislike. Brilliant qualities of mind win admiration, but never affection. And all religions promise a reward for excellences of the will or heart, but none for excellences of the head or understanding. Even the body is the product of the will. The blood, pushed on by that which we vaguely call life, builds its own vessels by wearing grooves in the body of the embryo. The grooves deepen and close up and become arteries and veins. The will to know builds the brain just as the will to grasp forms the hand, or as the will to eat develops the digestive tract. This is the Lamarckian view of growth and evolution as due to desires and functions compelling structures and begetting organs. Indeed, these pairs, these forms of will and these forms of flesh, are but two sides of one process and reality. The relation is best seen in emotion, where the feeling and the internal bodily changes form one complex unit. The act of will and the movement of the body are not two different things objectively known, which the bond of causality unites. They do not stand in the relation of cause and effect. They are one and the same, but they are given in entirely different ways, immediately and again in perception. The action of the body is nothing but the act of the will objectified. This is true of every movement of the body. The whole body is nothing but objectified will. The parts of the body must therefore completely correspond to the principal desires through which the will manifests itself. They must be the visible expression of these desires. Teeth, throat, and bowels are objectified hunger. The organs of generation are objectified sexual desire. The whole nervous system constitutes the antennae of the will, which it stretches within and without. As the human body generally corresponds to the human will generally, so the individual bodily structure corresponds to the individually modified will, the character of the individual. The intellect tires, the will never. The intellect needs sleep, but the will works even in sleep. Fatigue, like pain, has its seat in the brain. Muscles not connected with the cerebrum, like the heart, never tire. In sleep, the brain feeds, but the will requires no food. Hence, the need for sleep is greatest in brain workers. This fact, however, must not mislead us into extending sleep unduly, for then it loses in intensity and becomes mere loss of time. In sleep, the life of man sinks to the vegetative level, and then the will works according to its original and essential nature, undisturbed from without, with no diminution of its power through the activity of the brain and the exertion of knowing, which is the heaviest organic function. Therefore, in sleep, the whole power of the will is directed to the maintenance and improvement of the organism. Hence, all healing, all favorable crises take place in sleep. Burdock was right when he declared sleep to be the original state. The embryo sleeps almost continuously, and the infant most of the time. Life is a struggle against sleep, but first we win ground from it, which in the end it recovers. Sleep is a morsel of death borrowed to keep up and renew that part of life which has been exhausted by the day. It is our eternal foe. Even when we are awake, it possesses us partly. After all, what is to be expected of heads, even the wisest of which is every night the scene of the strangest and the most senseless dreams, and which has to take up its meditations again on awakening from them? Will, then, is the essence of man. Now, what if it is also the essence of life in all its forms, and even of inanimate matter? What if will is the long sought for, the long despaired of thing in itself, the ultimate inner reality and secret essence of all things? Let us try then to interpret the external world in terms of will, and let us go at once to the bottom. Where others have said that will is a form of force, let us say that force is a form of will. To Hume's question, what is causality, we shall answer, will. As will is the universal cause in ourselves, so it is in things. And unless we so understand cause as will, causality will remain only a magic and mystic formula, really meaningless. Without this secret, we are driven to mere occult qualities like force or gravity or affinity. We do not know what these forces are, but we know, at least a little more clearly, what will is. Let us say then that repulsion and attraction, combination and decomposition, magnetism and electricity, gravity and crystallization are will. Goethe expressed this idea in the title of one of his novels, when he called the irresistible attraction of lovers Die Wahlverwandtschaften, elective affinities. The force which draws the lover and the force which draws the planet are one. So in plant life, the lower we go among the forms of life, the smaller we find the role of intellect, but not so with will. That which in us pursues its ends by the light of knowledge, but here only strives blindly and dumbly in a one-sided and unchangeable manner, must yet in both cases come under the name of will. Unconsciousness is the original and natural condition of all things, and therefore also the basis from which, in particular species of beings, consciousness results as their highest efflorescence. Wherefore even the unconsciousness always continues to predominate. Accordingly, most existences are without consciousness, but yet they act according to the laws of their nature, i.e. of their will. Plants have at most a very weak analog of consciousness, the lowest species of animals only the dawn of it. But even after it has ascended through the whole series of animals to man and his reason, the unconsciousness of plants, from which it started, still remains the foundation and may be traced in the necessity for sleep. Aristotle was right. There is a power within that molds every form, in plants and planets, in animals and men. The instinct of animals in general gives us the best illustration of what remains of teleology in nature. For as instinct is an action similar to that which is guided by the conception of an end, and yet is entirely without this, so all construction in nature resembles that which is guided by the conception of an end, and yet is entirely without it. The marvelous mechanical skill of animals shows how prior the will is to the intellect. An elephant which had been led through Europe and had crossed hundreds of bridges refused to advance upon a weak bridge, though it had seen many horses and men crossing it. A young dog fears to jump down from the table. It foresees the effect of the fall not by reasoning, for it has no experience of such a fall, but by instinct. Orangutans warm themselves by a fire which they find, but they do not feed the fire. Obviously, then, such actions are instinctive and not the result of reasoning. They are the expression not of intellect, but of will. The will, of course, is a will to live and a will to maximum life. How dear life is to all living things, and with what silent patience it will bide its time. For thousands of years, galvanism slumbered in copper and zinc, and they lay quietly beside silver, which must be consumed in flame as soon as all three are brought together under the required conditions. Even in the organic kingdom, we see a dry seed preserve the slumbering force of life through 3,000 years, and when at last the favorable circumstances occur, grow up as a plant. Living toads found in limestone lead to the conclusion that even animal life is capable of suspension for thousands of years. The will is a will to live, and its eternal enemy is death. But perhaps it can defeat even death? The will to reproduce. It can, by the strategy and martyrdom of reproduction. Every normal organism hastens, at maturity, to sacrifice itself to the task of reproduction. From the spider who is eaten up by the female he has just fertilized, or the wasp that devotes itself to gathering food for offspring it will never see, to the man who wears himself to ruin in the effort to feed and clothe and educate his children. Reproduction is the ultimate purpose of every organism and its strongest instinct, for only so can the will conquer death. And to ensure this conquest of death, the will to reproduce is placed almost entirely beyond control of knowledge or reflection. Even a philosopher occasionally has children. The will shows itself here as independent of knowledge and works blindly as in unconscious nature. Accordingly, the reproductive organs are properly the focus of will and form the opposite pole to the brain, which is the representative of knowledge. The former are the life-sustaining principle. They ensure endless life. For this reason, they were worshipped by the Greeks in the phallus and by the Hindus in the lingam. Hesiod and Parmenides said very significantly that Eros is the first, the creator, the principle from which all things proceed. The relation of the sexes is really the invisible central point of all action and conduct, and peeps out everywhere in spite of all veils thrown over it. It is the cause of war and the end of peace, the basis of what is serious and the aim of the jest, the inexhaustible source of wit, the key of all illusions, and the meaning of all mysterious hints. We see it at every moment seat itself as the true and hereditary lord of the world, out of the fullness of its own strength, upon the ancestral throne, and looking down thence with scornful glance, laugh at the preparations made to bind it or imprison it, or at least limit it, and wherever possible keep it concealed, and even so to master it that it shall only appear as a subordinate secondary concern of life. The metaphysics of love revolves about this subordination of the father to the mother, of the parent to the child, of the individual to the species. And first, the law of sexual attraction is that the choice of mate is to a large extent determined, however unconsciously, by mutual fitness to procreate. Each seeks a mate that will neutralize his defects, lest they be inherited. A physically weak man will seek a strong woman. Each one will especially regard as beautiful in another individual those perfections which he himself lacks, nay, even those imperfections which are the opposite of his own. The physical qualities of two individuals can be such that for the purpose of restoring as far as possible the type of the species, the one is quite specially and perfectly the completion and supplement of the other, which therefore desires it exclusively. The profound consciousness with which we consider and ponder every part of the body, the critical scrupulosity with which we look at a woman who begins to please us, the individual here acts without knowing it by order of something higher than himself. Every individual loses attraction for the opposite sex in proportion as he or she is removed from the fittest period for begetting or conceiving. Youth without beauty has still always attraction. Beauty without youth has none. That in every case of falling in love, what alone is looked to is the production of an individual of a definite nature, is primarily confirmed by the fact that the essential matter is not the reciprocation of love, but possession. Nevertheless, no unions are so unhappy as these love marriages, and precisely for the reason that their aim is the perpetuation of the species and not the pleasure of the individual. He who marries from love must live in sorrow, runs a Spanish proverb. Half the literature of the marriage problem is stultified because it thinks of marriage as mating, instead of thinking of it as an arrangement for the preservation of the race. Nature does not seem to care whether the parents are happy forever afterwards, or only for a day, so long as reproduction is achieved. Marriages of convenience, arranged by the parents of the mates, are often happier than marriages of love. Yet the woman who marries for love, against the advice of her parents, is in a sense to be admired, for she has preferred what is of most importance and has acted in the spirit of nature, more exactly of the species, while the parents advised in the spirit of individual egoism. Love is the best eugenics. Since love is a deception practiced by nature, marriage is the attrition of love and must be disillusioning. Only a philosopher can be happy in marriage, and philosophers do not marry. Because the passion depended upon an illusion which represented that which has value only for the species as valuable for the individual, the deception must vanish after the attainment of the end of the species. The individual discovers that he has been the dupe of the species. If Petrarch's passion had been gratified, his song would have been silenced. The subordination of the individual to the species as instrument of its continuance appears again in the apparent dependence of individual vitality on the condition of the reproductive cells. The sexual impulse is to be regarded as the inner life of the tree, the species, upon which the life of the individual grows, like a leaf that is nourished by the tree and assists in nourishing the tree. This is why that impulse is so strong and springs from the depths of our nature. To castrate an individual means to cut him off from the tree of the species upon which he grows, and thus severed leaves him to wither. Hence the degradation of his mental and physical powers. That the service of the species, i.e. fecundation, is followed in the case of every animal individual by momentary exhaustion and debility of all the powers, and in the case of most insects indeed by speedy death, on account of which Celsus said, Seminis emisio est partis animae iactura. That in the case of man, the extinction of the generative power shows that the individual approaches death. That excessive use of this power at every age shortens life, while on the other hand, temperance in this respect increases all the powers, and especially the muscular powers, on which account it was part of the training of the Greek athletes. That the same restraint lengthens the life of the insect even to the following spring. All this points to the fact that the life of the individual is at bottom only borrowed from that of the species. Procreation is the highest point, and after attaining to it, the life of the first individual quickly or slowly sinks, while a new life ensures to nature the endurance of the species, and repeats the same phenomena. Thus, the alternation of death and reproduction is as the pulse beat of the species. Death is for the species what sleep is for the individual. His is nature's great doctrine of immortality. For the whole world, with all its phenomena, is the objectivity of the one indivisible will, the idea, which is related to all other ideas as harmony is related to the single voice. In Eckermann's Conversations with Goethe, Volume 1, page 161, Goethe says, "Our spirit is a being of a nature quite indestructible, and its activity continues from eternity to eternity. It is like the sun, which seems to set only to our earthly eyes, but which in reality never sets, but shines on unceasingly." Goethe has taken the simile from me, not I from him. Only in space and time do we seem to be separate beings. They constitute the principle of individuation, which divides life into distinct organisms as appearing in different places or periods. Space and time are the veil of Maya, illusion hiding the unity of things. In reality, there is only the species, only life, only will. To understand clearly that the individual is only the phenomenon, not the thing in itself, to see in the constant change of matter the fixed permanence of form, this is the essence of philosophy. The motto of history should run eadem sed aliter. The more things change, the more they remain the same. He to whom men and all things have not at all times appeared as mere phantoms or illusions has no capacity for philosophy. The true philosophy of history lies in perceiving that, in all the endless changes and motley complexity of events, it is only the self-same unchangeable being that is before us, which today pursues the same ends as it did yesterday and ever will. The historical philosopher has accordingly to recognize the identical character in all events, and in spite of all the variety of special circumstances, of costumes and manners and customs, has to see everywhere the same humanity. To have read Herodotus is, from a philosophical point of view, to have studied enough history. Throughout and everywhere, the true symbol of nature is the circle, because it is the schema or type of recurrence. We like to believe that all history is a halting and imperfect preparation for the magnificent era of which we are the salt and summit. But this notion of progress is mere conceit and folly. In general, the wise in all ages have always said the same things, and the fools, who at all times form the immense majority, have in their way too acted alike, and done the opposite, and so it will continue, for, as Voltaire says, we shall leave the world as foolish and wicked as we found it. In the light of all this, we get a new and grimmer sense of the inescapable reality of determinism. Spinoza says, Epistle 62, that if a stone which has been projected through the air had consciousness, it would believe that it was moving of its own free will. I add to this only that the stone would be right. The impulse given it is for the stone what the motive is for me, and what in the stone appears as cohesion, gravitation, rigidity, is in its inner nature the same as that which I recognize in myself as will, and what the stone also, if knowledge were given to it, would recognize as will. But in neither the stone nor the philosopher is the will free. Will as a whole is free, for there is no other will beside it that could limit it. But each part of the universal will, each species, each organism, each organ, is irrevocably determined by the whole. Everyone believes himself a priori to be perfectly free, even in his individual actions, and thinks that at every moment he can commence another manner of life, which just means that he can become another person. But a posteriori, through experience, he finds to his astonishment that he is not free, but subjected to necessity, that in spite of all his resolutions and reflections he does not change his conduct, and that from the beginning of his life to the end of it he must carry out the very character which he himself condemns, and, as it were, play the part which he has undertaken to the very end. The world as evil. But if the world is will, it must be a world of suffering. And first, because will itself indicates want, and its grasp is always greater than its reach. For every wish that is satisfied, there remain 10 that are denied. Desire is infinite, fulfillment is limited. It is like the alms thrown to a beggar that keeps him alive today in order that his misery may be prolonged tomorrow. As long as our consciousness is filled by our will, so long as we are given up to the throng of desires with their constant hopes and fears, so long as we are subject to willing, we can never have lasting happiness or peace. And fulfillment never satisfies. Nothing is so fatal to an ideal as its realization. The satisfied passion oftener leads to unhappiness than to happiness, for its demands often conflict so much with the personal welfare of him who is concerned that they undermine it. Each individual bears within himself a disruptive contradiction. The realized desire develops a new desire, and so on endlessly. At the bottom, this results from the fact that the will must live on itself, for there exists nothing besides it, and it is a hungry will. In every individual, the measure of the pain essential to him was determined once for all by his nature, a measure which could neither remain empty nor be more than filled. If a great and pressing care is lifted from our breast, another immediately replaces it, the whole material of which was already there before, but could not come into consciousness as care, because there was no capacity left for it. But now that there is room for this, it comes forward and occupies the throne. Again, life is evil because pain is its basic stimulus and reality, and pleasure is merely a negative cessation of pain. Aristotle was right. The wise man seeks not pleasure, but freedom from care and pain. All satisfaction, or what is commonly called happiness, is in reality and essence negative only. We are not properly conscious of the blessings and advantages we actually possess, nor do we prize them, but think of them merely as a matter of course, for they gratify us only negatively by restraining suffering. Only when we have lost them do we become sensible of their value, for the want, the privation, the sorrow is the positive thing, communicating itself directly to us. What was it that led the cynics to repudiate pleasure in any form, if it was not the fact that pain is, in a greater or less degree, always bound up with pleasure? The same truth is contained in that fine French proverb, "Le mieux est l'ennemi du bien." Leave well enough alone. Life is evil because, as soon as want and suffering permit rest to a man, ennui is at once so near that he necessarily requires diversion, i.e., more suffering. Even if the socialist utopia were attained, innumerable evils would be left because some of them, like strife, are essential to life. And if every evil were removed and strife were altogether ended, boredom would become as intolerable as pain. So, life swings like a pendulum backward and forward between pain and ennui. After man had transformed all pains and torments into the conception of hell, there remained nothing for heaven except ennui. The more successful we become, the more we are bored. As want is the constant scourge of the people, so ennui is the scourge of the fashionable world. In middle class, the ennui is represented by the Sundays, and want by the weekdays. Life is evil because the higher the organism, the greater the suffering. The growth of knowledge is no solution. For as the phenomenon of will becomes more complete, the suffering becomes more and more apparent. In the plant, there is as yet no sensibility and therefore no pain. A certain very small degree of suffering is experienced by the lowest species of animal life, Infusoria and Radiata. Even in insects, the capacity to feel and suffer is still limited. It first appears in a high degree with the complete nervous system of vertebrate animals, and always in a higher degree the more intelligence develops. Thus, in proportion as knowledge attains to distinctness, as consciousness ascends, pain also increases and reaches its highest degree in man. And then again, the more distinctly a man knows, the more intelligent he is, the more pain he has. The man who is gifted with genius suffers most of all. He that increaseth knowledge, therefore, increaseth sorrow. Even memory and foresight add to human misery, for most of our suffering lies in retrospect or anticipation. Pain itself is brief. How much more suffering is caused by the thought of death than by death itself? Finally, and above all, life is evil because life is war. Everywhere in nature we see strife, competition, conflict, and a suicidal alternation of victory and defeat. Every species fights for the matter, space, and time of the others. The young hydra, which grows like a bud out of the old one and afterwards separates itself from it, fights while it is still joined to the old one for the prey that offers itself, so that the one snatches it out of the mouth of the other. But the bulldog ant of Australia affords us the most extraordinary example of this kind. For if it is cut in two, a battle begins between the head and the tail. The head seizes the tail with its teeth, and the tail defends itself bravely by stinging the head. The battle may last for half an hour, until they die or are dragged away by the other ants. This contest takes place every time the experiment is tried. Junghans relates that he saw in Java a plain, as far as the eye could reach, entirely covered with skeletons, and took it for a battlefield. They were, however, merely the skeletons of large turtles, which come this way out of the sea to lay their eggs, and are then attacked by wild dogs who, with their united strength, lay them on their backs, strip off the small shell from the stomach, and devour them alive. But often then a tiger pounces upon the dogs. For this these turtles are born. Thus the will to live everywhere preys upon itself, and in different forms is its own nourishment, till finally the human race, because it subdues all the others, regards nature as a manufactory for its own use. Yet even the human race reveals in itself with most terrible distinctness this conflict, this variance of the will with itself, and we find homo homini lupus. The total picture of life is almost too painful for contemplation. Life depends on our not knowing it too well. If we should bring clearly to a man's sight the terrible sufferings and miseries to which his life is constantly exposed, he would be seized with horror. And if we were to conduct the confirmed optimist through the hospitals, infirmaries, and surgical operating rooms, through the prisons, torture chambers, and slave kennels, over battlefields and places of execution, if we were to open to him all the dark abodes of misery where it hides itself from the glance of cold curiosity, and finally allow him to look into the starving dungeons of Ugolino, he too would understand at last the nature of this best of all possible worlds. For whence did Dante take the materials of his hell but from our actual world? And yet he made a very proper hell out of it. But when, on the other hand, he came to describe heaven and its delights, he had an insurmountable difficulty before him, for our world affords no materials at all for this. Every epic and dramatic poem can only represent a struggle, an effort, a fight for happiness, never enduring and complete happiness itself. It conducts its heroes through 1,000 dangers and difficulties to the goal. As soon as this is reached, it hastens to let the curtain fall. For now there would remain nothing for it to do but to show that the glittering goal in which the hero expected to find happiness had only disappointed him, and that after its attainment he was no better off than before. We are unhappy married, and unmarried we are unhappy. We are unhappy when alone and unhappy in society. We are like hedgehogs clustering together for warmth, uncomfortable when too closely packed, and yet miserable when kept apart. It is all very funny, and the life of every individual, if we survey it as a whole and only lay stress on its most significant features, is really always a tragedy, but gone through in detail it has the character of a comedy. Think of it. At the age of 5 years, to enter a spinning cotton or other factory, and from that time forth to sit there daily, first 10, then 12, and ultimately 14 hours, performing the same mechanical labor, is to purchase dearly the satisfaction of drawing breath. But this is the fate of millions, and that of millions more is analogous to it. Again, under the firm crust of the planet dwell powerful forces of nature, which, as soon as some accident affords them free play, must necessarily destroy the crust and everything living upon it, as has already taken place at least 3 times upon our planet and will probably take place oftener still. The earthquake of Lisbon, the earthquake of Haiti, the destruction of Pompeii are only small playful hints of what is possible. In the face of all this, optimism is a bitter mockery of men's woes, and we cannot ascribe to the theodicy of Leibniz as a methodical and broad unfolding of optimism any other merit than this, that it gave occasion later for the immortal Candide of the great Voltaire, whereby Leibniz's oft-repeated and lame excuse for the evil of the world, that the bad sometimes brings about the good, received a confirmation which was unexpected by him. In brief, the nature of life throughout presents itself to us as intended and calculated to awaken the conviction that nothing at all is worth our striving, our efforts and struggles, that all good things are vanity, the world in all its ends bankrupt, and life a business which does not cover expenses. To be happy, one must be as ignorant as youth. Youth thinks that willing and striving are joys. It has not yet discovered the weary insatiableness of desire and the fruitlessness of fulfillment. It does not yet see the inevitableness of defeat. The cheerfulness and vivacity of youth are partly due to the fact that when we are ascending the hill of life, death is not visible. It lies down at the bottom of the other side. Towards the close of life, every day we live gives us the same kind of sensation as the criminal experiences at every step on his way to the gallows. To see how short life is, one must have lived long. Up to our 36th year we may be compared, in respect to the way in which we use our vital energy, to people who live on the interest of their money. What they spend today they have again tomorrow. But from the age of 36 onward, our position is like that of the investor who begins to entrance on his capital. It is the dread of this calamity that makes love of possession increase with age. So far from youth being the happiest period of life, there is much more truth in the remark made by Plato at the beginning of the Republic, that the prize should rather be given to old age, because then at last a man is freed from the animal passion which has hitherto never ceased to disquiet him. Yet it should not be forgotten that when this passion is extinguished, the true kernel of life is gone, and nothing remains but the hollow shell. Or, from another point of view, life then becomes like a comedy which, begun by real actors, is continued and brought to an end by automata dressed in their clothes. At the end, we meet death. Just as experience begins to coordinate itself into wisdom, brain and body begin to decay. Everything lingers for but a moment and hastens on to death. And if death bides its time, it is but playing with us as a cat with a helpless mouse. It is clear that as our walking is admittedly nothing but a constantly prevented falling, so the life of our bodies is nothing but a constantly prevented dying, an ever-postponed death. Among the magnificent ornaments and apparel of Eastern despots there is always a costly vial of poison. The philosophy of the East understands the omnipresence of death and gives to its students that calm aspect and dignified slowness of carriage which comes of a consciousness of the brevity of personal existence. The fear of death is the beginning of philosophy and the final cause of religion. The average man cannot reconcile himself to death, therefore he makes innumerable philosophies and theologies. The prevalence of a belief in immortality is a token of the awful fear of death. Just as theology is a refuge from death, So insanity is a refuge from pain. Madness comes as a way to avoid the memory of suffering. It is a saving break in the thread of consciousness. We can survive certain experiences or fears only by forgetting them. How unwillingly we think of things which powerfully injure our interests, wound our pride, or interfere with our wishes. With what difficulty do we determine to lay such things before our intellects for careful and serious investigation? In that resistance of the will to allowing what is contrary to it to come under the examination of the intellect lies the place at which madness can break in upon the mind. If the resistance of the will against the apprehension of some knowledge reaches such a degree that that operation is not performed in its entirety, then certain elements or circumstances become for the intellect completely suppressed, because the will cannot endure the sight of them, and then, for the sake of the necessary connections, the gaps that thus arise are filled up at pleasure. Thus madness appears. For the intellect has given up its nature to please the will. The man now imagines what does not exist. Yet the madness which has thus arisen is the lethe of unendurable suffering. It was the last remedy of harassed nature, i.e., of the will. The final refuge is suicide. Here at last, strange to say, thought and imagination conquer instinct. Diogenes is said to have put an end to himself by refusing to breathe. What a victory over the will to live! But this triumph is merely individual. The will continues in the species. Life laughs at suicide and smiles at death. For every deliberate death, there are thousands of indeliberate births. Suicide, the willful destruction of the single phenomenal existence, is a vain and foolish act, for the thing in itself, the species and life and will in general, remains unaffected by it, even as the rainbow endures however fast the drops which support it for the moment may chance to fall. Misery and strife continue after the death of the individual, and must continue so long as will is dominant in man. There can be no victory over the ills of life until the will has been utterly subordinated to knowledge and intelligence. The wisdom of life. Philosophy. Consider first the absurdity of the desire for material goods. Fools believe that if they can only achieve wealth, their wills can be completely gratified. A man of means is supposed to be a man with means for the fulfillment of every desire. People are often reproached for wishing for money above all things and for loving it more than anything else. But it is natural and even inevitable for people to love that which, like an unwearied Proteus, is always ready to turn itself into whatever object their wandering wishes or their manifold desires may fix upon. Everything else can satisfy only one wish. Money alone is absolutely good because it is the abstract satisfaction of every wish. Nevertheless, a life devoted to the acquisition of wealth is useless unless we know how to turn it into joy. And this is an art that requires culture and wisdom. A succession of sensual pursuits never satisfies for long. One must understand the ends of life as well as the art of acquiring means. Men are 1,000 times more intent on becoming rich than on acquiring culture, though it is quite certain that what a man is contributes more to his happiness than what he has. A man who has no mental needs is called a Philistine. He does not know what to do with his leisure. Difficilis in otio quies. He searches greedily from place to place for new sensations, and at last he is conquered by that nemesis of the idle rich or the reckless voluptuary, ennui. Not wealth, but wisdom is the way. Man is at once impetuous striving of will, whose focus lies in the reproductive system, and eternal, free, serene subject of pure knowledge, of which the focus is the brain. Marvelous to say, knowledge, though born of the will, may yet master the will. The possibility of the independence of knowledge first appears in the indifferent way in which the intellect occasionally responds to the dictates of desire. Sometimes the intellect refuses to obey the will, e.g., when we try in vain to fix our minds upon something, or when we call in vain upon the memory for something that was entrusted to it. The anger of the will against the intellect on such occasions makes its relation to it and the difference of the two very plain. Indeed, vexed by this anger, the intellect sometimes officiously brings what was asked of it hours afterward, or even the following morning, quite unexpectedly and unseasonably. From this imperfect subservience, the intellect may pass to domination. In accordance with previous reflection, or a recognized necessity, a man suffers or accomplishes in cold blood what is of the utmost and often terrible importance to him. Suicide, execution, the duel, enterprises of every kind fraught with danger to life, and in general things against which his whole animal nature rebels. Under such circumstances we see to what an extent reason has mastered the animal nature. This power of the intellect over the will permits of deliberate development. Desire can be moderated or quieted by knowledge, and above all by a determinist philosophy which recognizes everything as the inevitable result of its antecedents. Of 10 things that annoy us, 9 would not be able to do so if we understood them thoroughly in their causes, and therefore knew their necessity and true nature. For what bridle and bit are to an unmanageable horse, the intellect is for the will in man. It is with inward as with outward necessity. Nothing reconciles us so thoroughly as distinct knowledge. The more we know of our passions, the less they control us, and nothing will protect us from external compulsion so much as the control of ourselves. Si vis tibi omnia subjicere, subjice te ratione. If you would subject all things to yourself, subject yourself to reason. Seneca. The greatest of all wonders is not the conqueror of the world, but the subduer of himself. So philosophy purifies the will. But philosophy is to be understood as experience and thought, not as mere reading or passive study. The constant streaming in of the thoughts of others must confine and suppress our own, and indeed in the long run paralyze the power of thought. The inclination of most scholars is a kind of fuga vacui, vacuum suction, from the poverty of their own minds, which forcibly draws in the thoughts of others. It is dangerous to read about a subject before we have thought about it ourselves. When we read, another person thinks for us. We merely repeat his mental process. So it comes about that if anyone spends almost the whole day in reading, he gradually loses the capacity for thinking. Experience of the world may be looked upon as a kind of text, to which reflection and knowledge form the commentary. Where there is a great deal of reflection and intellectual knowledge and very little experience, the result is like those books which have on each page 2 lines of text to 40 lines of commentary. The first counsel, then, is life before books, and the second is text before commentary. Read the creators rather than the expositors and the critics. Only from the authors themselves can we receive philosophic thoughts. Therefore, whoever feels himself drawn to philosophy must seek out its immortal teachers in the still sanctuary of their own works. One work of genius is worth 1,000 commentaries. Within these limitations, the pursuit of culture, even through books, is valuable, because our happiness depends on what we have in our heads rather than on what we have in our pockets. Even fame is folly. Other people's heads are a wretched place to be the home of a man's true happiness. What one human being can be to another is not a very great deal. In the end, everyone stands alone. And the important thing is who it is that stands alone. The happiness which we receive from ourselves is greater than that which we obtain from our surroundings. The world in which a man lives shapes itself chiefly by the way in which he looks at it. Since everything which exists or happens for a man exists only in his consciousness, and happens for him alone, the most essential thing for a man is the constitution of his consciousness. Therefore it is with great truth that Aristotle says, to be happy means to be self-sufficient. The way out of the evil of endless willing is the intelligent contemplation of life, and converse with the achievements of the great of all times and countries. It is only for such loving minds that these great ones have lived. Unselfish intellect rises like a perfume above the faults of follies of the world of will. Most men never rise above viewing things as objects of desire, hence their misery. But to see things purely as objects of understanding is to rise to freedom. When some external cause or inward disposition lifts us suddenly out of the endless stream of willing and delivers knowledge out of the slavery of the will, The attention is no longer directed to the motives of willing, but comprehends things free from their relation to the will, and thus observes them without personal interest, without subjectivity, purely objectively. Gives itself entirely up to them so far as they are ideas, but not in so far as they are motives. Then all at once the peace which we were always seeking, but which always fled from us on the former path of the desires, comes to us of its own accord, and it is well with us. It is the painless state which Epicurus prized as the highest good and as the state of the gods. For we are, for the moment, set free from the miserable striving of the will. We keep the Sabbath of the penal servitude of willing. The wheel of Ixion stands still. Genius. Genius is the highest form of this will-less knowledge. The lowest forms of life are entirely made up of will, without knowledge. Man in general is mostly will and little knowledge. Genius is mostly knowledge and little will. Genius consists in this, that the knowing faculty has received a considerably greater development than the service of the will demands. This involves some passage of force out of reproductive into intellectual activity. The fundamental condition of genius is an abnormal predominance of sensibility and irritability over reproductive power. Hence the enmity between genius and woman, who represents reproduction and the subjugation of the intellect to the will to live and make live. Women may have great talent but no genius, for they always remain subjective. With them, everything is personal and is viewed as a means to personal ends. On the other hand, genius is simply the completest objectivity, i.e., the objective tendency of the mind. Genius is the power of leaving one's own interests, wishes, and aims entirely out of sight, of entirely renouncing one's own personality for a time, so as to remain pure knowing subject, clear vision of the world. Therefore, the expression of genius in a face consists in this, that in it a decided predominance of knowledge over will is visible. In ordinary countenances there is a predominant expression of will, and we see that knowledge only comes into activity under the impulse of the will and is directed merely by motives of personal interest and advantage. Freed from will, the intellect can see the object as it is. Genius holds up to us the magic glass in which all that is essential and significant appears to us collected and placed in the clearest light, and what is accidental and foreign is left out. Thought pierces through passion as sunlight pours through a cloud and reveals the heart of things. It goes behind the individual and particular to the Platonic idea, or universal essence of which it is a form. Just as the painter sees, in the person whom he paints, not merely the individual character and feature, but some universal quality and permanent reality, for whose unveiling the individual is only a symbol and a means. The secret of genius, then, lies in the clear and impartial perception of the objective, the essential, and the universal. It is this removal of the personal equation which leaves the genius so maladapted in the world of willful, practical, personal activity. By seeing so far, he does not see what is near. He is imprudent and queer, and while his vision is hitched to a star, he falls into a well. Hence, partly, the unsociability of the genius. He is thinking of the fundamental, the universal, the eternal. Others are thinking of the temporary, the specific, the immediate. His mind and theirs have no common ground and never meet. As a rule, a man is sociable just in the degree in which he is intellectually poor and generally vulgar. The man of genius has his compensations and does not need company so much as people who live in perpetual dependence on what is outside them. The pleasure which he receives from all beauty, the consolation which art affords, the enthusiasm of the artist, enable him to forget the cares of life, and repay him for the suffering that increases in proportion to the clearness of consciousness, and for his desert loneliness among a different race of men. The result, however, is that the genius is forced into isolation, and sometimes into madness. The extreme sensitiveness which brings him pain along with imagination and intuition combines with solitude and maladaptation to break the bonds that hold the mind to reality. Aristotle was right again. Men distinguished in philosophy, politics, poetry, or art appear to be all of a melancholy temperament. The direct connection of madness and genius is established by the biographies of great men, such as Rousseau, Byron, Alfieri, etc. By a diligent search in lunatic asylums, I have found individual cases of patients who were unquestionably endowed with great talents and whose genius distinctly appeared through their madness. Yet in these semi-madmen, these geniuses, lies the true aristocracy of mankind. With regard to the intellect, nature is highly aristocratic. The distinctions which it has established are greater than those which are made in any country by birth, rank, wealth, or caste. Nature gives genius only to a few because such a temperament would be a hindrance in the normal pursuits of life, which require concentration on the specific and immediate. Nature really intended even learned men to be tillers of the soil. Indeed, professors of philosophy should be estimated according to this standard, and then their achievements will be found to come up to all fair expectations. Art. This deliverance of knowledge from servitude to the will, this forgetting of the individual self and its material interest, this elevation of the mind to the will-less contemplation of truth, is the function of art. The object of science is the universal that contains many particulars. The object of art is the particular that contains a universal. Even the portrait ought to be, as Winckelmann says, the ideal of the individual. In painting animals, the most characteristic is accounted the most beautiful because it best reveals the species. A work of art is successful then in proportion as it suggests the Platonic idea or universal of the group to which the represented object belongs. The portrait of a man must aim, therefore, not at photographic fidelity, but at exposing, as far as possible, through one figure, some essential or universal quality of man. Art is greater than science because the latter proceeds by laborious accumulation and cautious reasoning, while the former reaches its goal at once by intuition and presentation. Science can get along with talent, but art requires genius. Our pleasure in nature, as in poetry or painting, is derived from contemplation of the object without admixture of personal will. To the artist, the Rhine is a varied series of bewitching views, stirring the senses and the imagination with suggestions of beauty. But the traveler who is bent on his personal affairs will see the Rhine and its banks only as a line, and the bridges only as lines cutting the first line. The artist so frees himself from personal concerns that, to artistic perception, it is all one whether we see the sunset from a prison or from a palace. It is this blessedness of will-less perception which casts an enchanting glamour over the past and the distant and presents them to us in so fair a light. Even hostile objects, when we contemplate them without excitation of the will and without immediate danger, become sublime. Similarly, tragedy may take an aesthetic value by delivering us from the strife of the individual will and enabling us to see our suffering in a larger view. Art alleviates the ills of life by showing us the eternal and universal behind the transitory and the individual. Spinoza was right. Insofar as the mind sees things in their eternal aspect, it participates in eternity. This power of the arts to elevate us above the strife of wills is possessed above all by music. Music is by no means like the other arts, the copy of the ideas or essences of things, but it is the copy of the will itself. It shows us the eternally moving, striving, wandering will, always at last returning to itself to begin its striving anew. This is why the effect of music is more powerful and penetrating than the other arts, for they speak only of shadows, while it speaks of the things itself. It differs, too, from the other arts because it affects our feelings directly, and not through the medium of ideas. It speaks to something subtler than the intellect. What symmetry is to the plastic arts, rhythm is to music. Hence, music and architecture are antipodal. Architecture, as Goethe said, is frozen music, and symmetry is rhythm standing still. Religion. It dawned upon Schopenhauer's maturity that his theory of art, as the withdrawal of the will and the contemplation of the eternal and universal, was also a theory of religion. In youth he had received very little religious training, and his temper did not incline him to respect the ecclesiastical organizations of his time. He despised theologians. As ultima ratio, or the final argument, of theologians, we find among many nations the state, and he described religion as the metaphysics of the masses. But in later years he began to see a profound significance in certain religious practices and dogmas. The controversy which is so perseveringly carried on in our own day between supernaturalists and rationalists rests on the failure to recognize the allegorical nature of all religion. Christianity, for example, is a profound philosophy of pessimism. The doctrine of original sin, assertion of the will, and of salvation, denial of the will, is the great truth which constitutes the essence of Christianity. Fasting is a remarkable expedient for weakening those desires that lead never to happiness, but either to disillusionment or to further desire. The power by virtue of which Christianity was able to overcome first Judaism and then the heathenism of Greece and Rome lies solely in its pessimism, in the confession that our state is both exceedingly wretched and sinful, while Judaism and heathenism were both optimistic. They thought of religion as a bribe to the heavenly powers for aid towards earthly success. Christianity thought of religion as a deterrent from the useless quest of earthly happiness. In the midst of worldly luxury and power, it has held up the ideal of the saint, the fool in Christ, who refuses to fight and absolutely overcomes the individual will. Buddhism is profounder than Christianity because it makes the destruction of the will the entirety of religion, and preaches nirvana as the goal of all personal development. The Hindus were deeper than the thinkers of Europe because their interpretation of the world was internal and intuitive, not external and intellectual. The intellect divides everything, intuition unites everything. The Hindus saw that the I is a delusion, that the individual is merely phenomenal, and that the only reality is the infinite one. That art thou. Whoever is able to say this to himself with regard to every being with whom he comes in contact, whoever is clear-eyed and clear-souled enough to see that we are all members of one organism, all of us little currents in an ocean of will, he is certain of all virtue and blessedness and is on the direct road to salvation. Schopenhauer does not think that Christianity will ever displace Buddhism in the East. It is just the same as if we fired a bullet against a cliff. Rather, Indian philosophy streams into Europe and will profoundly alter our knowledge and our thought. The influence of the Sanskrit literature will penetrate not less deeply than did the revival of Greek letters in the 15th century. The ultimate wisdom, then, is nirvana, to reduce one's self to a minimum of desire and will. The world will is stronger than ours. Let us yield at once. The less the will is excited, the less we suffer. The great masterpieces of painting have always represented countenances in which we see the expression of the completest knowledge, which is not directed to particular things, but has become the quieter of all will. That peace which is above all reason, that perfect calm of the spirit, that deep rest, that inviolable confidence and serenity, as Raphael and Correggio have represented it, is an entire and certain gospel. Only knowledge remains. The will has vanished. The wisdom of death. And yet something more is needed. By nirvana, the individual achieves the peace of will-lessness and finds salvation. But after the individual? Life laughs at the death of the individual. It will survive him in his offspring or in the offspring of others. Even if his little stream of life runs dry, there are 1,000 other streams that grow broader and deeper with every generation. How can man be saved? Is there a nirvana for the race as well as for the individual? Obviously, the only final and radical conquest of the will must lie in stopping up the source of life, the will to reproduce. The satisfaction of the reproductive impulse is utterly and intrinsically reprehensible because it is the strongest affirmation of the lust for life. What crime have these children committed that they should be born? If now we contemplate the turmoil of life, we behold all occupied with its want and misery, straining all their powers to satisfy its infinite needs and to ward off its multifarious sorrows, yet without daring to hope for anything else than simply the preservation of this tormented existence for a short span of time. In between, however, and in the midst of this tumult, we see the glance of two lovers meet longingly. Yet why so secretly, fearfully, and stealthily? Because these lovers are the traitors who seek to perpetuate the whole want and drudgery which would otherwise speedily reach an end. Here lies the profound reason for the shame connected with the process of generation. It is woman that is the culprit here, for when knowledge has reached to will-lessness, her thoughtless charms allure man again into reproduction. Youth has not intelligence enough to see how brief these charms must be, and when the intelligence comes, it is too late. With young girls, nature seems to have had in view what, in the language of the drama, is called a striking effect. As for a few years she dowers them with a wealth of beauty and is lavish in her gift of charm, at the expense of all the rest of their lives, so that during those years they may capture the fancy of some man to such a degree that he is hurried away into undertaking the honorable care of them as long as they live, a step for which there would not seem to be any sufficient warrant if only reason directed man's thoughts. Here as elsewhere, nature proceeds with her usual economy, for just as the female ant, after fecundation, loses her wings, which are then superfluous, nay, actually a danger to the business of breeding, so after giving birth to one or two children, a woman generally loses her beauty, probably indeed for similar reasons. Young men ought to reflect that if the object which inspires them today to write madrigals and sonnets had been born 18 years earlier, it would scarcely have won a glance from them. After all, men are much more beautiful in body than women. It is only a man whose intellect is clouded by his sexual impulse that could give the name of the fair sex to that undersized, narrow-shouldered, broad-hipped, and short-legged race, for the whole beauty of the sex is bound up with this impulse. Instead of calling them beautiful, there would be more warrant for describing women as the unaesthetic sex. Neither for music, nor for poetry, nor for the fine arts have they really and truly any sense of susceptibility. It is a mere mockery if they make a pretense of it in order to assist their endeavor to please. They are incapable of taking a purely objective interest in anything. The most distinguished intellects among the whole sex have never managed to produce a single achievement in the fine arts that is really genuine and original, or given to the world any work of permanent value in any sphere. This veneration of women is a product of Christianity and of German sentimentality, and it is in turn a cause of that romantic movement which exalts feeling, instinct, and will above the intellect. The Asiatics know better and frankly recognize the inferiority of woman. When the laws gave women equal rights with men, they ought also to have endowed them with masculine intellects. Asia again shows a finer honesty than ours in its marriage institutions. It accepts as normal and legal the custom of polygamy, which, though so widely practiced among us, is covered with the fig leaf of a phrase. Where are there any real monogamists? And how absurd it is to give property rights to women. All women are, with rare exceptions, inclined to extravagance, because they live only in the present and their chief outdoor sport is shopping. Women think that it is men's business to earn money and theirs to spend it. This is their conception of the division of labor. I am therefore of opinion that women should never be allowed altogether to manage their own concerns, but should always stand under actual male supervision, be it of father, of husband, of son, or of the state, as is the case in Hindustan, and that consequently they should never be given full power to dispose of any property they have not themselves acquired. It was probably the luxury and extravagance of the women of Louis XIII's court that brought on the general corruption of government which culminated in the French Revolution. The less we have to do with women, then, the better. They are not even a necessary evil. Life is safer and smoother without them. Let men recognize the snare that lies in women's beauty, and the absurd comedy of reproduction will end. The development of intelligence will weaken or frustrate the will to reproduce, and will thereby at last achieve the extinction of the race. Nothing could form a finer denouement to the insane tragedy of the restless will. Why should the curtain that has just fallen upon defeat and death always rise again upon a new life, a new struggle, and a new defeat? How long shall we be lured into this much ado about nothing, this endless pain that leads only to a painful end? When shall we have the courage to fling defiance into the face of the will, to tell it that the loveliness of life is a lie, and that the greatest boon of all is death? Criticism. The natural response to such a philosophy is a medical diagnosis of the age and of the man. Let us realize again that we have here a phenomenon akin to that which, in the days after Alexander and after Caesar, brought first to Greece and then to Rome a flood of Oriental faiths and attitudes. It is characteristic of the East to see the external will in nature as so much more powerful than the will in man, and to come readily to a doctrine of resignation and despair. As the decay of Greece brought the pallor of Stoicism and the hectic flush of Epicureanism upon the cheeks of Hellas, so the chaos of the Napoleonic Wars brought into the soul of Europe that plaintive weariness which made Schopenhauer its philosophic voice. Europe had a terrible headache in 1815. The personal diagnosis can take its lead from Schopenhauer's admission that a man's happiness depends on what he is rather than on external circumstance. Pessimism is an indictment of the pessimist. Given a diseased constitution and a neurotic mind, a life of empty leisure and gloomy ennui, and there emerges the proper physiology for Schopenhauer's philosophy. One must have leisure to be a pessimist. An active life almost always brings good spirits in body and in mind. Schopenhauer admires the serenity that comes of modest aims and a steady life, but he could hardly speak of these from personal experience. Difficilis in otio quies, truly. He had money enough for continuous leisure, and he found continuous leisure to be more intolerable than continuous work. Perhaps the tendency of philosophers toward melancholy is due to the unnaturalness of sedentary occupations. Too often an attack upon life is merely a symptom of the lost art of excretion. Nirvana is the ideal of a listless man, a Childe Harold or a René, who has begun by desiring too much, by staking all on one passion, and then, having lost, spends the remainder of his life in a passionless and petulant boredom. If intellect arises as the servant of will, it is quite likely that the particular product of the intellect which we know as the philosophy of Schopenhauer was the cover and apology of a diseased and indolent will. And no doubt his early experiences with women and with men developed an abnormal suspiciousness and sensitivity, as it did in Stendhal and Flaubert and Nietzsche. He became cynical and solitary. He writes, "A friend in need is not a friend indeed, he is merely a borrower." And do not tell a friend anything that you would conceal from an enemy. He advises a quiet, monotonous hermit life. He fears society and has no sense of the values or joys of human association. But happiness dies when it is not shared. There is, of course, a large element of egotism in pessimism. The world is not good enough for us, and we turn up our philosophic noses to it. But this is to forget Spinoza's lesson, that our terms of moral censure and approbation are merely human judgments, mostly irrelevant when applied to the cosmos as a whole. Perhaps our supercilious disgust with existence is a cover for a secret disgust with ourselves. We have botched and bungled our lives, and we cast the blame upon the environment or the world, which have no tongues to utter a defense. The mature man accepts the natural limitations of life. He does not expect Providence to be prejudiced in his favor. He does not ask for loaded dice with which to play the game of life. He knows, with Carlyle, that there is no sense in vilifying the sun because it will not light our cigars. And perhaps, if we are clever enough to help it, the sun will do even that. And this vast neutral cosmos may turn out to be a pleasant place enough if we bring a little sunshine of our own to help it out. In truth, the world is neither with us nor against us. It is but raw material in our hands, and can be heaven or hell according to what we are. Part of the cause of pessimism in Schopenhauer and his contemporaries lay in their romantic attitudes and expectations. Youth expects too much of the world. Pessimism is the morning after optimism, just as 1815 had to pay for 1789. The romantic exaltation and liberation of feeling, instinct, and will, and the romantic contempt for intellect, restraint, and order brought their natural penalties. For the world, as Horace Walpole said, is a comedy for those who think, but a tragedy for those who feel. Perhaps no movement has been so prolific of melancholy as emotional romanticism. When the romanticist discovers that his ideal of happiness works out into actual unhappiness, he does not blame his ideal. He simply assumes that the world is unworthy of a being so exquisitely organized as himself. How could a capricious universe ever satisfy a capricious soul? The spectacle of Napoleon's rise to empire, Rousseau's denunciation, and Kant's critique of the intellect, and his own passionate temperament and experiences, conspired to suggest to Schopenhauer the primacy and ultimacy of the will. Perhaps, too, Waterloo and St. Helena helped to develop a pessimism born, no doubt, of bitter personal contact with the stings and penalties of life. Here was the most dynamic individual will in all history, imperiously commanding continents, and yet its doom was as certain and ignominious as that of the insect to which the day of its birth brings inevitable death. It never occurred to Schopenhauer that it was better to have fought and lost than never to have fought at all. He did not feel, like the more masculine and vigorous Hegel, the glory and desirability of strife. He longed for peace and lived in the midst of war. Everywhere he saw strife. He could not see, behind the strife, the friendly aid of neighbors, the rollicking joy of children and young men, the dances of vivacious girls, the willing sacrifices of parents and lovers, the patient bounty of the soil, and the renaissance of spring. And what if desire, fulfilled, leads only to another desire? Perhaps it is better that we should never be content. Happiness, says an old lesson, lies rather in achievement than in possession or satiation. The healthy man asks not so much for happiness as for an opportunity to exercise his capacities, and if he must pay the penalty of pain for this freedom and this power, he makes the forfeit cheerfully. It is not too great a price. We need resistance to raise us, as it raises the airplane or the bird. We need obstacles against which to sharpen our strength and stimulate our growth. Life without tragedy would be unworthy of a man. Is it true that he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow, and that it is the most highly organized beings that suffer most? Yes, but it is also true that the growth of knowledge increases joy as well as sorrow, and that the subtlest delights as well as the keenest pains are reserved for the developed soul. Voltaire rightfully preferred the Brahmin's unhappy wisdom to the blissful ignorance of the peasant woman. We wish to experience life keenly and deeply, even at the cost of pain. We wish to venture into its innermost secrets, even at the cost of disillusionment. Virgil, who had tasted every pleasure and knew the luxuries of imperial favor, at last tired of everything except the joys of understanding. When the senses cease to satisfy, it is something to have won access, however arduously, to comradeship with those artists, poets, and philosophers whom only the mature mind can comprehend. Wisdom is a bittersweet delight, deepened by the very discords that enter into its harmony. Is pleasure negative? Only a sorely wounded soul, drawing itself in from contact with the world, could have uttered so fundamental a blasphemy against life. What is pleasure but the harmonious operation of our instincts? And how can pleasure be negative except where the instinct at work makes for retreat rather than for approach? The pleasures of escape and rest, of submission and security, of solitude and quiet are no doubt negative, because the instincts that impel us to them are essentially negative, forms of flight and fear. But shall we say the same of the pleasures that come when positive instincts are in command? Instincts of acquisition and possession, of pugnacity and mastery, of action and play, of association and love? Is the joy of laughter negative, or the romping of the child, or the song of the mating bird, or the crow of Chanticleer, or the creative ecstasy of art? Life itself is a positive force, and every normal function of it holds some delight. It remains true, no doubt, that death is terrible. Much of its terror disappears if one has lived a normal life. One must have lived well in order to die well. And would deathlessness delight us? Who envies the fate of Ahasuerus, to whom immortal life was sent as the heaviest punishment that could be inflicted upon man? And why is death terrible if not because life is sweet? We need not say with Napoleon that all who fear death are atheists at heart, but we may surely say that a man who lives to 80 years and 10 has survived his pessimism. No man, said Goethe, is a pessimist after 30, and hardly before 20. Pessimism is a luxury of self-conscious and self-important youth. Youth that comes out of the warm bosom of the communistic family into the cold atmosphere of individualistic competition and greed, and then yearns back to its mother's breast. Youth that hurls itself madly against the windmills and evils of the world and sadly sheds utopias and ideals with every year. But before 20 is the joy of the body, and after 30 is the joy of the mind. Before 20 is the pleasure of protection and security, and after 30, the joy of parentage and home. How should a man avoid pessimism who has lived almost all his life in a boarding house, and who abandoned his only child to illegitimate anonymity? At the bottom of Schopenhauer's unhappiness was his rejection of the normal life, his rejection of women and marriage and children. He finds in parentage the greatest of evils, where a healthy man finds in it the greatest of life's satisfactions. He thinks that the stealthiness of love is due to shame in continuing the race. Could anything be more pedantically absurd? He sees in love only the sacrifice of the individual to the race and ignores the delights with which the instinct repays the sacrifice. Delights so great that they have inspired most of the poetry of the world. He knows woman only as shrew and as sinner, and he imagines that there are no other types. He thinks that the man who undertakes to support a wife is a fool, but apparently such men are not much more unhappy than our passionate apostle of single infelicity. And, as Balzac said, it costs as much to support a vice as it does to support a family. He scorns the beauty of woman, as if there were any forms of beauty that we could spare, and that we should not cherish as the color and fragrance of life. What hatred of women one mishap had generated in this unfortunate soul. There are other difficulties, more technical and less vital, in this remarkable and stimulating philosophy. How can suicide ever occur in a world where the only real force is the will to live? How can the intellect, begotten and brought up as servant of the will, ever achieve independence and objectivity? Does genius lie in knowledge divorced from will? Or does it contain as its driving force an immense power of will, even a large alloy of personal ambition and conceit? Is madness connected with genius in general, or rather with only the romantic type of genius? Byron, Shelley, Poe, Heine, Swinburne, Strindberg, Dostoevsky, etc. And is not the classic and profounder type of genius exceptionally sound? Socrates, Plato, Spinoza, Bacon, Newton, Voltaire, Goethe, Darwin, Whitman, etc.? What if the proper function of intellect and philosophy is not the denial of the will, but the coordination of desires into a united and harmonious will? What if will itself, except as the unified product of such coordination, is a mythical abstraction, as shadowy as force? Nevertheless, there is about this philosophy a blunt honesty by the side of which most optimistic creeds appear as soporific hypocrisies. It is all very well to say with Spinoza that good and bad are subjective terms, human prejudices, and yet we are compelled to judge this world not from any impartial view, but from the standpoint of actual human sufferings and needs. It is well that Schopenhauer should force philosophy to face the raw reality of evil, and should point the nose of thought to the human tasks of alleviation. It has been harder since his day for philosophy to live in the unreal atmosphere of a logic-chopping metaphysics. Thinkers begin to realize that thought without action is a disease. After all, Schopenhauer opened the eyes of psychologists to the subtle depth and omnipresent force of instinct. Intellectualism, the conception of man as above all a thinking animal, consciously adapting means to rationally chosen ends, fell sick with Rousseau, took to its bed with Kant, and died with Schopenhauer. After 2 centuries of introspective analysis, philosophy found, behind thought, desire, and behind the intellect, instinct. Just as, after a century of materialism, physics finds behind matter, energy. We owe it to Schopenhauer that he revealed our secret hearts to us, showed us that our desires are the axioms of our philosophies, and cleared the way to an understanding of thought as no mere abstract calculation of impersonal events, but as a flexible instrument of action and desire. Finally, and despite exaggerations, Schopenhauer taught us again the necessity of genius and the value of art. He saw that the ultimate good is beauty, and that the ultimate joy lies in the creation or cherishing of the beautiful. He joined with Goethe and Carlyle in protest against the attempt of Hegel and Marx and Buckle to eliminate genius as a fundamental factor in human history. In an age when all the great seemed dead, he preached once more the ennobling worship of heroes, and with all his faults, he succeeded in adding another name to theirs.
Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, 1. Goethe Prometheus, 1749 to 17...
Friedrich Nietzsche. The lineage of Nietzsche. Nietzsche was the child of Darwin and the brother of Bismarck. It does not matter that he ridiculed the English evolutionists and the German nationalists. He was accustomed to denounce those who had most influenced him. It was his unconscious way of covering up his debts. The ethical philosophy of Spencer was not the most natural corollary of the theory of evolution. If life is a struggle for existence in which the fittest survive, then strength is the ultimate virtue, and weakness the only fault. Good is that which survives, which wins. Bad is that which gives way and fails. Only the mid-Victorian cowardice of the English Darwinians and the bourgeois respectability of French positivists and German socialists could conceal the inevitableness of this conclusion. These men were brave enough to reject Christian theology, but they did not dare to be logical, to reject the moral ideas, the worship of meekness and gentleness and altruism, which had grown out of that theology. They ceased to be Anglicans or Catholics or Lutherans, but they did not dare cease to be Christians. So argued Friedrich Nietzsche. The secret stimulus of the French free-thinkers from Voltaire to Auguste Comte was not to remain behind the Christian ideal, but to outbid it if possible. Comte, with his live for others, out-Christianizes Christianity. In Germany it was Schopenhauer, and in England John Stuart Mill, who gave the greatest fame to the theory of sympathetic affections, of pity, and of usefulness to others as the principle of action. All the systems of socialism placed themselves unwittingly upon the common ground of these doctrines. Darwin unconsciously completed the work of the encyclopedists. They had removed the theological basis of modern morals, but they had left that morality itself untouched and inviolate, hanging miraculously in the air. A little breath of biology was all that was needed to clear away this remnant of imposture. Men who could think clearly soon perceived what the profoundest minds of every age had known, that in this battle we call life, what we need is not goodness but strength, not humility but pride, not altruism but resolute intelligence, that equality and democracy are against the grain of selection and survival, that not masses but geniuses are the goal of evolution, that not justice but power is the arbiter of all differences and all destinies. So it seemed to Friedrich Nietzsche. Now, if all this were true, nothing could be more magnificent or significant than Bismarck. Here was a man who knew the realities of life, who said bluntly that there is no altruism among nations, and that modern issues are to be decided not by votes and rhetoric, but by blood and iron. What a cleansing whirlwind he was for a Europe rotten with delusions and democracy and ideals. In a few brief months he had brought decadent Austria to accept his leadership. In a few brief months he had humbled a France drunk with the legend of Napoleon. And in those brief months had he not also forced all those little German states, all those petty potentates, principalities, and powers to fuse themselves into a mighty empire, the very symbol of the new morality of strength? The growing military and industrial vigor of this new Germany needed a voice. The arbitrament of war needed a philosophy to justify it. Christianity would not justify it, but Darwinism could. Given a little audacity, and the thing could be done. Nietzsche had the audacity and became the voice. Youth. Nevertheless, his father was a minister. A long line of clergymen lay behind each of his parents, and he himself remained a preacher to the end. He attacked Christianity because there was so much of its moral spirit in him. His philosophy was an attempt to balance and correct, by violent contradiction, an irresistible tendency to gentleness and kindness and peace. Was it not the final insult that the good people of Genoa should call him Il Santo, the saint? His mother was a pious and Puritan lady, of the same sort that had fostered Immanuel Kant. And with perhaps one disastrous exception, Nietzsche remained pious and Puritan, chaste as a statue to the last. Therefore his assault on Puritanism and piety. How he longed to be a sinner, this incorrigible saint. He was born at Rürken, Prussia, on October 15, 1844, which happened to be the birthday of the reigning Prussian king, Frederick William IV. His father, who had tutored several members of the royal family, rejoiced at this patriotic coincidence and named the boy after the king. There was at all events one advantage in the choice of this day for my birth. My birthday throughout the whole of my childhood was a day of public rejoicing. The early death of his father left him a victim to the holy women of the household, who petted him into an almost feminine delicacy and sensibility. He disliked the bad boys of the neighborhood, who robbed birds' nests, raided orchards, played soldier, and told lies. His schoolmates called him the Little Minister, and one of them described him as a Jesus in the temple. It was his delight to seclude himself and read the Bible, or to read it to others so feelingly as to bring tears to their eyes. But there was a hidden nervous stoicism and pride in him. When his schoolfellows doubted the story of Mucius Scaevola, he ignited a batch of matches in the palm of his hand and let them lie there till they were burnt out. It was a typical incident. All his life long he was to seek physical and intellectual means of hardening himself into an idealized masculinity. What I am not, that for me is God and virtue. At 18, he lost his faith in the God of his fathers and spent the remainder of his life looking for a new deity. He thought he found one in the Superman. He said later that he had taken the change easily, but he had a habit of easily deceiving himself and is an unreliable autobiographer. He became cynical, like one who had staked all on a single throw of the dice and had lost. Religion had been the very marrow of his life, and now life seemed empty and meaningless. He passed suddenly into a period of sensual riot with his college mates at Bonn and Leipzig, and even overcame the fastidiousness that had made so difficult for him the male arts of smoking and drinking. But soon wine, women, and tobacco disgusted him. He reacted into a great scorn of the whole Biergemütlichkeit of his country and his time. People who drank beer and smoked pipes were incapable of clear perception or subtle thought. It was about this time, in 1865, that he discovered Schopenhauer's World as Will and Idea, and found in it a mirror in which I espied the world, life, and my own nature depicted with frightful grandeur. He took the book to his lodgings and read every word of it hungrily. It seemed as if Schopenhauer were addressing me personally. I felt his enthusiasm and seemed to see him before me. Every line cried aloud for renunciation, denial, resignation. The dark color of Schopenhauer's philosophy impressed itself permanently upon his thought. And not only when he was a devoted follower of Schopenhauer as educator, the title of one of his essays, but even when he came to denounce pessimism as a form of decadence, he remained at bottom an unhappy man whose nervous system seemed to have been carefully designed for suffering, and whose exaltation of tragedy as the joy of life was but another self-deception. Only Spinoza or Goethe could have saved him from Schopenhauer, but though he preached equanimitas and amor fati, he never practiced them. The serenity of the sage and the calm of the balanced mind were never his. At the age of 23, he was conscripted into military service. He would have been glad to get exemption as nearsighted and the only son of a widow, but the army claimed him nevertheless. Even philosophers were welcomed as cannon fodder in the great days of Sadova and Sedan. However, a fall from a horse so wrenched his breast muscles that the recruiting sergeant was forced to yield up his prey. Nietzsche never quite recovered from that hurt. His military experience was so brief that he left the army with almost as many delusions about soldiers as he had had on entering it. The hard Spartan life of commanding and obeying, of endurance and discipline appealed to his imagination, now that he was free from the necessity of realizing this ideal himself. He came to worship the soldier because his health would not permit him to become one. From military life, he passed on to its antipodes, the academic life of a philologist. Instead of becoming a warrior, he became a Ph.D. At 25, he was appointed to the chair of classical philology at the University of Basel, from whose safe distance he could admire the bloody ironies of Bismarck. He had queer regrets on taking up this unheroically sedentary work. On the one hand, he wished he had gone into a practical and active profession, such as medicine, and at the same time he found himself drawn towards music. He had become something of a pianist and had written sonatas. Without music, he said, life would be a mistake. Not far from Basel was Tribschen, where that giant of music, Richard Wagner, was living with another man's wife. Nietzsche was invited to come and spend his Christmas there in 1869. He was a warm enthusiast for the music of the future, and Wagner did not despise recruits who could lend to his cause something of the prestige that goes with scholarship and universities. Under the spell of the great composer, Nietzsche began to write his first book, which was to begin with the Greek drama and end with The Ring of the Nibelungs, preaching Wagner to the world as the modern Aeschylus. He went up into the Alps to write in peace, far from the madding crowd, and there in 1870 came to him the news that Germany and France had gone to war. He hesitated. The spirit of Greece and all the muses of poetry and drama and philosophy and music had laid their consecrating hands upon him. But he could not resist the call of his country. Here was poetry, too. Here, he wrote, you have the state, of shameful origin, for the greater part of men a well of suffering that is never dried, a flame that consumes them in its frequent crises. And yet when it calls, our souls become forgetful of themselves. At its bloody appeal, the multitude is urged to courage and uplifted to heroism. At Frankfurt, on his way to the front, he saw a troop of cavalry passing with magnificent clatter and display through the town. There and then, he says, came the perception, the vision, out of which was to grow his entire philosophy. I felt for the first time that the strongest and highest will to life does not find expression in a miserable struggle for existence, but in a will to war, a will to power, a will to overpower. Bad eyesight disqualified him from active soldiering, and he had to be content with nursing. And though he saw horrors enough, he never knew the actual brutality of those battlefields which his timid soul was later to idealize with all the imaginative intensity of inexperience. Even for nursing he was too sensitively delicate. The sight of blood made him ill. He fell sick and was sent home in ruins. Ever afterward he had the nerves of a Shelley and the stomach of a Carlyle, the soul of a girl under the armor of a warrior. Nietzsche and Wagner. Early in 1872 he published his first and his only complete book, The Birth of Tragedy Out of the Spirit of Music. Never had a philologist spoken so lyrically. He told of the two gods whom Greek art had worshipped. At first Dionysus, or Bacchus, the god of wine and revelry, of ascending life, of joy in action, of ecstatic emotion and inspiration, of instinct and adventure and dauntless suffering, the god of song and music and dance and drama, and then later Apollo, the god of peace and leisure and repose, of aesthetic emotion and intellectual contemplation, of logical order and philosophic calm, the god of painting and sculpture and epic poetry. The noblest Greek art was a union of the two ideals, the restless masculine power of Dionysus and the quiet feminine beauty of Apollo. In drama, Dionysus inspired the chorus and Apollo the dialogue. The chorus grew directly out of the procession of the satyr-dressed devotees of Dionysus. The dialogue was an afterthought, a reflective appendage to an emotional experience. The profoundest feature of Greek drama was the Dionysian conquest of pessimism through art. The Greeks were not the cheerful and optimistic people whom we meet with in modern rhapsodies about them. They knew the stings of life intimately and its tragic brevity. When Midas asked Silenus what fate is best for a man, Silenus answered, "Pitiful race of a day, children of accidents and sorrow, why do you force me to say what were better left unheard? The best of all is unobtainable, not to be born. to be nothing. The second best is to die early. Evidently, these men had little to learn from Schopenhauer or from the Hindus, but the Greeks overcame the gloom of their disillusionment with the brilliance of their art. Out of their own suffering, they made the spectacle of the drama and found that it is only as an aesthetic phenomenon, as an object of artistic contemplation or reconstruction, that existence and the world appear justified. The sublime is the artistic subjugation of the awful. Pessimism is a sign of decay, optimism is a sign of superficiality. Tragic optimism is the mood of the strong man who seeks intensity and extent of experience, even at the cost of woe, and is delighted to find that strife is the law of life. Tragedy itself is the proof of the fact that the Greeks were not pessimists. The days when this mood begot the Aeschylean drama and the pre-Socratic philosophy were the tremendous days of Greece. Socrates, the type of the theoretical man, was a sign of the loosened fiber of the Greek character. The old Marathonian stalwart capacity of mind and soul was more and more sacrificed to a dubious enlightenment involving progressive degeneration of the physical and mental powers. Critical philosophy replaced the philosophical poetry of the pre-Socratics. Science replaced art. Intellect replaced instinct. Dialectic replaced the games. Under the influence of Socrates, Plato the athlete became an aesthete. Plato the dramatist became a logician, an enemy of passion, a deporter of poets, a pre-Christian Christian, an epistemologist. On the temple of Apollo at Delphi, those words of passionless wisdom were inscribed, Gnothi se auton and Medenagon, which became in Socrates and Plato the delusion that intelligence is the only virtue, and in Aristotle the enervating doctrine of the golden mean. In its youth, the people produced mythology and poetry. In its decadence, philosophy and logic. In its youth, Greece produced Homer and Aeschylus. In its decay, it gave us Euripides, the logician turned dramatist, the rationalist destroying myth and symbol, the sentimentalist destroying the tragic optimism of the masculine age, the friend of Socrates who replaces the Dionysian chorus with an Apollonian galaxy of dialecticians and orators. No wonder the Delphic oracle of Apollo had named Socrates the wisest of the Greeks and Euripides the wisest after him, and no wonder that the unerring instinct of Aristophanes comprised Socrates and Euripides in the same feeling of hatred and saw in them the symptoms of a degenerate culture. It is true that they recanted that Euripides' last play, the Bacchae, is his surrender to Dionysus and the prelude to his suicide, and that Socrates in prison took to practicing the music of Dionysus to ease his conscience. Perhaps, thus he had to ask himself, what is not intelligible to me is not therefore unreasonable. Perhaps there is a realm of wisdom from which the logician is banished. Perhaps art is even a necessary correlative of and supplement to science. But it was too late. The work of the logician and the rationalist could not be undone. Greek drama and Greek character decayed. The surprising thing had happened. When the poet and the philosopher recanted, their tendency had already conquered. With them ended the age of heroes and the art of Dionysus. But perhaps the age of Dionysus may return. Did not Kant destroy once and for all the theoretical reason and the theoretical man? And did not Schopenhauer teach us again the profundity of instinct and the tragedy of thought? And is not Richard Wagner another Aeschylus, restoring myths and symbols and uniting music and drama again in Dionysian ecstasy? Out of the Dionysian root of the German spirit, a power has arisen which has nothing in common with the primitive conditions of Socratic culture, namely German music, in its vast solar orbit from Bach to Beethoven, from Beethoven to Wagner. The German spirit has too long reflected passively the Apollonian art of Italy and France. Let the German people realize that their own instincts are sounder than these decadent cultures. Let them make a reformation in music as in religion, pouring the wild vigor of Luther again into art and life. Who knows but that out of the war throes of the German nation another age of heroes dawns, and that out of the spirit of music tragedy may be reborn. In 1872, Nietzsche returned to Basel, still weak in body, but with a spirit burning with ambition and loath to consume itself in the drudgery of lecturing. "I have before me work enough for 50 years, and I must mark time under the yoke." Already he was a little disillusioned with the war. "The German Empire is extirpating the German spirit," he wrote. The victory of 1871 had brought a certain coarse conceit into the soul of Germany, and nothing could be more hostile to spiritual growth. An impish quality in Nietzsche made him restless before every idol, and he determined to assail this dulling complacency by attacking its most respected exponent, David Strauss. "I enter society with a duel." Stendhal gave that advice. In the second of his well-named Thoughts Out of Season, Schopenhauer as educator, he turned his fire upon the chauvinistic universities. Experience teaches us that nothing stands so much in the way of developing great philosophers as the custom of supporting bad ones in state universities. No state would ever dare to patronize such men as Plato and Schopenhauer. The state is always afraid of them. He renewed the attack in The Future of Our Educational Institutions, and in The Use and Abuse of History, he ridiculed the submergence of the German intellect in the minutiae of antiquarian scholarship. Already in these essays, two of his distinctive ideas found expression: that morality, as well as theology, must be reconstructed in terms of the evolution theory, and that the function of life is to bring about not the betterment of the majority, who, taken as individuals, are the most worthless types, but the creation of genius, the development and elevation of superior personalities. The most enthusiastic of these essays was called Richard Wagner in Bayreuth. It hailed Wagner as a Siegfried who has never learned the meaning of fear, and as founder of the only real art, because the first to fuse all the arts into a great aesthetic synthesis. And it called upon Germany to realize the majestic significance of the coming Wagner Festival. Bayreuth signifies for us the morning sacrament on the day of battle. This was the voice of youthful worship, the voice of an almost femininely refined spirit who saw in Wagner something of that masculine decisiveness and courage which went later into the conception of the Superman. But the worshipper was a philosopher too, and recognized in Wagner a certain dictatorial egotism offensive to an aristocratic soul. He could not bear Wagner's attack upon the French in 1871. Paris had not been kind to Tannhäuser, and he was astounded at Wagner's jealousy of Brahms. The central theme even of this laudatory essay boded no good for Wagner. The world has been orientalized long enough, and men now yearn to be Hellenized. But Nietzsche already knew that Wagner was half Semitic. And then in 1876 came Bayreuth itself, and Wagnerian opera night after night, without cuts, and Wagnerienne, and emperors and princes and princelets, and the idle rich crowding out the impecunious devotees. Suddenly it dawned upon Nietzsche how much of Geyer there was in Wagner. Nietzsche considered Wagner's father to be Ludwig Geyer, a Jewish actor. How much the Ring of the Nibelungs owed to the theatrical effects which abounded in it, and how far the melos that some missed in the music had passed into the drama. I had had visions of a drama overspread with the symphony, a form growing out of the lead. But the alien appeal of the opera drew Wagner irresistibly in the other direction. Nietzsche could not go in that direction. He detested the dramatic and the operatic. "I should be insane to stay here," he wrote. "I await with terror each of these long musical evenings. I can bear no more." And so he fled without a word to Wagner, and in the midst of Wagner's supreme triumph, while all the world worshipped. Fled, tired with disgust of all that is feminism and undisciplined rhapsody and that romanticism, that idealistic lying, that softening of the human conscience which had conquered here one of the bravest souls. And then, in faraway Sorrento, whom should he encounter but Wagner himself, resting from his victory and full of a new opera he was writing, Parsifal. It was to be an exaltation of Christianity, pity, and fleshless love, and a world redeemed by a pure fool, the fool in Christ. Nietzsche turned away without a word and never spoke to Wagner thereafter. It is impossible for me to recognize greatness which is not united with candor and sincerity towards oneself. The moment I make a discovery of this sort, a man's achievements count for absolutely nothing with me. He preferred Siegfried the Rebel to Parsifal the Saint, and could not forgive Wagner for coming to see in Christianity a moral value and beauty far outweighing its theological defects. In The Case of Wagner, he lays about him with neurotic fury. Wagner flatters every nihilistic Buddhist instinct and disguises it in music. He flatters every kind of Christianity and every religious form and expression of decadence. Richard Wagner, a decrepit and desperate romantic, collapsed suddenly before the Holy Cross. Was there no German then with eyes to see, with pity in his conscience to bewail this horrible spectacle? Am I then the only one he caused to suffer? And yet I was one of the most corrupt Wagnerians. Well, I am the child of this age, just like Wagner, i.e. a decadent, but I am conscious of it. I defended myself against it. Nietzsche was more Apollonian than he supposed, a lover of the subtle and delicate and refined, not of wild Dionysian vigor, nor the tenderness of wine and song and love. Your brother, with his air of delicate distinction, is a most uncomfortable fellow, said Wagner to Frau Förster Nietzsche. Sometimes he is quite embarrassed at my jokes, and then I crack them more madly than ever. There was so much of Plato in Nietzsche. He feared that art would unteach men to be hard. Being tender-minded, he supposed that all the world was like himself, dangerously near to practicing Christianity. There had not been wars enough to suit this gentle professor, and yet in his quiet hours he knew that Wagner was as right as Nietzsche, that Parsifal's gentleness was as necessary as Siegfried's strength, and that in some cosmic way these cruel oppositions merged into wholesome creative unities. He liked to think of this stellar friendship that still bound him silently to the man who had been the most valuable and fruitful experience of his life. And when, in a lucid moment of his final insanity, he saw a picture of the long-dead Wagner, he said softly, "Him I loved much." The Song of Zarathustra. And now, from art, which seemed to have failed him, he took refuge in science, whose cold Apollonian air cleansed his soul after the Dionysian heat and riot of Tribschen and Bayreuth, and in philosophy, which offers an asylum where no tyranny can penetrate. Like Spinoza, he tried to calm his passions by examining them. We need, he said, a chemistry of the emotions. And so, in his next book, Human All Too Human, 1878-80, he became psychologist, and analyzed with a surgeon's ruthlessness the tenderest feelings and the most cherished beliefs, dedicating it all bravely in the midst of reaction to the scandalous Voltaire. He sent the volumes to Wagner and received in return the book of Parsifal. They never communicated again. And then, at the very prime of life, in 1879, he broke down physically and mentally and sank into the vicinity of death. He prepared for the end defiantly. "Promise me," he said to his sister, "that when I die only my friends shall stand about my coffin, with no inquisitive crowd. See that no priest or anyone else utter falsehoods at my graveside, when I can no longer protect myself, and let me descend into my tomb as an honest pagan." But he recovered, and this heroic funeral had to be postponed. Out of such illness came his love of health and the sun, of life and laughter and dance, and Carmen's Music of the South. Out of it, too, came a stronger will, born of fighting death, a yea-saying that felt life's sweetness even in its bitterness and pain, and out of it perhaps a pitiful effort to rise to Spinoza's cheerful acceptance of natural limitations and human destiny. My formula for greatness is amor fati, not only to bear up under every necessity, but to love it. Alas, it is more easily said than done. The titles of his next books, The Dawn of Day, 1881, and The Joyful Wisdom, 1882, reflect a grateful convalescence. Here is a kindlier tone and a gentler tongue than in the later books. Now he had a year of quiet days, living modestly on the pension his university had given him. The proud philosopher could even thaw into a pretty frailty and find himself suddenly in love. But Lou Salome did not return his love. His eyes were too sharp and deep for comfort. Paul Ray was less dangerous and played Dr. Pagello to Nietzsche's de Musset. Nietzsche fled in despair, composing aphorisms against women as he went. In truth, he was naive, enthusiastic, romantic, tender to simplicity. His war against tenderness was an attempt to exorcise a virtue which had led to a bitter deception and to a wound that never healed. He could not find solitude enough now. It is difficult to live with men because silence is difficult. He passed from Italy to the heights of the Alps at Sils Maria in the Upper Engadine, loving not man nor woman neither, and praying that man, capital M, might be surpassed. And there on the lonely heights came the inspiration of his greatest book. I sat there waiting for nothing, enjoying, beyond good and evil, now the light, now the shade. There was only the day, the lake, the noon, time without end. Then, my friend, suddenly one became two, and Zarathustra passed by me. Now his soul rose and overflowed all its margins. He had found a new teacher, Zoroaster, a new god, the Superman, and a new religion, eternal recurrence. He must sing now. Philosophy mounted into poetry under the ardor of his inspiration. I could sing a song, and will sing it, although I am alone in an empty house and must sing it into mine own ears. What loneliness is in that phrase! Thou great star, what would be thy happiness were it not for those for whom thou shinest? Lo, I am weary of my wisdom, like the bee that hath collected too much honey. I need hands reaching out for it. So he wrote Thus Spake Zarathustra, 1883, and finished it in that hallowed hour when Richard Wagner gave up the ghost in Venice. It was his magnificent answer to Parsifal, but the maker of Parsifal was dead. It was his masterpiece, and he knew it. This work stands alone, he wrote of it later. Do not let us mention the poets in the same breath. Nothing perhaps had ever been produced out of such a superabundance of strength. If all the spirit and goodness of every great soul were collected together, the whole could not create a single one of Zarathustra's discourses. A slight exaggeration, but assuredly it is one of the great books of the 19th century. Yet Nietzsche had a bitter time getting it into print. The first part was delayed because the publishers' presses were busy with an order for 500,000 hymn books, and then by a stream of anti-Semitic pamphlets. And the publisher refused to print the last part at all, as quite worthless from the point of view of shekels, so that the author had to pay for its publication himself. 40 copies of the book were sold, 7 were given away, 1 acknowledged it, no one praised it. Never was a man so much alone. Zarathustra, aged 30, comes down from his meditative mountain to preach to the crowd, like his Persian prototype Zoroaster. But the crowd turns from him to see a rope walker perform. The rope walker falls and dies. Zarathustra takes him upon his shoulders and carries him away. Because thou hast made danger thy calling, therefore shall I bury thee with my own hands. Live dangerously, he preaches. Erect your cities beside Vesuvius. Send out your ships to unexplored seas. Live in a state of war. And remember to disbelieve. Zarathustra, coming down from the mountain, meets an old hermit who talks to him about God. But when Zarathustra was alone, he spake thus with his heart. Can it actually be possible? This old saint in his forest hath not yet heard aught of God being dead. But of course God was dead. All the gods were dead. For the old gods came to an end long ago, and verily it was a good and joyful end of gods. They did not die lingering in the twilight, although that lie is told. A hit at Wagner's Götterdämmerung. On the contrary, they once upon a time laughed themselves unto death. That came to pass when, by a god himself, the most ungodly word was uttered, the word, There is but one God, thou shalt have no other gods before me. An old grim beard of a god, a jealous one, forgot himself thus. And then all gods laughed and shook on their chairs and cried, Is godliness not just that there are gods, but no God? Whoever hath ears, let him hear. Thus spake Zarathustra. What hilarious atheism! Is not just this godliness, that there are no gods? What could be created if there were gods? If there were gods, how could I bear to be no God? Consequently, there are no gods. Who is more ungodly than I, that I may enjoy his teachings? I conjure you, my brethren, remain faithful to earth, and do not believe those who speak unto you of super-terrestrial hopes. Poisoners they are, whether they know it or not. Many an erstwhile rebel returns to this sweet poison at last as a necessary anesthesia for life. The higher men gather in Zarathustra's cave to prepare themselves to preach his doctrine. He leaves them for a while and returns to find them offering incense to a donkey who has created the world in his own image, i.e., as stupid as possible. This is not edifying, but then, says our text, he who must be a creator in good and evil, verily he must first be a destroyer and break values into pieces. Thus the highest evil is part of the highest goodness, but that is creative goodness. Let us speak thereon, ye wisest men, however bad it be. To be silent is worse. All unuttered truths become poisonous, and whatever will break on our truths, let it break. Many a house hath yet to be built. Thus spake Zarathustra. Is this irreverent? But Zarathustra complains that nobody knoweth any longer how to revere, and he calls himself the most pious of all those who believe not in God. He longs for belief and pities all who, like myself, suffer from the great loathing, for whom the old God died, and no new God yet lieth in cradles and napkins. And then he pronounces the name of the new God. Dead are all gods. Now we will that Superman live. I teach you Superman. Man is a something that shall be surpassed. What have ye done to surpass him? What is great in man is that he is a bridge and not a goal. What can be loved in man is that he is a transition and a destruction. I love those who do not know how to live except in perishing, for they are those going beyond. I love the great despisers, because they are the great adorers. They are arrows of longing for the other shore. I love those who do not seek beyond the stars for a reason to perish and be sacrificed, but who sacrifice themselves to earth in order that earth may someday become Superman's. It is time for man to mark his goal. It is time for man to plant the germ of his highest hope. Tell me, my brethren, if the goal be lacking to humanity, is not humanity itself lacking? Love unto the most remote man is higher than love unto your neighbor. Nietzsche appears to foresee that every reader will think himself the Superman, and tries to guard against this by confessing that the Superman is not yet born. We can only be his forerunners and his soil. Will nothing beyond your capacity. Be not virtuous beyond your ability, and demand nothing of yourselves contrary to probability. Not for us is the happiness which only the Superman will know. Our best goal is work. For a long time I ceased not to strive for my happiness. Now I strive for my work. Nietzsche is not content with having created God in his own image. He must make himself immortal. After the Superman comes eternal recurrence. All things will return in precise detail and an infinite number of times. Even Nietzsche will return, and this Germany of blood and iron and sackcloth and ashes, and all the travail of the human mind from ignorance to Zarathustra. It is a terrible doctrine, the last and most courageous form of yea-saying and the acceptance of life. And yet how could it not be? The possible combinations of reality are limited, and time is endless. Someday, inevitably, life and matter will fall into just such a form as they once had, and out of that fatal repetition all history must unwind its devious course again. To such a pass determinism brings us. No wonder Zarathustra feared to speak this, his last lesson. He feared and trembled and held back until a voice spoke to him. What matter about thyself, Zarathustra? Say thy word and break in pieces. Hero morality. Zarathustra became for Nietzsche a gospel whereon his later books were merely commentaries. If Europe would not appreciate his poetry, perhaps it would understand his prose. After the song of the prophet, the logic of the philosopher. What though the philosopher himself should disbelieve in logic? It is a tool of clarity, if not the seal of proof. He was more than ever alone now, for Zarathustra had seemed a little queer even to Nietzsche's friends. Scholars like Overbeck and Burckhardt, who had been his colleagues at Basel and had admired the birth of tragedy, mourned the loss of a brilliant philologist and could not celebrate the birth of a poet. His sister, who had almost justified his view that for a philosopher a sister is an admirable substitute for a wife, left him suddenly to marry one of those anti-Semites whom Nietzsche despised, and went off to Paraguay to found a communistic colony. She asked her pale, frail brother to come along for the sake of his health, but Nietzsche valued the life of the mind more than the health of the body. He wished to stay where the battle was. Europe was necessary to him as a culture museum. He lived irregularly in place and time. He tried Switzerland and Venice and Genoa and Nice and Turin. He liked to write amid the doves that flock about the lions of St. Mark. This Piazza San Marco is my finest workroom. But he had to follow Hamlet's advice about staying out of the sun, which hurt his ailing eyes. He shut himself up in dingy, heatless attics and worked behind closed blinds. Because of his failing eyes, he wrote henceforth no books, but only aphorisms. He gathered some of these fragments together under the titles Beyond Good and Evil, 1886, and The Genealogy of Morals, 1887. He hoped in these volumes to destroy the old morality and prepare the way for the morality of the Superman. For a moment he became the philologist again, and sought to enforce his new ethic with etymologies that are not quite beyond reproach. He observes that the German language contains two words for bad, schlecht and böse. Schlecht was applied by the upper to the lower classes and meant ordinary, common. Later it came to mean vulgar, worthless, bad. Böse was applied by the lower to the upper classes and meant unfamiliar, irregular, incalculable, dangerous, harmful, cruel. Napoleon was böse. Many simple peoples feared the exceptional individual as a disintegrating force. There is a Chinese proverb that the great man is a public misfortune. Likewise, gut had two meanings, as opposite to schlecht and böse. As used by the aristocracy, it meant strong, brave, powerful, warlike, godlike. Gut from Gott. As used by the people, it meant familiar, peaceful, harmless, kind. Here then were two contradictory valuations of human behavior, two ethical standpoints and criteria. A Herren moral and a Herden moral, a morality of masters and a morality of the herd. The former was the accepted standard in classical antiquity, especially among the Romans. Even for the ordinary Roman, virtue was virtus, manhood, courage, enterprise, bravery. But from Asia, and especially from the Jews in the days of their political subjection, came the other standard. Subjection breeds humility, helplessness breeds altruism, which is an appeal for help. Under this herd morality, love of danger and power gave way to love of security and peace. Strength was replaced by cunning, open by secret revenge, sternness by pity, initiative by imitation, the pride of honor by the whip of conscience. Honor is pagan, Roman, feudal, aristocratic. Conscience is Jewish, Christian, bourgeois, democratic. It was the eloquence of the prophets, from Amos to Jesus, that made the view of a subject class an almost universal ethic. The world and the flesh became synonyms of evil, and poverty a proof of virtue. This valuation was brought to a peak by Jesus. With him every man was of equal worth and had equal rights. Out of his doctrine came democracy, utilitarianism, socialism. Progress was now defined in terms of these plebeian philosophies, in terms of progressive equalization and vulgarization, in terms of decadence and descending life. The final stage in this decay is the exaltation of pity and self-sacrifice, the sentimental comforting of criminals, the inability of a society to excrete. Sympathy is legitimate if it is active, but pity is a paralyzing mental luxury, a waste of feeling for the irremediably botched, the incompetent, the defective, the vicious, the culpably diseased, and the irrevocably criminal. There is a certain indelicacy and intrusiveness in pity. Visiting the sick is an orgasm of superiority in the contemplation of our neighbor's helplessness. Behind all this morality is a secret will to power. Love itself is only a desire for possession. Courtship is combat and mating is mastery. Don Jose kills Carmen to prevent her from becoming the property of another. People imagine that they are unselfish in love because they seek the advantage of another being, often in opposition to their own. But for so doing they want to possess the other being. L'amour est de tous les sentiments le plus égoïste, et par conséquent, lorsqu'il est blessé, le moins généreux. Love is of all feelings the most egoistic, and in consequence it is, when crossed, the least generous. Even in the love of truth is the desire to possess it, perhaps to be its first possessor, to find it virginal. Humility is the protective coloration of the will to power. Against this passion for power, reason and morality are helpless. They are but weapons in its hands, dupes of its game. Philosophical systems are shining mirages. What we see is not the long-sought truth, but the reflection of our own desires. The philosophers all pose as though their real opinions had been discovered through the self-evolving of a cold, pure, divinely indifferent dialectic, whereas in fact a prejudicial proposition, idea, or suggestion, which is generally their heart's desire, abstracted and refined, is defended by them with arguments sought out after the event. It is these underground desires, these pulsations of the will to power, that determine our thoughts. The greater part of our intellectual activity goes on unconsciously and unfelt by us. Conscious thinking is the weakest. Because instinct is the direct operation of the will to power, undisturbed by consciousness, instinct is the most intelligent of all kinds of intelligence which have hitherto been discovered. Indeed, the role of consciousness has been senselessly overestimated. Consciousness may be regarded as secondary, almost as indifferent and superfluous, probably destined to disappear and to be superseded by perfect automatism. In strong men there is very little attempt to conceal desire under the cover of reason. Their simple argument is, I will. In the uncorrupted vigor of the master soul, desire is its own justification, and conscience, pity, or remorse can find no entrance. But so far has the Judeo-Christian democratic point of view prevailed in modern times that even the strong are now ashamed of their strength and their health, and begin to seek reasons. The aristocratic virtues and valuations are dying out. Europe is threatened with a new Buddhism. Even Schopenhauer and Wagner become pitiful Buddhists. The whole of the morality of Europe is based upon the values which are useful to the herd. The strong are no longer permitted to exercise their strength. They must become as far as possible like the weak. Goodness is to do nothing for which we are not strong enough. Has not Kant, that great Chinaman of Königsberg, proved that men must never be used as a means? Consequently, the instincts of the strong, to hunt, to fight, to conquer, and to rule, are introverted into self-laceration for lack of outlet. They beget asceticism and the bad conscience. All instincts which do not find a vent turn inward. This is what I mean by the growing internalization of man. Here we have the first form of what came to be called the soul. The formula for decay is that the virtues proper to the herd infect the leaders and break them into common clay. Moral systems must be compelled first of all to bow before the gradations of rank. Their presumption must be driven home to their conscience, until they thoroughly understand at last that it is immoral to say that what is right for one is proper for another. Different functions require different qualities, and the evil virtues of the strong are as necessary in a society as the good virtues of the weak. Severity, violence, danger, war are as valuable as kindliness and peace. Great individuals appear only in times of danger and violence and merciless necessity. The best thing in man is strength of will, power, and permanence of passion. Without passion, one is mere milk, incapable of deeds. Greed, envy, even hatred are indispensable items in the process of struggle, selection, and survival. Evil is to good as variation to heredity, as innovation and experiment to custom. There is no development without an almost criminal violation of precedence and order. If evil were not good, it would have disappeared. We must beware of being too good. Man must become better and more evil. Nietzsche is consoled to find so much evil and cruelty in the world. He takes a sadistic pleasure in reflecting on the extent to which, he thinks, cruelty constituted the great joy and delight of ancient man. And he believes that our pleasure in the tragic drama or in anything sublime is a refined and vicarious cruelty. Man is the cruelest animal, says Zarathustra. When gazing at tragedies, bullfights, and crucifixions, he hath hitherto felt happier than at any other time on earth. And when he invented hell, lo, hell was his heaven on earth. He could put up with suffering now by contemplating the eternal punishment of his oppressors in the other world. The ultimate ethic is biological. We must judge things according to their value for life. We need a physiological transvaluation of all values. The real test of a man or a group or a species is energy, capacity, power. We may be partly reconciled to the 19th century, otherwise so destructive of all the higher virtues, by its emphasis on the physical. The soul is a function of an organism. One drop of blood too much or too little in the brain may make a man suffer more than Prometheus suffered from the vulture. Varying foods have varying mental effects. Rice makes for Buddhism, and German metaphysics is the result of beer. A philosophy, therefore, is true or false according as it is the expression and exaltation of ascending or of descending life. The decadent says, life is worth nothing. Let him rather say, I am worth nothing. Why should life be worth living when all the heroic values in it have been permitted to decay, and democracy, that is, disbelief in all great men, ruins with every decade another people? The gregarious European man nowadays assumes an air as if he were the only kind of man that is allowable. He glorifies his qualities, such as public spirit, kindness, deference, industry, temperance, modesty, indulgence, sympathy, by virtue of which he is gentle and durable and useful to the herd, as the peculiarly human virtues. In cases, however, where it is believed that the leader and bellwether cannot be dispensed with, attempt after attempt is made nowadays to replace commanders by the summoning together of clever, gregarious men. All representative constitutions, for example, are of this origin. In spite of all, what a blessing, what a deliverance from a weight becoming unendurable, is the appearance of an absolute ruler for these gregarious Europeans. Of this fact, the effect of the appearance of Napoleon was the last great proof. The history of the influence of Napoleon is almost the history of the higher happiness to which the entire century has attained in its worthiest individuals and periods. The Superman. Just as morality lies not in kindness but in strength, so the goal of human effort should be not the elevation of all but the development of finer and stronger individuals. Not mankind, but Superman is the goal. The very last thing a sensible man would undertake would be to improve mankind. Mankind does not improve. It does not even exist. It is an abstraction. All that exists is a vast anthill of individuals. The aspect of the whole is much more like that of a huge experimental workshop where some things in every age succeed, while most things fail. And the aim of all the experiments is not the happiness of the mass, but the improvement of the type. Better that societies should come to an end than that no higher type should appear. Society is an instrument for the enhancement of the power and personality of the individual. The group is not an end in itself. To what purpose, then, are the machines if all individuals are only of use in maintaining them? Machines, or social organizations, that are ends in themselves, is that the Humana Commedia? At first, Nietzsche spoke as if his hope were for the production of a new species. Later, he came to think of his Superman as the superior individual rising precariously out of the mire of mass mediocrity, and owing his existence more to deliberate breeding and careful nurture than to the hazards of natural selection. For the biological process is biased against the exceptional individual. Nature is most cruel to her finest products. She loves rather and protects the average and the mediocre. There is in nature a perpetual reversion to type, to the level of the mass, a recurrent mastery of the best by the most. The Superman can survive only by human selection, by eugenic foresight and an ennobling education. How absurd it is, after all, to let higher individuals marry for love, heroes with servant girls and geniuses with seamstresses. Schopenhauer was wrong. Love is not eugenic. When a man is in love, he should not be permitted to make decisions affecting his entire life. It is not given to man to love and be wise. We should declare invalid the vows of lovers and should make love a legal impediment to marriage. The best should marry only the best. Love should be left to the rabble. The purpose of marriage is not merely reproduction, it should also be development. Thou art young, and wishest for child and marriage. But I ask thee, art thou a man who dareth to wish for a child? Art thou the victorious one, the self-subduer, the commander of thy senses, the master of thy virtues? Or in thy wish doth there speak the animal, or necessity, or solitude, or discord with thyself? I would that thy victory and freedom were longing for a child. Thou shalt build living monuments unto thy victory and thy liberation. Thou shalt build beyond thyself, but first thou must build thyself square in body and soul. Thou shalt not only propagate thyself, but propagate thyself upward. Marriage, thus I call the will of two to create that one which is more than they who created it. I call marriage reverence unto each other as unto those who will such a will. Without good birth, nobility is impossible. Intellect alone does not ennoble. On the contrary, something is always needed to ennoble intellect. What then is needed? Blood. I do not refer here to the prefix lords or the Almanac de Gotha. This is a parenthesis for donkeys. But given good birth and eugenic breeding, the next factor in the formula of the Superman is a severe school, where perfection will be exacted as a matter of course, not even meriting praise, where there will be few comforts and many responsibilities, where the body will be taught to suffer in silence and the will may learn to obey and to command. No libertarian nonsense, no weakening of the physical and moral spine by indulgence and freedom. And yet a school where one will learn to laugh heartily. Philosophers should be graded according to their capacity for laughter. He who strideth across the highest mountains laugheth at all tragedies. And there will be no moralic acid in this education of the Superman, an asceticism of the will, but no condemnation of the flesh. Cease not to dance, ye sweet girls. No spoil sport hath come unto you with an evil eye, no enemy of girls with beautiful ankles. Even a Superman may have a taste for beautiful ankles. A man so born and bred would be beyond good and evil. He would not hesitate to be böse if his purpose should require it. He would be fearless rather than good. What is good? To be brave is good. What is good? All that increases the feeling of power, the will to power, power itself in man. What is bad? Schlecht. All that comes from weakness. Perhaps the dominant mark of the Superman will be love of danger and strife, provided they have a purpose. He will not seek safety first. He will leave happiness to the greatest number. Zarathustra was fond of all such as makes distant voyages and like not to live without danger. Hence all war is good, despite the vulgar pettiness of its causes in modern times. A good war halloweth any cause. Even revolution is good, not in itself, for nothing could be more unfortunate than the supremacy of the masses, but because times of strife bring out the latent greatness of individuals who before had insufficient stimulus or opportunity. Out of such chaos comes the dancing star. Out of the turmoil and nonsense of the French Revolution, Napoleon. Out of the violence and disorder of the Renaissance, such powerful individualities and in such abundance as Europe has hardly known since and could no longer bear. Energy, intellect, and pride, these make the Superman. But they must be harmonized. The passions will become powers only when they are selected and unified by some great purpose which molds a chaos of desires into the power of a personality. Woe to the thinker who is not the gardener but the soil of his plants. Who is it that follows his impulses? The weakling. He lacks the power to inhibit. He is not strong enough to say no. He is a discord, a decadent. To discipline oneself, that is the highest thing. The man who does not wish to be merely one of the mass only needs to cease to be easy on himself. To have a purpose for which one can be hard upon others, but above all upon oneself. To have a purpose for which one will do almost anything except betray a friend. That is the final patent of nobility, the last formula of the Superman. Only by seeing such a man as the goal and reward of our labors can we love life and live upward. We must have an aim for whose sake we are all dear to one another. Let us be great, or servants and instruments to the great. What a fine sight it was when millions of Europeans offered themselves as means to the ends of Bonaparte and died for him gladly, singing his name as they fell. Perhaps those of us who understand can become the prophets of him whom we cannot be, and can straighten the way for his coming. We, indifferent of lands, indifferent of times, can work together, however separated, for this end. Zarathustra will sing, even in his suffering, if he can but hear the voices of these hidden helpers, these lovers of the higher man. Ye lonely ones of today, ye who stand apart, ye shall one day be a people. From you who have chosen yourselves, a chosen people shall arise, and from it the Superman.
5 minutes remaining.
Decadence. Consequently, the road to the Superman must lie through aristocracy. Democracy, this mania for counting noses, must be eradicated before it is too late. The first step here is the destruction of Christianity so far as all higher men are concerned. The triumph of Christ was the beginning of democracy. The first Christian was in his deepest instincts a rebel against everything privileged. He lived and struggled unremittingly for equal rights. In modern times he would have been sent to Siberia. He that is greatest among you, let him be your servant. This is the inversion of all political wisdom, of all sanity. Indeed, as one reads the Gospel, one feels the atmosphere of a Russian novel. They are a sort of plagiarism from Dostoevsky. Only among the lowly could such notions take root, and only in an age whose rulers had degenerated and ceased to rule. When Nero and Caracalla sat on the throne, the paradox arose that the lowest man was worth more than the man on top. As the conquest of Europe by Christianity was the end of ancient aristocracy, so the overrunning of Europe by Teutonic warrior barons brought a renewal of the old masculine virtues and planted the roots of the modern aristocracies. These men were not burdened with morals. They were free from every social restraint. In the innocence of their wild beast conscience, they returned as exultant monsters from a horrible train of murder, incendiarism, rapine, torture, with an arrogance and compromise as if nothing but a student's freak had been perpetrated. It was such men who supplied the ruling classes for Germany, Scandinavia, France, England, Italy, and Russia. A herd of blond beasts of prey, a race of conquerors and masters with military organizations, with the power to organize, unscrupulously placing their fearful paws upon a population perhaps vastly superior in numbers. This herd founded the state. The dream is dispelled which made the state begin with a contract. What has he to do with contracts who can command, who is master by nature, who comes on the scene with violence in deed and demeanor? This splendid ruling stock was corrupted, first by the Catholic laudation of feminine virtues, secondly by the Puritan and plebeian ideals of the Reformation, and thirdly by intermarriage with inferior stock. Just as Catholicism was mellowing into the aristocratic and unmoral culture of the Renaissance, the Reformation crushed it with a revival of Judaic rigor and solemnity. Does anybody at last understand? Will anybody understand what the Renaissance was? The transvaluation of Christian values, the attempt undertaken with all means, all instincts, and all genius to make the opposite values, the noble values, triumph. I see before me a possibility perfectly magical in its charm and glorious coloring. Caesar Borgia as Pope. Do you understand me? Protestantism and beer have dulled German wit. Add now Wagnerian opera. As a result, the present-day Prussian is one of the most dangerous enemies of culture. The presence of a German retards my digestion. If, as Gibbon says, nothing but time, though a long time, is required for a world to perish, so nothing but time, though still more time, is required for a false idea to be destroyed in Germany. When Germany defeated Napoleon, it was as disastrous to culture as when Luther defeated the Church. Thenceforward, Germany put away her Goethes, her Schopenhauers, and her Beethovens, and began to worship patriots. Deutschland über alles. I fear that was the end of German philosophy. Yet there is a natural seriousness and depth in the Germans that gives ground for the hope that they may yet redeem Europe. They have more of the masculine virtues than the French or the English. They have perseverance, patience, industry, hence their scholarship, their science, and their military discipline. It is delightful to see how all Europe is worried about the German army. If the German power of organization could cooperate with the potential resources of Russia, in materials and in men, then would come the age of great politics. We require an intergrowth of the German and Slav races, and we require, too, the cleverest financiers, the Jews, that we may become the masters of the world. We require an unconditional union with Russia. The alternative was encirclement and strangulation. The trouble with Germany is a certain stolidity of mind which pays for this solidity of character. Germany misses the long traditions of culture which have made the French the most refined and subtle of all the peoples of Europe. I believe only in French culture, and I regard everything else in Europe which calls itself culture as a misunderstanding. When one reads Montaigne, La Rochefoucauld, Vauvenargues, and Chamfort, one is nearer to antiquity than with any group of authors in any other nation. Voltaire is a grand seigneur of the mind, and Taine is the first of living historians. Even the later French writers, Flaubert, Bourget, Anatole France, etc., are infinitely beyond other Europeans in clarity of thought and language. What clearness and delicate precision in these Frenchmen! European nobility of taste, feeling, and manners is the work of France, but of the old France of the 16th and 17th centuries. The Revolution, by destroying the aristocracy, destroyed the vehicle and nursery of culture. And now the French soul is thin and pale in comparison with what it used to be. Nevertheless, it has still some fine qualities. In France, almost all psychological and artistic questions are considered with incomparably more subtlety and thoroughness than they are in Germany. At the very moment when Germany arose as a great power in the world of politics, France won new importance in the world of culture. Russia is the blonde beast of Europe. Its people have a stubborn and resigned fatalism which gives them even nowadays the advantage over us Westerners. Russia has a strong government without parliamentary imbecility. Force of will has long been accumulating there and now threatens to find release. It would not be surprising to find Russia becoming master of Europe. A thinker who has at heart the future of Europe will, in all his perspectives concerning the future, calculate upon the Jews and the Russians as above all the surest and the likeliest factors in the great play and battle of forces. But all in all, it is the Italians who are the finest and most vigorous of existing peoples. The man plant grows strongest in Italy, as Alfieri boasted. There is a manly bearing, an aristocratic pride in even the lowliest Italian. A poor Venetian gondolier is always a better figure than a Berlin Geheimrat, and in the end, indeed, a better man. Worst of all are the English. It is they who corrupted the French mind with the democratic delusion. Shopkeepers, Christians, cows, women, Englishmen, and other democrats belong together. English utilitarianism and Philistinism are the nadir of European culture. Only in a land of cutthroat competition could anyone conceive of life as a struggle for mere existence. Only in a land where shopkeepers and shipkeepers had multiplied to such a number as to overcome the aristocracy could democracy be fabricated. This is the gift, the Greek gift, which England has given the modern world. Who will rescue Europe from England, and England from democracy? Aristocracy. Democracy means drift. It means permission given to each part of an organism to do just what it pleases. It means the lapse of coherence and interdependence, the enthronement of liberty and chaos. It means the worship of mediocrity, the hatred of excellence. It means the impossibility of great men. How could great men submit to the indignities and indecencies of an election? What chance would they have? What is hated by the people as a wolf by the dogs is the free spirit, the enemy of all fetters, the not adorer, the man who is not a regular party member. How can the Superman arise in such a soil? And how can a nation become great when its greatest men lie unused, discouraged, perhaps unknown? Such a society loses character. Imitation is horizontal instead of vertical. Not the superior man, but the majority man becomes the ideal and the model. Everybody comes to resemble everybody else. Even the sexes approximate. The men become women, and the women become men. Feminism, then, is the natural corollary of democracy and Christianity. Here is little of man, therefore women try to make themselves manly. For only he who is enough of a man will save the woman in woman. Ibsen, that typical old maid, created the emancipated woman. Woman was created out of man's rib. Wonderful is the poverty of my ribs, says man. Woman has lost power and prestige by her emancipation. Where have women now the position they enjoyed under the Bourbons? Equality between man and woman is impossible because war between them is eternal. There is here no peace without victory. Peace comes only when one or the other is acknowledged master. It is dangerous to try equality with a woman. She will not be content with that. She will be rather content with subordination if the man is a man. Above all, her perfection and happiness lie in motherhood. Everything in woman is a riddle, and everything in woman hath one answer. Its name is childbearing. Man is for woman a means. The end is always the child. But what is woman for man? A dangerous toy. Man shall be educated for war, and woman for the recreation of the warrior. Everything else is folly. Yet, the perfect woman is a higher type of humanity than the perfect man, and also something much rarer. One cannot be gentle enough towards women. Part of the tension of marriage lies in its fulfillment of the woman and its narrowing and emptying of the man. When a man woos a woman, he offers to give all the world for her, and when she marries him, he does. He must forget the world as soon as the child comes. The altruism of love becomes the egoism of the family. Honesty and innovation are luxuries of celibacy. Where the highest philosophical thinking is concerned, all married men are suspect. It seems to me absurd that one who has chosen for his sphere the assessment of existence as a whole should burden himself with the cares of a family, with winning bread, security, and social position for wife and children. Many a philosopher has died when his child was born. The wind blew through my keyhole, saying, "Come." My door cunningly opened of itself, saying, "Go." But I lay fettered by my love unto my children. With feminism comes socialism and anarchism. All of them are of the litter of democracy. If equal political power is just, why not equal economic power? Why should there be leaders anywhere? There are socialists who will admire the Book of Zarathustra, but their admiration is not wanted. There are some that preach my doctrine of life, but at the same time are preachers of equality. I do not wish to be confounded with these preachers of equality. For within me justice saith, men are not equal. We wish to possess nothing in common. Ye preachers of equality, the tyrant insanity of impotence thus crieth out of yourselves for equality. Nature abhors equality. It loves differentiation of individuals and classes and species. Socialism is anti-biological. The process of evolution involves the utilization of the inferior species, race, class, or individual by the superior. All life is exploitation and subsists ultimately in other life. Big fishes catch little fishes and eat them, and that is the whole story. Socialism is envy. They want something which we have. It is, however, an easily managed movement. All that is necessary to control it is to open occasionally the trapdoor between masters and slaves, and let the leaders of discontent come up into paradise. It is not the leaders that must be feared, but those lower down, who think that by a revolution they can escape the subordination which is the natural result of their incompetence and sloth. Yet the slave is noble only when he revolts. In any case, the slave is nobler than his modern masters, the bourgeoisie. It is a sign of the inferiority of 19th century culture that the man of money should be the object of so much worship and envy. But these businessmen too are slaves, puppets of routine, victims of busyness. They have no time for new ideas. Thinking is taboo among them, and the joys of the intellect are beyond their reach. Hence their restless and perpetual search for happiness, their great houses which are never homes, their vulgar luxury without taste, their picture galleries of originals with cost attached, their sensual amusements that dull rather than refresh or stimulate the mind. Look at these superfluous. They acquire riches and become poorer thereby. They accept all the restraints of aristocracy without its compensating access to the kingdom of the mind. See how they climb, these swift apes. They climb over one another and thus drag themselves into the mud and depths, the stench of shopkeepers, the wriggling of ambition, the evil breath. There is no use in such men having wealth, for they cannot give it dignity by noble use, by the discriminating patronage of letters or the arts. Only a man of intellect should hold property. Others think of property as an end in itself and pursue it more and more recklessly. Look at the present madness of nations, which desire above all to produce as much as possible and to be as rich as possible. At last man becomes a bird of prey. They live in ambush for one another. They obtain things from each other by lying in wait. That is called by them good neighborliness. They seek the smallest profits out of every sort of rubbish. Today, mercantile morality is really nothing but a refinement on piratical morality, buying in the cheapest market and selling in the dearest. And these men cry out for laissez-faire, to be let alone, these very men who most need supervision and control. Perhaps even some degree of socialism, dangerous as that is, would be justified here. We should take all the branches of transport and trade which favor the accumulation of large fortunes, especially therefore the money market, out of the hands of private persons or private companies, and look upon those who own too much, just as upon those who own nothing, as types fraught with danger to the community. Higher than the bourgeois, and lower than the aristocrat, is the soldier. A general who uses up soldiers on the battlefield, where they have the pleasure of dying under the anesthesia of glory, is far nobler than the employer who uses up men in his profit machine. Observe with what relief men leave their factories for the field of slaughter. Napoleon was not a butcher, but a benefactor. He gave men death with military honors instead of death by economic attrition. People flocked to his lethal standard because they preferred the risks of battle to the unbearable monotony of making another million collar buttons. It is to Napoleon that the honor shall one day be given of having made for a time a world in which the man, the warrior, outweighed the tradesman and the Philistine. War is an admirable remedy for peoples that are growing weak and comfortable and contemptible. It excites instincts that rot away in peace. War and universal military service are the necessary antidotes to democratic effeminacy. When the instincts of a society ultimately make it give up war and conquest, it is decadent. It is ripe for democracy and the rule of shopkeepers. Yet the causes of modern war are anything but noble. Dynastic and religious wars were a little finer than settling trade disputes with guns. Within 50 years, these Babel governments, the democracies of Europe, will clash in a gigantic war for the markets of the world. But perhaps out of that madness will come the unification of Europe, an end for which even a trade war would not be too great a price to pay. For only out of a unified Europe can come that higher aristocracy by which Europe may be redeemed. The problem of politics is to prevent the businessman from ruling. For such a man has the short sight and narrow grasp of a politician, not the long view and wide range of the born aristocrat trained to statesmanship. The finer man has a divine right to rule, i.e., the right of superior ability. The simple man has his place, but it is not on the throne. In his place, the simple man is happy, and his virtues are as necessary to society as those of the leader. It would be absolutely unworthy a deeper mind to consider mediocrity in itself as an objection. Industriousness, thrift, regularity, moderation, strong conviction. With such virtues, the mediocre man becomes perfect, but perfect only as an instrument. A high civilization is a pyramid. It can stand only upon a broad base. Its prerequisite is a strongly and soundly consolidated mediocrity. Always and everywhere, some will be leaders and some followers. The majority will be compelled, and will be happy to work under the intellectual direction of higher men. Wherever I found living things, there also I heard the speech of obedience. All living things are things that obey. And this is the second. He is commanded who cannot obey his own self. This is the way of living things. But this is the third I heard. To command is more difficult than to obey, and not only that the commander beareth the burden of all who obey, and that this burden easily crusheth him, an effort and a jeopardy appeared unto me to be contained in all commanding, and whenever living things command, they risk themselves. The ideal society, then, would be divided into three classes: producer, farmers, proletaires, and businessmen; officials, soldiers and functionaries; and rulers. The latter would rule, but they would not officiate in government. The actual work of government is a menial task. The rulers will be philosopher-statesmen rather than office-holders. Their power will rest on the control of credit and the army, but they themselves will live more like soldiers than like financiers. They will be Plato's guardians again. Plato was right. Philosophers are the highest men. They will be men of refinement as well as of courage and strength, scholars and generals in one. They will be united by courtesy and corps d'esprit. These men are kept rigorously within bounds by morality, veneration, custom, gratitude, still more by reciprocal surveillance, by jealousy inter pares. And on the other hand, in their attitude towards one another, they will be inventive in consideration, self-command, delicacy, pride, and friendship. Will this aristocracy be a caste and their power hereditary? For the most part, yes, with occasional openings to let in new blood. But nothing can so contaminate and weaken an aristocracy as marrying rich vulgarians after the habit of the English aristocracy. It was such intermarriage that ruined the greatest governing body the world has ever seen, the aristocratic Roman Senate. There is no accident of birth. Every birth is the verdict of nature upon a marriage, and the perfect man comes only after generations of selection and preparation. A man's ancestors have paid the price of what he is. Does this offend too much our long democratic ears? But those races that cannot bear this philosophy are doomed, and those that regard it as the greatest blessing are destined to be the masters of the world. Only such an aristocracy can have the vision and the courage to make Europe a nation, to end this bovine nationalism, this petty Vaterlanderei. Let us be good Europeans, as Napoleon was, and Goethe, and Beethoven, and Schopenhauer, and Stendhal, and Heine. Too long we have been fragments, shattered pieces of what might be a whole. How can a great culture grow in this air of patriotic prejudice and narrowing provincialism? The time for petty politics is past. The compulsion to great politics has come. When will the new race appear and the new leaders? When will Europe be born? Have ye not heard anything of my children? Speak to me of my garden, my happy isles, my new beautiful race. For their sake I am rich, for their sake I became poor. What have I not surrendered? What would I not surrender that I might have one thing? Those children, that living plantation, those life trees of my highest will and my highest hope. Criticism. It is a beautiful poem, and perhaps it is a poem rather than a philosophy. We know that there are absurdities here, and that the man went too far in an attempt to convince and correct himself. But we can see him suffering at every line, and we must love him even where we question him. There is a time when we tire of sentimentality and delusion and relish the sting of doubt and denial, and then Nietzsche comes to us as a tonic, like open spaces and fresh winds after a long ceremony in a crowded church. He who knows how to breathe in the air of my writings is conscious that it is the air of the heights, that it is bracing. A man must be built for it, otherwise the chances are that it will kill him. Let none mistake this acid for infant's milk. And then, what style! People will say some day that Heine and I were the greatest artists, by far, that ever wrote in German, and that we left the best any mere German could do an incalculable distance behind us. And it is almost so. My style dances, he says. Every sentence is a lance. The language is supple, vigorous, nervous. The style of a fencer, too quick and brilliant for the normal eye. But on rereading him we perceive that something of this brilliance is due to exaggeration, to an interesting but at last neurotic egotism, to an over-facile inversion of every accepted notion, the ridicule of every virtue, the praise of every vice. He takes, we discover, a sophomore's delight in shocking. We conclude that it is easy to be interesting when one has no prejudices in favor of morality. These dogmatic assertions, these unmodified generalizations, these prophetic repetitions, these contradictions, of others not more than of himself, reveal a mind that has lost its balance and hovers on the edge of madness. At last this brilliance tires us out and exhausts our nerves, like whips upon the flesh, or loud emphasis in conversation. There is a sort of Teutonic bluster in this violence of speech, none of that restraint which is the first principle of art, none of that balance, harmony, and controversial urbanity which Nietzsche so admired in the French. Nevertheless, it is a powerful style. We are overwhelmed with the passion and iteration of it. Nietzsche does not prove, he announces and reveals. He wins us with his imagination rather than with his logic. He offers us not a philosophy merely, nor yet only a poem, but a new faith, a new hope, a new religion. His thought, as much as his style, reveals him as a son of the Romantic movement. What, he asks, does a philosopher firstly and lastly require of himself? To overcome his age in himself, to become timeless. But this was a counsel of perfection which he more honored in the breach than in the observance. He was baptized with the spirit of his age, and by total immersion. He did not realize how Kant's subjectivism, the world is my idea, as Schopenhauer honestly put it, had led to Fichte's absolute ego, and this to Stirner's unbalanced individualism, and this to the unmoralism of the Superman. The Superman is not merely Schopenhauer's genius and Carlyle's hero and Wagner's Siegfried. He looks suspiciously like Schiller's Karl Moor and Goethe's Goetz. Nietzsche took more than the word Übermensch from the young Goethe, whose later Olympian calm he scorned so enviously. His letters are full of romantic sentiment and tenderness. I suffer recurs in them almost as frequently as I die in Heine. He calls himself a mystic and almost Menadic soul, and speaks of the birth of tragedy as the confession of a romanticist. I am afraid, he writes to Brandes, that I am too much of a musician not to be a romanticist. An author must become silent when his work begins to speak. But Nietzsche never conceals himself and rushes into the first person on every page. His exaltation of instinct against thought, of the individual against society, of the Dionysian against the Apollonian, i.e. the romantic against the classic type, betrays his time as definitely as the dates of his birth and his death. He was, for the philosophy of his age, what Wagner was for its music, the culmination of the Romantic movement, the high tide of the Romantic stream. He liberated and exalted the will and the genius of Schopenhauer from all social restraint, as Wagner liberated and exalted the passion that had torn at its classic bonds in the Sonata Pathétique and the Fifth and Ninth Symphonies. He was the last great scion of the lineage of Rousseau. Let us go back now on the road we have traveled with Nietzsche and tell him, however ineffectually, some of the objections with which we were so often tempted to interrupt him. He was wise enough to see for himself, in his later years, how much absurdity had contributed to the originality of The Birth of Tragedy. Scholars like Wilamowitz Mühlendorf laughed the book out of the philologic court. The attempt to deduce Wagner from Aeschylus was the self-immolation of a young devotee before a despotic god. Who would have thought that the Reformation was Dionysian, i.e. wild, unmoral, vinous, bacchanalian, and that the Renaissance was quite the opposite of these, quiet, restrained, moderate, Apollonian? Who would have suspected that Socratism was the culture of the opera? The attack on Socrates was the disdain of a Wagnerian for logical thought. The admiration for Dionysus was a sedentary man's idolatry of action, hence also the apotheosis of Napoleon, and a bashful bachelor's secret envy of masculine bibulousness and sexuality. Perhaps Nietzsche was right in considering the pre-Socratic age as the halcyon days of Greece. No doubt the Peloponnesian War undermined the economic and political basis of Periclean culture. But it was a little absurd to see in Socrates only a disintegrating criticism, as if Nietzsche's own function was not chiefly this, and not also a work of salvage for a society ruined less by philosophy than by war and corruption and immorality. Only a professor of paradox could rank the obscure and dogmatic fragments of Heraclitus above the mellowed wisdom and the developed art of Plato. Nietzsche denounces Plato as he denounces all his creditors. No man is a hero to his debtor. But what is Nietzsche's philosophy but the ethics of Thrasymachus and Callias? Must bank, without extinguishing, the fires of passion and desire, that Apollo must limit Dionysus. Some have described Nietzsche as a pagan, but he was not that. Neither Greek pagan like Pericles nor German pagan like Goethe. He lacked the balance and restraint that made these men strong. "I shall give back to men the serenity which is the condition of all culture," he writes. But alas, how can one give what one has not? Of all Nietzsche's books, Zarathustra is safest from criticism, partly because it is obscure, and partly because its inexpugnable merits dwarf all fault-finding. The idea of eternal recurrence, though common to the Apollonian Spencer as well as to the Dionysian Nietzsche, strikes one as unhealthy fancy, a weird last-minute effort to recover the belief in immortality. Every critic has seen the contradiction between the bold preachment of egoism, Zarathustra proclaims the ego whole and holy, and selfishness blessed, an unmistakable echo of Stirner, and the appeal to altruism and self-sacrifice in the preparation and service of the Superman. But who reading this philosophy will classify himself as servant and not as Superman? As for the ethical system of beyond good and evil and the genealogy of morals, it is stimulating exaggeration. We acknowledge the need of asking men to be braver and harder on themselves. Almost all ethical philosophies have asked that. But there is no urgent necessity for asking people to be crueler and more evil. Surely this is a work of supererogation. And there is no great call to complain that morality is a weapon used by the weak to limit the strong. The strong are not too deeply impressed by it, and make rather clever use of it in turn. Most moral codes are imposed from above rather than from below, and the crowd praises and blames by prestige imitation. It is well, too, that humility should be occasionally maltreated. We have had deprecation and ducking long enough, as the good grey poet said, but one does not observe any superabundance of this quality in modern character. Nietzsche here fell short of that historical sense which he lauded as so necessary to philosophy, or he would have seen the doctrine of meekness and humbleness of heart as a necessary antidote to the violent and warlike virtues of the barbarians who nearly destroyed, in the first millennium of the Christian era, that very culture to which Nietzsche always returns for nourishment and refuge. Surely this wild emphasis on power and movement is the echo of a feverish and chaotic age. This supposedly universal will to power hardly expresses the quiescence of the Hindu, the calm of the Chinese, or the satisfied routine of the medieval peasant. Power is the idol of some of us, but most of us long rather for security and peace. In general, as every reader will have perceived, Nietzsche fails to recognize the place and value of the social instincts. He thinks the egoistic and individualistic impulses need reinforcement by philosophy. One must wonder where were Nietzsche's eyes when all Europe was forgetting, in a slew of selfish wars, those cultural habits and acquisitions which he admired so much, and which depend so precariously on cooperation and social amenity and self-restraint. The essential function of Christianity has been to moderate, by the inculcation of an extreme ideal of gentleness, the natural barbarity of men, and any thinker who fears that men have been corrupted out of egoism into an excess of Christian virtue needs only to look about him to be comforted and reassured. Made solitary by illness and nervousness, and forced into war against the sluggishness and mediocrity of men, Nietzsche was led to suppose that all the great virtues are the virtues of men who stand alone. He reacted from Schopenhauer's submergence of the individual in the species to an unbalanced liberation of the individual from social control. Foiled in his search for love, he turned upon woman with a bitterness unworthy of a philosopher and unnatural in a man. Missing parentage and losing friendship, he never knew that the finest moments of life come through mutuality and comradeship, rather than from domination and war. He did not live long enough, or widely enough, to mature his half-truths into wisdom. Perhaps if he had lived longer, he would have turned his strident chaos into a harmonious philosophy. Truer of him than of the Jesus to whom he applied them were his own words. He died too early. He himself would have revoked his doctrine had he reached a riper age. Noble enough to revoke he was, but death had other plans. Perhaps in politics his vision is sounder than in morals. Aristocracy is the ideal government. Who shall deny it? O ye kind heavens, there is in every nation a fittest, a wisest, bravest, best. Whom could we find and make king over us, all were in truth well. By what art discover him? Will the heavens in their pity teach us no art? For our need of him is great. But who are the best? Do the best appear only in certain families, and must we therefore have hereditary aristocracy? But we had it, and it led to clique pursuits, class irresponsibility, and stagnation. Perhaps aristocracies have been saved, as often as destroyed, by intermarriage and the middle classes. How else has the English aristocracy maintained itself? And perhaps inbreeding degenerates? Obviously, there are many sides to these complex problems, at which Nietzsche has flung so lustily his yeas and nays. Hereditary aristocracies do not like world unification. They tend to a narrowly nationalistic policy, however cosmopolitan they may be in conduct. If they abandon nationalism, they would lose a main source of their power, the manipulation of foreign relations. And perhaps a world state would not be so beneficial to culture as Nietzsche thinks. Large masses move slowly, and Germany probably did more for culture when she was merely a geographical expression, with independent courts rivaling one another in the patronage of art, than in her days of unity and empire and expansion. It was not an emperor who cherished Goethe and rescued Wagner. It is a common delusion that the great periods of culture have been ages of hereditary aristocracy. On the contrary, the efflorescent periods of Pericles and the Medici and Elizabeth and the Romantic Age were nourished with the wealth of a rising bourgeoisie. And the creative work in literature and art was done not by aristocratic families, but by the offspring of the middle class, by such men as Socrates, who was the son of a midwife, and Voltaire, who was the son of an attorney, and Shakespeare, who was the son of a butcher. It is ages of movement and change that stimulate cultural creation, ages in which a new and vigorous class is rising to power and pride. And so in politics, it would be suicidal to exclude from statesmanship such genius as lacked aristocratic pedigree. The better formula, surely, is a career open to talent wherever born. And genius has a way of getting born in the most outlandish places. Let us be ruled by all the best. An aristocracy is good only if it is a fluent body of men whose patent to power lies not in birth but in ability. An aristocracy continually selected and nourished out of a democracy of open and equal opportunity to all. After these deductions, if they must be made, what remains? Enough to make the critic uncomfortable. Nietzsche has been refuted by every aspirant to respectability, and yet he stands as a milestone in modern thought and a mountain peak in German prose. No doubt he was guilty of a little exaggeration when he predicted that the future would divide the past into before Nietzsche and after Nietzsche, but he did succeed in effecting a wholesome critical review of institutions and opinions that for centuries had been taken for granted. It remains that he opened a new vista into Greek drama and philosophy, that he showed at the outset the seeds of romantic decadence in the music of Wagner, that he analyzed our human nature with a subtlety as sharp as a surgeon's knife and perhaps as salutary, that he laid bare some hidden roots of morality as no other modern thinker had done, that he introduced a value hitherto practically unknown in the realms of ethics, namely aristocracy, that he compelled an honest taking of thought about the ethical implications of Darwinism, that he wrote the greatest prose poem in the literature of his century, and, this above all, that he conceived of man as something that man must surpass. He spoke with bitterness, but with invaluable sincerity, and his thought went through the clouds and cobwebs of the modern mind like cleansing lightning and a rushing wind. The air of European philosophy is clearer and fresher now because Nietzsche wrote. Finale. I love him who willeth the creation of something beyond himself and then perisheth, said Zarathustra. Undoubtedly, Nietzsche's intensity of thought consumed him prematurely. His battle against his time unbalanced his mind. It has always been found a terrible thing to war with the moral system of one's age. It will have its revenge, from within and from without. Towards the end, Nietzsche's work grew in bitterness. He attacked persons as well as ideas, Wagner, Christ, etc. Growth in wisdom, he wrote, may be exactly measured by decrease in bitterness. But he could not convince his pen. Even his laughter became neurotic as his mind broke down. Nothing could better reveal the poison that was corroding him than the reflection, perhaps I know best why man is the only animal that laughs. He alone suffers so excruciatingly that he was compelled to invent laughter. Disease and increasing blindness were the physiological side of his breakdown. He began to give way to paranoiac delusions of grandeur and persecution. He sent one of his books to 10 with a note assuring the great critic that it was the most marvelous book ever written. And he filled his last book, Ecce Homo, with such mad self-praise as we have seen. Ecce Homo, alas, we behold the man here only too well. Perhaps a little more appreciation by others would have forestalled this compensatory egotism and given Nietzsche a better hold upon perspective and sanity. But appreciation came too late. 10 sent him a generous word of praise when almost all others ignored or reviled him. Brandes wrote to tell him that he was giving a course of lectures on the aristocratic radicalism of Nietzsche at the University of Copenhagen. Strindberg wrote to say that he was turning Nietzsche's ideas to dramatic use. Perhaps best of all, an anonymous admirer sent a check for $400. But when these bits of light came, Nietzsche was almost blind in sight and soul, and he had abandoned hope. My time is not yet, he wrote. Only the day after tomorrow belongs to me. The last blow came at Turin in January 1889, in the form of a stroke of apoplexy. He stumbled blindly back to his attic room and dashed off mad letters. To Cosima Wagner, 4 words, Ariadne, I love you. To Brandes, a longer message, signed The Crucified. And to Burckhardt and Overbeck, such fantastic missives that the latter hurried to his aid. He found Nietzsche plowing the piano with his elbows, singing and crying his Dionysian ecstasy. They took him at first to an asylum, but soon his old mother came to claim him and take him under her own forgiving care. What a picture! The pious woman who had borne sensitively but patiently the shock of her son's apostasy from all that she held dear, and who, loving him nonetheless, received him now into her arms like another Pietà. She died in 1897, and Nietzsche was taken by his sister to live in Weimar. There, a statue of him was made by Kramer, a pitiful thing showing the once powerful mind broken, helpless, and resigned. Yet he was not at all unhappy. The peace and quiet which he had never had when sane were his now. Nature had had mercy on him when she made him mad. He caught his sister once weeping as she looked at him, and he could not understand her tears. "Lisbeth," he asked, "why do you cry? Are we not happy?" On one occasion he heard talk of books. His pale face lit up. "Ah," he said, brightening, "I too have written some good books." And the lucid moment passed. He died in 1900. Seldom has a man paid so great a price for genius. Voltaire and the French Enlightenment. Paris, Oedipe. At Paris in 1742, Voltaire was coaching Mademoiselle Duménil to rise to tragic heights in a rehearsal of his play Mérope. She complained that she would have to have the very devil in her to simulate such passion as he required. "That is just it," answered Voltaire. You must have the devil in you to succeed in any of the arts. Even his critics and his enemies admitted that he himself met this requirement perfectly. Il avait le diable au corps. He had the devil in his body, said Sainte-Beuve, and de Maistre called him the man into whose hands hell had given all its powers. Unprepossessing, ugly, vain, flippant, obscene, unscrupulous, even at times dishonest, Voltaire was a man with the faults of his time and place, missing hardly one. And yet this same Voltaire turns out to have been tirelessly kind, considerate, lavish of his energy and his purse, as sedulous in helping friends as in crushing enemies, able to kill with the stroke of his pen, and yet disarmed by the first advance of conciliation. So contradictory is man. But all these qualities, good and bad, were secondary, not of the essence of Voltaire. The astounding and basic thing in him was the inexhaustible fertility and brilliance of his mind. His works fill 99 volumes, of which every page is sparkling and fruitful, though they range from subject to subject across the world as fitfully and bravely as in an encyclopedia. My trade is to say what I think, and what he thought was always worth saying, as what he said was always said incomparably well. If we do not read him now, though men like Anatole France have been formed to subtlety and wisdom by poring over his pages, it is because the theological battles which he fought for us no longer interest us intimately. We have passed on perhaps to other battlefields, and are more absorbed with the economics of this life than with the geography of the next. The very thoroughness of Voltaire's victory over ecclesiasticism and superstition makes dead those issues which he found alive. Much of his fame, too, came of his inimitable conversation. But scripta manent, verba volant. Written words remain while spoken words fly away, the winged words of Voltaire with the rest. What is left to us is too much the flesh of Voltaire, too little the divine fire of his spirit. And yet, darkly as we see him through the glass of time, what a spirit! Sheer intelligence transmuting anger into fun, fire into light. A creature of air and flame, the most excitable that ever lived, composed of more ethereal and more throbbing atoms than those of other men. There is none whose mental machinery is more delicate, nor whose equilibrium is at the same time more shifting and more exact. Was he perhaps the greatest intellectual energy in all history? Certainly he worked harder and accomplished more than any other man of his epoch. Not to be occupied and not to exist amount to the same thing, he said. All people are good except those who are idle. His secretary said that he was a miser only of his time. One must give oneself all the occupation one can to make life supportable in this world. The further I advance in age, the more I find work necessary. It becomes in the long run the greatest of pleasures and takes the place of the illusions of life. If you do not want to commit suicide, always have something to do. Suicide must have been forever tempting him, for he was ever at work. It was because he was so thoroughly alive that he filled the whole era with his life. Contemporary with one of the greatest of centuries, 1694 to 1778, he was the soul and essence of it. To name Voltaire, said Victor Hugo, is to characterize the entire 18th century. Italy had a Renaissance and Germany had a Reformation, but France had Voltaire. He was for his country both Renaissance and Reformation, and half the Revolution. He carried on the antiseptic skepticism of Montaigne and the healthy, earthy humor of Rabelais. He fought superstition and corruption more savagely and effectively than Luther or Erasmus, Calvin or Knox or Melanchthon. He helped to make the powder with which Mirabeau and Marat, Danton and Robespierre blew up the old regime. If we judge of men by what they have done, said Lamartine, then Voltaire is incontestably the greatest writer of modern Europe. Destiny gave him 83 years of existence that he might slowly decompose the decayed age. He had the time to combat time, and when he fell, he was the conqueror. No, never has a writer had in his lifetime such influence. Despite exile, imprisonment, and the suppression of almost every one of his books by the minions of church and state, he forged fiercely a path for his truth, until at last kings, popes, and emperors catered to him, thrones trembled before him, and half the world listened to catch his every word. It was an age in which many things called for a destroyer. Laughing lions must come, said Nietzsche. Well, Voltaire came and annihilated with laughter. He and Rousseau were the two voices of a vast process of economic and political transition from feudal aristocracy to the rule of the middle class. When a rising class is inconvenienced by existing law or custom, it appeals from custom to reason and from law to nature, just as conflicting desires in the individual sparkle into thought. So the wealthy bourgeoisie supported the rationalism of Voltaire and the naturalism of Rousseau. It was necessary to loosen old habits and customs, to renovate and invigorate feeling and thought, to open the mind to experiment and change before the great revolution could come. Not that Voltaire and Rousseau were the causes of the revolution, perhaps rather they were co-results with it of the forces that seethed and surged beneath the political and social surface of French life. They were the accompanying light and brilliance of the volcanic heat and conflagration. Philosophy is to history as reason is to desire. In either case, an unconscious process determines from below the conscious thought above. Yet we must not bend back too far in attempting to correct the philosopher's tendency to exaggerate the influence of philosophy. Louis XVI, seeing in his Temple prison the works of Voltaire and Rousseau, said, "Those two men have destroyed France," meaning his dynasty. The Bourbons might have preserved themselves, said Napoleon, if they had controlled writing materials. The advent of cannon killed the feudal system. Ink will kill the modern social organization. Books rule the world, said Voltaire, or at least those nations in it which have a written language. The others do not count. Nothing enfranchises like education, and he proceeded to enfranchise France. When once a nation begins to think, it is impossible to stop it. But with Voltaire, France began to think. Voltaire, that is to say François-Marie Arouet, was born at Paris in 1694, the son of a comfortably successful notary and a somewhat aristocratic mother. He owed to his father, perhaps, his shrewdness and irascibility, and to his mother something of his levity and wit. He came into the world, so to speak, by a narrow margin. His mother did not survive his birth, and he was so puny and sickly an infant that the nurse did not give him more than a day to live. She was slightly in error, as he lived almost to 84. But throughout his life his frail body tormented with illness his unconquerable spirit. He had for his edification a model elder brother, Armand, a pious lad who fell in love with the Jansenist heresy and courted martyrdom for his faith. "Well," said Armand to a friend who advised the better part of valor, "if you do not want to be hanged, at least do not put off other people." The father said he had two fools for his sons, one in verse and the other in prose. The fact that Francois made verses almost as soon as he could write his name convinced his very practical father that nothing good would come of him. But the famous hetaira, Ninon de l'Enclos, who lived in the provincial town to which the Arouets had returned after the birth of Francois, saw in the youth signs of greatness, and when she died she left him 2,000 francs for the purchase of books. His early education came from these and from a dissolute abbé, a Jérôme Coignard in the flesh, who taught him skepticism along with his prayers. His later educators, the Jesuits, gave him the very instrument of skepticism by teaching him dialectic, the art of proving anything, and therefore at last the habit of believing nothing. Francois became an adept at argument. While the boys played games in the fields, he, aged 12, stayed behind to discuss theology with the doctors. When the time came for him to earn his living, he scandalized his father by proposing to take up literature as a profession. "Literature," said Monsieur Arouet, "is the profession of the man who wishes to be useless to society and a burden to his relatives, and to die of hunger." One can see the table trembling under his emphasis. So Francois went in for literature. Not that he was a quiet and merely studious lad. He burnt the midnight oil of others. He took to staying out late, frolicking with the wits and roisterers of the town, and experimenting with the commandments, until his exasperated father sent him off to a relative at Caen with instructions to keep the youth practically in confinement. But his jailer fell in love with his wit and soon gave him free rein. After imprisonment, now as later, came exile. His father sent him to The Hague with the French ambassador, requesting strict surveillance of the madcap boy. But Francois at once fell in love with a little lady, Pampette, held breathless clandestine interviews with her, and wrote to her passionate letters ending always with the refrain, "I shall certainly love you forever." The affair was discovered, and he was sent home. He remembered Pampette for several weeks. In 1715, proud of his 21 years, he went to Paris just in time to be in at the death of Louis XIV. The succeeding Louis being too young to govern France, much less Paris, the power fell into the hands of a regent. And during this quasi-interregnum, life ran riot in the capital of the world, and young Arouet ran with it. He soon achieved a reputation as a brilliant and reckless lad. When the regent, for economy, sold half the horses that filled the royal stables, Francois remarked how much more sensible it would have been to dismiss half the asses that filled the royal court. At last all the bright and naughty things whispered about Paris were fathered upon him, and it was his ill luck that these included 2 poems accusing the regent of desiring to usurp the throne. The regent raged, and meeting the youth in the park one day, said to him, "Monsieur Arouet, I will wager that I can show you something that you have never seen before." "What is that?" "The inside of the Bastille." Arouet saw it the next day, April 16, 1717. While in the Bastille, he adopted, for some unknown reason, the pen name of Voltaire, and became a poet in earnest and at length. Before he had served 11 months, he had written a long and not unworthy epic, the Henriade, telling the story of Henry of Navarre. Then the regent, having discovered perhaps that he had imprisoned an innocent man, released him and gave him a pension, whereupon Voltaire wrote thanking him for so taking care of his board, and begging permission hereafter to take care of his lodging himself. He passed now almost with a bound from the prison to the stage. His tragedy, Oedipe, was produced in 1718 and broke all the records of Paris by running for 45 consecutive nights. His old father, coming to upbraid him, sat in a box and covered his joy by grumbling at every hit, "Oh, the rascal, the rascal!" When the poet Fontenelle met Voltaire after the play and damned it with high praise, saying it was too brilliant for tragedy, Voltaire replied, smiling, "I must reread your pastorals." The youth was in no mood for caution or for courtesy. Had he not put into the play itself these reckless lines? "Our priests are not what simple folk suppose. Their learning is but our credulity." Act 4, Scene 1. And into the mouth of a rasp this epoch-making challenge. "Let us trust to ourselves, see all with our own eyes. Let these be our oracles, our tripods, and our gods." Act 2, Scene 5. The play netted Voltaire 4,000 francs, which he proceeded to invest with a wisdom unheard of in literary men. Through all his tribulations, he kept the art not merely of making a spacious income, but of putting it to work. He respected the classic adage that one must live before one can philosophize. In 1729, he bought up all the tickets in a poorly planned government lottery and made a large sum, much to the anger of the government. But as he became rich, he became ever more generous, and a growing circle of protégés gathered about him as he passed into the afternoon of life. It was well that he added an almost Hebraic subtlety of finance to his Gallic cleverness of pen, for his next play, Artemire, failed. Voltaire felt the failure keenly. Every triumph sharpens the sting of later defeats. He was always painfully sensitive to public opinion and envied the animals because they do not know what people say of them. Fate added to his dramatic failure a bad case of smallpox. He cured himself by drinking 120 pints of lemonade and somewhat less of physic. When he came out of the shadow of death, he found that his Henriade had made him famous. He boasted, with reason, that he had made poetry the fashion. He was received and feted everywhere. The aristocracy caught him up and turned him into a polished man of the world, an unequaled master of conversation, and the inheritor of the finest cultural tradition in Europe. For 8 years he basked in the sunshine of the salons, and then fortune turned away. Some of the aristocracy could not forget that this young man had no other title to place and honor than that of genius, and could not quite forgive him for the distinction. During a dinner at the Duc de Sully's chateau, after Voltaire had held forth for some minutes with unabashed eloquence and wit, The Chevalier de Rohan asked, not sotto voce, "Who is the young man who talks so loud?" "My lord," answered Voltaire quickly, "he is the one who does not carry a great name, but wins respect for the name he has." To answer the Chevalier at all was impertinence. To answer him unanswerably was treason. The honorable lord engaged a band of ruffians to assault Voltaire by night, merely cautioning them, "Don't hit his head. Something good may come out of that yet." The next day at the theatre, Voltaire appeared, bandaged and limping, walked up to Rohan's box and challenged him to a duel. Then he went home and spent all day practicing with the foils. But the noble Chevalier had no mind to be precipitated into heaven or elsewhere by a mere genius. He appealed to his cousin, who was Minister of Police, to protect him. Voltaire was arrested and found himself again in his old home, the Bastille, privileged once more to view the world from the inside. He was almost immediately released on condition that he go into exile in England. He went, but after being escorted to Dover, he recrossed the Channel in disguise, burning to avenge himself. Warned that he had been discovered and was about to be arrested a third time, he took ship again and reconciled himself to 3 years in England, 1726 to 29. London. Letters on the English. He set to work with courage to master the new language. He was displeased to find that plague had 1 syllable and ague 2. He wished that plague would take 1/2 the language and ague the other half. But soon he could read English well, and within a year he was master of the best English literature of the age. He was introduced to the literati by Lord Bolingbroke, and dined with one after another of them, even with the elusive and corrosive Dean Swift. He pretended to know pedigree and asked none of others. When Congreve spoke of his own plays as trifles and desired to be considered rather a gentleman of leisure than an author, Voltaire said to him sharply, "If you had had the misfortune to be only a gentleman like any other, I should never have come to see you." What surprised him was the freedom with which Bolingbroke, Pope, Addison, and Swift wrote whatever they pleased. Here was a people that had opinions of its own, a people that had remade its religion, hanged its king, imported another, and built a parliament stronger than any ruler in Europe. There was no Bastille here, and no lettre de cachet by which titled pensioners or royal idlers could send their untitled foes to jail without cause and without trial. Here were 30 religions and not 1 priest. Here was the boldest sect of all, the Quakers, who astonished all Christendom by behaving like Christians. Voltaire never to the end of his life ceased to wonder at them. In the Dictionnaire philosophique, he makes one of them say, "Our God, who has bidden us love our enemies and suffer evil without complaint, assuredly has no mind that we should cross the sea to go and cut the throats of our brothers, because murderers in red clothes and hats 2 feet high enlist citizens by making a noise with 2 sticks on an ass's skin." It was an England, too, that throbbed with a virile intellectual activity. Bacon's name was still in the air, and the inductive mode of approach was triumphing in every field. Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, had carried out the skeptical spirit of the Renaissance and the practical spirit of his master into so complete and outspoken a materialism as would have won him in France the honor of martyrdom for a fallacy. Locke, 1632 to 1704, had written a masterpiece of psychological analysis, the Essay on the Human Understanding, 1689, without any supernatural assumptions. Collins, Tyndall, and other deists were reaffirming their faith in God while calling into question every other doctrine of the established church. Newton had just died. Voltaire attended the funeral and often recalled the impression made upon him by the national honors awarded to this modest Englishman. Not long ago, he writes, a distinguished company were discussing the trite and frivolous question, who was the greatest man, Caesar, Alexander, Tamerlane, or Cromwell? Someone answered that without doubt it was Isaac Newton, and rightly, for it is to him who masters our minds by the force of truth, and not to those who enslave them by violence, that we owe our reverence. Voltaire became a patient and thorough student of Newton's works and was later the chief protagonist of Newton's views in France. One must marvel at the quickness with which Voltaire absorbed almost all that England had to teach him, its literature, its science, and its philosophy. He took all these varied elements, passed them through the fire of French culture and the French spirit, and transmuted them into the gold of Gallic wit and eloquence. He recorded his impressions in Letters on the English, which he circulated in manuscript among his friends. He did not dare to print them, for they praised perfidious Albion too highly to suit the taste of the royal censor. They contrasted English political liberty and intellectual independence with French tyranny and bondage. They condemned the idle aristocracy and the tithe-absorbing clergy of France, with their perpetual recourse to the Bastille as the answer to every question and every doubt. They urged the middle classes to rise to their proper place in the state, as these classes had in England. Without quite knowing or intending it, these letters were the first cock's crow of the Revolution. Cirey, the Romances. Nevertheless, the regent, not knowing of this Chanticleer, sent Voltaire permission in 1729 to return to France. For 5 years Voltaire enjoyed again that Parisian life whose wine flowed in his veins and whose spirit flowed from his pen. And then some miscreant of a publisher, getting hold of the Letters on the English, turned them without the author's permission into print, and sold them far and wide, to the horror of all good Frenchmen, including Voltaire. The Parliament of Paris at once ordered the book to be publicly burned as scandalous, contrary to religion, to morals, and to respect for authority. And Voltaire learned that he was again on the way to the Bastille. Like a good philosopher, he took to his heels, merely utilizing the occasion to elope with another man's wife. The Marquise du Châtelet was 28. Voltaire, alas, was already 40. She was a remarkable woman. She had studied mathematics with the redoubtable Maupertuis, and then with Clairaut. She had written a learnedly annotated translation of Newton's Principia. She was soon to receive higher rating than Voltaire in a contest for a prize offered by the French Academy for an essay on the physics of fire. In short, she was precisely the kind of woman who never elopes. But the Marquis was so dull, and Voltaire was so interesting. A creature lovable in every way, she called him, the finest ornament in France. He returned her love with fervent admiration, called her a great man whose only fault was being a woman, formed from her and from the large number of highly talented women then in France his conviction of the native mental equality of the sexes, and decided that her chateau at Cirey was an admirable refuge from the inclement political weather of Paris. The Marquis was away with his regiment, which had long been his avenue of escape from mathematics, and he made no objection to the new arrangements. Because of the mariage de convenance, which forced rich old men on young women who had little taste for senility but much hunger for romance, the morals of the day permitted a lady to add a lover to her ménage, if it were done with a decent respect for the hypocrisies of mankind. And when she chose not merely a lover but a genius, all the world forgave her. In the chateau at Cirey they did not spend their time billing and cooing. All the day was taken up with study and research. Voltaire had an expensive laboratory equipped for work in natural science, and for years the lovers rivaled each other in discovery and disquisition. They had many guests, but it was understood that these should entertain themselves all day long till supper at 9. After supper, occasionally, there were private theatricals, or Voltaire would read to the guests one of his lively stories. Very soon Cirey became the Paris of the French mind. The aristocracy and the bourgeoisie joined in the pilgrimage to taste Voltaire's wine and wit, and see him act in his own plays. He was happy to be the center of this corrupt and brilliant world. He took nothing too seriously, and for a while made rire et faire rire, to laugh and to make laugh, his motto. Catherine of Russia called him the divinity of gaiety. If nature had not made us a little frivolous, he said, we should be most wretched. It is because one can be frivolous that the majority do not hang themselves. There was nothing of the dyspeptic Carlyle about him. Dulce est desipere in loco. It is sweet to be foolish on occasion. Woe to the philosophers who cannot laugh away their wrinkles. I look upon solemnity as a disease. It was now that he began to write those delightful romances, Zadig, Candide, Micromégas, L'Ingénu, Le Monde comme il va, etc., which gave the Voltairian spirit in purer form than anything else in his 99 volumes. They are not novels, but humoresque, picaresque novelettes, The heroes are not persons, but ideas. The villains are superstitions, and the events are thoughts. Some are mere fragments, like L'Ingénu, which is Rousseau before Jean-Jacques. A Huron Indian comes to France with some returning explorers. The first problem to which he gives rise is that of making him a Christian. An abbé gives him a copy of the New Testament, which the Huron likes so much that he soon offers himself not only for baptism, but for circumcision as well. For, he says, I do not find in the book that was put into my hands a single person who was not circumcised. It is therefore evident that I must make a sacrifice to the Hebrew custom, and the sooner the better. Hardly has this difficulty been smoothed over when he has trouble over confession. He asks where in the Gospel this is commanded, and is directed to a passage in the Epistle of St. James. Confess your sins to one another. He confesses, but when he had done, he dragged the abbé from the confessional chair, placed himself in the seat, and bade the abbé confess in turn. Come, my friend, it is said, we must confess our sins to one another. I have related my sins to you, and you shall not stir till you recount yours. He falls in love with Miss Saint-Yves, but is told that he cannot marry her because she has acted as godmother at his baptism. He is very angry at this little trick of the fates and threatens to get unbaptized. Having received permission to marry her, he is surprised to find that for marriage, notaries, priests, witnesses, contracts, and dispensations are absolutely necessary. You are then very great rogues, since so many precautions are required. And so, as the story passes on from incident to incident, the contradictions between primitive and ecclesiastical Christianity are forced upon the stage. One misses the impartiality of the scholar and the leniency of the philosopher, but Voltaire had begun his war against superstition, and in war we demand impartiality and leniency only of our foes. Micromégas is an imitation of Swift, but perhaps richer than its model in cosmic imagination. The Earth is visited by an inhabitant from Sirius. He is some 500,000 feet tall, as befits the citizen of so large a star. On his way through space, he has picked up a gentleman from Saturn who grieves because he is only a few thousand feet in height. As they walk through the Mediterranean, the Syrian wets his heels. He asks his comrade how many senses the Saturnians have, and is told, "We have 72, but we are daily complaining of the smaller number." "To what age do you commonly live?" "Alas, a mere trifle. Very few on our globe survive 15,000 years. So you see that in a manner we begin to die the very moment we are born. Our existence is no more than a point, our duration an instant, and our globe an atom. Scarce do we begin to learn a little when death intervenes before we can profit by experience." As they stand in the sea, they take up a ship as one might pick up some animalcule, and the Syrian poises it on his thumbnail, causing much commotion among the human passengers. The chaplains of the ship repeated exorcisms, the sailors swore, and the philosophers formed a system to explain this disturbance of the laws of gravity. The Syrian bends down like a darkening cloud and addresses them. "O ye intelligent atoms, in whom the Supreme Being hath been pleased to manifest his omniscience and power, without doubt your joys on this earth must be pure and exquisite. For being unencumbered with matter, and to all appearance little else than soul, you must spend your lives in the delights of pleasure and reflection, which are the true enjoyments of a perfect spirit. True happiness I have nowhere found, but certainly here it dwells." "We have matter enough," answered one of the philosophers, "to do abundance of mischief. You must know, for example, that at this very moment while I am speaking, there are 100,000 animals of our own species covered with hats, slaying an equal number of their fellow creatures who wear turbans. At least they are either slaying or being slain. And this has usually been the case all over the earth from time immemorial." "Miscreants!" cried the indignant Syrian. "I have a good mind to take 2 or 3 steps and trample the whole nest of such ridiculous assassins under my feet." "Don't give yourself the trouble," replied the philosopher. "They are industrious enough in securing their own destruction. At the end of 10 years, the 100th part of these wretches will not survive. Besides, the punishment should not be inflicted upon them, but upon those sedentary and slothful barbarians who, from their palaces, give orders for murdering 1 million of men and then solemnly thanked God for their success. Next to Candide, which belongs to a later period of Voltaire's life, the best of these tales is Zadig. Zadig was a Babylonian philosopher. As wise as it is possible for men to be, he knew as much of metaphysics as hath ever been known in any age, that is, little or nothing at all. Jealousy made him imagine that he was in love with Semira. In defending her against robbers, he was wounded in the left eye. A messenger was dispatched to Memphis for the great Egyptian physician Hermes, who came with a numerous retinue. He visited Zadig and declared that the patient would lose his eye. He even foretold the day and hour when this fatal event would happen. "Had it been the right eye," said he, "I could easily have cured it. But the wounds of the left eye are incurable." All Babylon lamented the fate of Zadig and admired the profound knowledge of Hermes. In 2 days the abscess broke of its own accord, and Zadig was perfectly cured. Hermes wrote a book to prove that it ought not to have healed. Zadig did not read it.